So we are transitioning into another awesome day, and everyone, you are in for a treat with our morning presentation, our keynote address by none other than Mimi Alameyahu, who's Managing Director of the Black Rhino Group. She has a dynamic bio which is printed in the program, so I will not read it to a group of eminently literate people. So please join me in welcoming Mimi to the stage now.
I think this is the first event that I've started off by dancing, so this is always something new. Thank you for that kind introduction. I know that when I was starting my career many, many moons ago, there was no such group like this to bring us all together, to encourage each other, to promote Africa, and to collaborate and celebrate one another. So I must say we have come a long way, and I hope you will indulge me in thanking Almaz and her team with a very strong round of applause. Thank you. As you may know, I was born in Ethiopia, and I moved to Kenya at a very young age and came to the US my last year of high school, actually not far from here. I went to high school in San Francisco at Drew College Prep School, maybe an hour from here. I've spent most of my professional life in the United States. My parents prayed for me to be a medical doctor, but I guess they did not pray hard enough. And I think it must be an African parent thing, because every African parent I know wants one doctor in the family. But after one biology lab class, I was done with pre-med. In a sense, I wound up helping people in a different way, in global development, through policy, finance, trade, and investment. So I suppose it was not a bad career choice after all, and I think my parents ended up being a little bit proud. Coming to this event has made me reflect on a few of Africa's many, many transformations, and I was really sad to miss yesterday. I actually came last night from Ethiopia. And sometimes it's hard to see these transformations very clearly. And if you all remember that infamous cover of The Economist magazine, some of you may be too young in this room, but which had the title, Africa, the Hopeless Continent. A decade later, they tried to redeem themselves with the cover, Africa Rising. I'm not one for hyperbole. Those of us in this room who see the continent much more clearly, there is good and there is bad. There are 54 unique countries. We see the challenges and opportunities in each one of those. My first job after college was at the Corporate Council in Africa in Washington, D.C. Some of you may know it. Back then, it was sort of a startup. I think I'm giving away my age now. And it was a membership organization of American companies with business interests in Africa. And mostly, as you would guess, it was mostly oil and gas companies at the time. And I remember when we finally got our 10th member, it was such a big deal. Imagine, 10th member, that my boss at the time, the late David Miller, took me out to lunch to celebrate, because it was such a big deal to have 10 American companies interested in investing in Africa. Today, the Council has more than 200 member companies. Trade with Africa, as you know, is about $40 billion, $16 billion in exports, $25 billion in imports. Even if you take oil out of the equation, trade between the US and Africa has tripled since 2001 when AGOA took effect. Investments are flowing too. Africa today gets more in US investment and remittances than it gets in total foreign aid. I was actually sad to miss the panel I heard. It was amazing on remittances. Kenyans in the US sent home roughly $1.5 billion in 2019. For every $1 Nigeria receives in foreign aid, it now receives about $7 in direct investment. I've seen this firsthand. When I was at OPIC, the US government's development finance institution, our largest investment in Ghana was naturally, guess what? From what? From Ghanaian Americans, right? In the US. The only investment we had in Ethiopia was from an Ethiopian American who had moved back to Ethiopia to start a state-of-the-art clinical laboratory services. And it kind of makes sense when you think about it, because Africans in the diaspora have a much more long-term perspective on the continent, right? And they're not running away at the first sign of trouble. They have deep roots and deep connections. So, they're the best sort of long-term investors. And I'm so proud, and this is one of the things I'm really proud of that I did when I was at OPIC, that we were able to change OPIC's policy so that green card holders could also receive financing. It used to be just US citizens when I got there, and I realized that there were so many Africans in the diaspora who just had not gotten their citizenship yet, but were interested in accessing our debt. And it had a significant impact on our deal pipeline. And it was the right thing to do, of course. And our portfolio in Africa while I was there went from 1 billion to 4 billion in 4 years. So quadrupled it. And let me say briefly about 3 of the big transformations that I have witnessed on the continent the last 10 to 15 years. And the last 5.5 years, I've actually been living in Senegal. That's a whole other panel. The first thing I think I've witnessed is really the women that I have met, the amazing entrepreneurs across the continent. The savviest entrepreneur that I've ever known myself was my grandmother, Amaye. She owned what we call in Ethiopia tajibet. Those Ethiopians are nodding. Imagine my grandmother owned a bar. And yes, she did. And so as a child, though, she was barred from going to school by her parents, because at the time, culturally, the only thing to do was send your sons to school if you could afford it. And so she never attended school. She was illiterate, but she did not let that stand her down. She accomplished more than so many others in her family, including her brothers that actually went to school. That's a whole other thing about her brothers, right? And I think of her a lot. And to be honest with you, I don't think there's a day that goes by I don't think about her, because I think about what she could have achieved with just a bit of formal education, because I know what she's been able to achieve without it. Imagine if she had just received just some formal education. But thankfully, things have changed. As I was saying earlier, I just got back from Ethiopia last night, a country that now has 50% women in its cabinet, including positions of Minister of Defense and Transport and head of the Supreme Court. And of course, there's President Sahle-Work. Rwanda's cabinet and parliament is gender balanced. In Mali, you have Kamisa Kamara, who's both young and female. She's had several cabinet-level roles. And across the continent, women are succeeding within companies, including inside the C-suite and in the boardroom. And some of you may know Samrawit Fikru in Ethiopia, the founder of RIDE. She started with just $2,000 in seed capital. She developed a kind of Uber for Ethiopia. 90% of her staff are women. And if you know this app, it actually works on text messaging, because data service is incredibly expensive in Ethiopia. Her app RIDE now has more than 10,000 drivers and growing. I just used it this past week. It has significantly improved public transportation in Addis Ababa, making it much more affordable, but also safer for women to travel at night. And by the way, she is 29 years old. 29. In Zambia, you have another fabulous woman, Monica Masonda, who left her legal career and started a food processing company called Java Foods. Her brand of noodles is so good and healthy that she's beating out imports from the US and Europe. A few years ago, I met a Tanzanian woman, Susan Mashibe. She was a pilot trained right here in the United States, and then moved back to Tanzania to start VAI Aviation, which provides logistical support for corporate, diplomatic, and private jets. Her clients include heads of states, Fortune 500 executives, celebrities, and military flights. It's the first company to offer such service in Tanzania and East Africa as a whole. She's thriving in a very male-dominated industry. Main One Cable, I think some of you may know this, a broadband telecom company serving West Africa, was started by a very dynamic Nigerian woman, Funke Opeke. I was on the board of the African Development Bank when her project came to the board, and it was the first time, interestingly, that a woman-owned company had ever come before the board during my tenure there at the bank. So as you can imagine, and I was the only woman on the board with 17 men. on the institution. Yes. And so, as you can imagine, I was, waving the flag for all women, and incredibly excited to vote for her project. These are some of the women that actually give me hope, and each of you, I am sure, know of similar stories. In spite of the challenging environment, these women are problem solvers, and they're creating jobs, the jobs that are so much needed on the continent. We should celebrate them, but we cannot also forget that in the universe of girls and women who are still hoping for a chance to shine, they can accomplish so much more, and there's so many women that are not in school. 50 million African girls are not in primary or secondary school today. Think about that, 50 million. I met Sister Jane Wakaihu, I hope I didn't kill your last name, at breakfast this morning, who's doing her part. I think we need to find a way to help her. We cannot forget that women's access to mobile internet in Africa is less than that of men's. To put a number on it, 200 million women are without access, 200 million. Think about that order of magnitude. Imagine what would happen if you took away the cell phone of every woman in America for just one day. Imagine, there would be a riot, right? For sure, in my household. The second transformation I would point to is the innovation taking place. And I know yesterday you talked a lot about that. You had panels on that. Both despite and because of Africa's infrastructure deficiencies. I think of Fred Swanaker, I'm sure a lot of you know him, who started the African Leadership Academy in South Africa to train the future leaders of Africa. Since then, he's now gone on and he started now the African Leadership University, which has leapfrogged the traditional university model, which he regards as too cumbersome. He uses sort of a multiple university approach, online technology, real-world case studies to engage and inspire students to actually solve problems, because that's what the continent needs, problem solvers. He plans to graduate 3 million leaders for Africa over the next 50 years. Ambitious? Yes. Audacious? Actually, no. Not if you look at the size of Africa's population. Arthur Zhang of Cameroon is another inspiring story. He invented a mobile device called CardioPad, sort of like an iPad, to collect heart exam data that actually transmits the data back to specialists hundreds of miles away from rural areas. It saves time, it saves money, and it saves lives. Guess how old he is? He's 26 years old. In Kenya, you have 3 college kids, Charles Ogingo, Robert Achoge, and James Oglala. They developed solar-powered bicycles. If that sounds visionary to you, think about all the experts who said electric cars would never be viable, right? Right now, there's, I think, 40 electric car models on the street and 14 more to be introduced just this year alone. Since developing the solar-powered bicycles, these 3 college kids from Kenya and their company, Pufi Power and Light, has received capital from Power Africa and the US African Development Foundations. Africans should never have to settle for playing catch-up when they can leapfrog. I cannot wait till this innovation goes global. Last, it's worth reflecting on the youth of Africa as a powerful force in their own right. I see their energy, their vibrancy, their focus on governance and enabling environment for growth, and that gives me tremendous hope. I currently live in Senegal, and when President Wade decided he was enjoying being president a bit too much and wanted to, run for a 3rd term, the young people took to the streets. And they just didn't go out to the street to protest. They came out in huge numbers and they voted him out. Young Africans everywhere are demanding better governance. They can mobilize fast, but as we know it, this can be dangerous if that's all that you've got going for you. What I see is a generation that is kind of very savvy, much more aware of best practices from around the world, but we cannot be complacent. And more than half of Africa's children are still not in primary school. It's sort of something that I feel like we all need to really get involved, because it's incredibly tragic that there's that many children out of school today. That's unacceptable, and it should be unacceptable for all of us here. We need to harness the full potential of the youth of Africa. Unemployment remains a major political and economic problem that we cannot afford to ignore. The world cannot afford to ignore. It's an issue, I think, that should be keeping up the leaders up at night. I'm not sure it is, but it should. President Mandela once said, education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. Education is the most powerful weapon you can use to change the world. I believe he meant education in the broadest sense of the term. Education is not limited to schools or textbooks. It is simply the planting of key ideas in fertile ground. And when these ideas find open hearts and open minds, special things happen. Events like this do that. You know, earlier today, millions of Africans woke up on the continent 12,000 miles from us, from here. They started another day with open hearts and open minds. Let's leave here with resolve and courage and creative ideas that match their hope. Thank you.
This is an important part of the program, and I invite Almaz and Johannes to join me here on stage.
Thank you. Wow, Mimi, you really are such an amazing, inspiring woman. I am about to cry, but I'm not going to do that. I mean, I hear you so deeply and so clearly, and thank you so much for making. Let me just say this. It took me several years to get Mimi here, and Johannes knows because I began driving him nuts. Can I have Mimi? Well, she's been traveling, but she made this, and I can just tell you, she just got in here yesterday from Ethiopia. And Mimi, when I heard you were coming, we wanted to find a way to honor you, because there is something about a humble human being that just gets you, and you see her do things, but you rarely hear about what she does. There is no boasting about what she does. It just shows itself, and I've followed her for almost 5 years. So here's what we have for you. So the African Diaspora Network is delighted to present the first African Diaspora Luminaire Award. So you'll be the first person to get that. The African Diaspora Luminaire Award recognizes distinguished African diaspora or Friends of Africa who has made high-level impact on a global scale. The selected individual will have made exceptional contribution and demonstrated commitment to advance the continent and the communities in which we live. This award goes to Mimi because you've heard what she said. She wasn't talking about what she has done in life. She was talking about other people that we, each of us, can touch. And for that, we are extremely grateful. But now, I have to ask him to do his spiel because he is just as enthusiastic about Mimi and proud about Mimi as anybody else can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Almaz. I'll keep my remarks short because it's really not about me, it's about Mimi today. I almost had tears in my eyes sitting there and I was choking while I was actually trying to prepare for what I would be saying up here. Wouldn't you agree this was the best speech you've heard in the last year, maybe? Not even in this conference. Please give her a hand. And if you know Mimi, like I do, this comes straight from the heart. This is not some spiel put together to impress people. This is forged with personal experience, her own journey, and what she's seen and gathered. That's why she's able to connect with us. It's so authentic and original. That's her. That it really speaks volumes about her. I have a whole bunch of stuff here I wanted to say, but I was just choking up. But just a few things I was asked to say about Mimi. Mimi, first and all, she's a good sister, a stand-up sister. She stands for all of us. She's a real Pan-Africanist. in the mold of our great emperor, Haile Selassie. I'm so sorry. You know, if you understand Pan-Africanism, at least in the way I think of it, Mimi lives it. She has practiced it and lived it. She's been a big sister and a mentor, not just for women in Africa and for our children, but for everyone. And you know, it's just very emotional for me to say this because she's been there for me. She's been there for a lot of people. I know some of you here. And she's excelled in what she's done and shown us the way. She's the only American of African origin to be nominated by two presidents, a Republican and a Democrat, George Bush and Obama, and to be confirmed by Congress for a very serious positions. And she, within all that honor, she's never taken herself serious. She's always available. She hopscotched around the world to be with us today. She was in 2 countries before coming here. She arrived last night. That's who Mimi is. No event, no opportunity to share her wisdom and experience is too big or too small. She's always made time as she's grown in her career and profession and never lost where she come from, and she knows precisely where she's going. Anyways, I don't want to say too much. I wanted to make sure how you understand what she means to us on the continent. Not just because I'm of Ethiopian origin, but I know there will be folks in Nigeria and Senegal and South Africa, Lesotho, Malawi, name it, in all 55 countries in Africa, she touched someone. So without further ado.
Thank you, thank you. I just want to also say what Johannes said. You saw yesterday 3 Eritreans sitting here. You can see how emotional we can get. Today, though, it's very special. This will make me cry. We are Ethiopians and Eritreans fighting for so many years. And sometimes I ask the question, why? We look alike. We feel in so many ways the same. So I feel so privileged to give this to an Ethiopian woman. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Almaz and Johannes. Really, this means a lot, especially because it comes from my village, from my community, from my people. And you know, when I started off my career, I really didn't think it wasn't for this. You know, for all the young people in the room, you know, I would say just, you know, focus on the long term. Don't think about instant gratification. Sometimes you don't see the results immediately. You know, as Johannes said, I've had the privilege of working for 2 American presidents, but the job that has been the most meaningful and the most rewarding for me was in my 20s. I used to tutor after school high school students that were very much at risk at this special school called the Maya Angelou School. And I used to tutor them in English and math, and you know, they were at high risk of dropping out of school. And I remember, you know, my friends would be going out, you know, to parties after for drinks and stuff, and here I was, you know, going in to see these students, and they didn't have anybody in their life that looked like me, who had traveled, who had gone to school. And so just by seeing me, that they, you know, had gone to college and, you know, was working in development, they could actually sort of think about, you know, doing those things themselves. So you're never young enough to make a difference in someone's life. Make sure you engage in your community, even if it's tutoring your little cousin in math. And just have a long-term sort of outlook and perspective in life. And make sure you enjoy it. I remember the first time I ever had a conversation with President Obama, and I said to him, it's such a privilege to work for you, Mr. President. And he said to me, I hope you're having fun. Are you having fun, Mimi? And I thought, what? What? Is he asking me if I'm having fun? But, I thought about that moment since then. I'm like, yeah, it's also supposed to be fun if you're doing something that you care about. And so thank you. Thank you. This means a lot. Thank you.
The thing that strikes me the most about what we've just witnessed is not, it's not just about what has happened previously, it's about being future-focused. It's about what we all can do individually and collectively. And with that in mind, it is my privilege to introduce a segment called Builders of Africa's Future. And there are 3 presentations that I believe will be made now, one from Devtronics, also from Energy Efficiency, and from Flutterwave. If those individuals are here, I invite you to take the stage and let everyone know that you are in for a treat.
How are you all doing? It's good to be here. My name is Tendegai Gatsiga, born in Zimbabwe. I live in Botswana. According to the World Health Organization, there are 200 million people with a hearing impairment. And yet, the current provision of hearing aids is less than 1 million per annum. Hearing aids came to Africa through non-governmental organizations, but a new problem emerged. 70% of the hearing aids that were distributed in Africa were only used for a month, due to the problem that the batteries were not available, and the batteries are expensive. You can't find hearing aid batteries in rural Africa. People would rather buy bread than buy hearing aid batteries. However, there's an African proverb which says, the sun does not forget a village just because it is too small. In Africa, we receive 12 months of sunshine. We don't have snow, maybe some other countries. And it is our natural resource, and it is tax-free. We harnessed the power of the sun and came up with what we call a solar-powered hearing aid. This is a solar-powered hearing aid. It was designed by deaf people for people with a hearing loss. So, thank you. So, it comes as a complete package. It comes with 4 rechargeable batteries, a solar charger, and a hearing aid, like this. We've managed to reduce the price to 10% of the current price of the hearing aid. That means the current price of a hearing aid starts at $1,000. Ours costs $100. It comes with a solar charger, 4 rechargeable batteries, and a hearing aid. That means for a period of 3 years, you won't be needing any batteries. You won't be, yeah. Our products enable children to develop their listening and speech, therefore presenting them with an opportunity to go to school. We believe that only through education we can break the cycle of poverty. However, despite all the solutions for the hearing aids, the battery solution, we came up with challenges. We realized that in Africa, there's a lack of professional audiologists. For example, where I come from in Zimbabwe, the population is 16 million people, and we have got only 5 registered audiologists. So, as a result, people who reside in rural areas, they can't afford to go to the city and get tested. And it costs $50 to get your hearing tested. And mind you, they need transport money. And for 5 audiologists, you have to book 6 months in advance for you to get tested. So as a result, most of the children with a hearing impairment, they are not tested early, and they become deaf. So all along, we did know that really the solution is within our pocket. This is the solution. We are developing a mobile application which tests your hearing level from any place in rural areas to all those people in low resource setting areas. So your results are immediately stored in cloud. So the outcome of our pilot project is we are going to collect data and believe that we're going to change government policies in Africa. We're going to provide the data and show the African government that really they need to channel their resources to certain areas. We believe that early detection enables a child to get early intervention and be enrolled in school. And therefore, also, we believe that only through education we can break the cycle of poverty. So we are seeking 100,000 in grants for the pilot project and also for the distribution and also for business to consumer or business to business subscription. So if you can give us this amount, we can change Africa. Africa can hear again with this. So we still believe in education. Education breaks the cycle of poverty. Our future goals is to scale into East and West Africa and create employment for the deaf people and save the environment and provide affordable solar-powered hearing aids to deaf children. Our partners are UNICEF, Botswana Innovation Hub, World Health Organization, Nzeve Deaf Center, National Institute of the Deaf, and Johnson & Johnson, who recently won an award from Johnson & Johnson for Africa Innovation Challenge. We are the recipient of the award. Thank you. We believe in deaf empowerment. We have our deaf workers, they've gone to other countries to train them in technology, in terms of solar charger assembly. We have done training in Brazil, South Africa, and Jordan. So it's deaf-to-deaf empowerment. Deaf people from Botswana going to teach deaf people, empowering deaf people in South Africa, Brazil, and Jordan. So, as you can look, the two of our directors over there, they are hearing impaired. My fellow visionaries, let's look at a bigger picture here. There are 200 million people with a hearing impairment in Africa. And yet, the current provision of hearing aids is less than 1 million per annum. So, you see, the market is so huge, and the impact is so profound. At this moment, I invite you to walk with us in this journey where we make Africa here again. Thank you.
Born into slavery, George Washington Carver walked in the bush and said, "God, why did you make me a slave?" And the conversation goes, he said, "Can you ask something smaller?" He carried on walking and said, "Well, why did you make the world?" And he said, "Maybe a little bit smaller." He looked down in his knees and he saw a peanut. And he said, "Why did you make the peanut?" The rest is history. Through a man born into slavery, he was able to change the course of history. And when I read the story and I heard about it, it inspired me as a young man who was born into slavery myself in South Africa during apartheid, growing up in the townships. In 2014, I was invited to one of the townships, and I learned that in a small little ward, over 48 people were murdered as a result of lack of light at night. And I realized this is a common phenomenon which I was not aware of. And this drove a passion within me to change this circumstance. But then I thought to myself, how can I do this by myself? And then I remembered about George Washington Carver. So in honor of him being in the country of his birth, I was able to be inspired to make a change and move an obstacle that seems impossible to move. In South Africa, 59 people are murdered every day, mainly in black townships. Last year alone, there were over 40,000 women who were raped. That is just numbers of reported rapes. And all of this is happening right before our eyes. Last year alone, there were over 20,000 murders in South Africa. Never mind the rest of Africa, which is even worse. Just to give you an example, in Syria, where there's a war, there were only 19,000 murders, and we had 1,000 more. So there's bloodshed in our streets. So my goal and my mission is to change the state of affairs. We want to heal the land. So the question then is, how is it possible? How could I do this? Well, the first thing was, having worked in lighting, specifically in energy efficiency, for over 6 years, and I did some research and visited many other municipalities and other townships, and I learned that out of the top 76 townships, they make up about 24.3% of the Thai population, which is about 11 million people that are affected by these problems. South Africa is number 6 in the world, highest of crime in the world. So I designed a light with under an OEM contract with a large manufacturer, and this light we were able to install in these communities, and we started to see change. Not only was it making the streets safer, but also at the same time, the government that would own the infrastructure was actually saving a lot of energy. But whilst in these townships, I learned that these people can't even afford to buy data. So for example, a gig of data costs about $8, and we were able to actually connect these people by actually providing a service where they can get data for about $2, which is way more cheaper. But at the same time, with our power supply being so limited and with not having enough supply from our utility company, Eskom, being a problem, I wanted to find out, well, can we actually even power these lights and actually design around this infrastructure to make it more sustainable for the people? And that's where renewable energy became a tool to help us to actually solve a problem that actually exists in these communities. So I created a company called Energy Efficiency, which is geared to solving this problem in these communities. South Africa is just a pilot for the rest of Africa. I'm sure you've heard of the term dark Africa. If you look at a satellite image of Africa at night, in comparison to the rest of the world, it's still dark. People are living in darkness. This is not fair. This is not right. So my goal and our team's goal is to actually change this. And we believe that it is possible, that anything is possible. If a man who was a slave was able to change his country, we can change it as well as young people. So we looked at using less energy and at the same time eliminating waste. Within this process, Light Shines Institute as a nonprofit was birthed because we bootstrapped. So we learned that people don't really know much about the climate and climate change and the environment. So we actually go on campaigns and actually educate people about this problem that currently exists. In our effort to equip people, we were able to partner with about 30 NGOs at this stage. And our goal is to really empower about 30,000 youths within 2025. We currently, each NGO that we're working with has about 1,000 people that they look after. And we believe that we can be able to impact and empower about 100 green entrepreneurs within our value chain. Not realizing that our focus was mainly just on light and energy, but we realized we can actually do more. So we were able to help with infrastructure, with clinics, schools, and government buildings where we would change them over, providing an energy service now. We became an energy company where we were just trying to solve one challenge, but we realized that these challenges are interconnected. So our goal is not only to just provide this service, but to actually bring healing to this land and reclaim this land for something good. Where there's bloodshed, now there's hope. We were able now to actually provide 15,000 connections within our environment alone, and empowering young people to become technicians who have actually had no job opportunities. And then another thing happened. I realized that the lights that we were working with our OEM partner, we would manufacture and design, was really in itself not sustainable, because you might ask, well, what about theft? What about vandalism? What about all these challenges that happen? And it's true, you're completely right. Because sometimes you'd find that we would install these lights in certain places and then they would get stolen and they sell the steel, they'd sell copper. So we said, let's look at a way that we can design a product that they actually can't go and sell. So that's where we thought of the idea of taking something like recyclable plastic waste and sugarcane bagasse, because where we come from, there's a lot of sugarcane. So to make the components a bit stronger by adding 50% sugarcane bagasse, which is normally burned into the atmosphere, adding to the CO2, we can actually make a product that can work and that's actually clean for the environment as well. So that's where we are now, okay? And within the lighting industry itself, we're not really a threat to them, because actually we're partners with them, so we actually want them also to transform. So when we communicated about this idea with the industry that we're working with, they said that, well, they're big and they've got all these commitments. So because we're a startup, it means that we can actually pivot and change quicker. So this is what we've designed now, and we're working in the process. In terms of pricing, our pricing is also better because in South Africa, there's been a law that's been passed, which is a special for Special Economic Zones Act. This act was enacted because they looked at China, where China was able to manufacture cheaper and more cost-effective, and labor is also there's a lot of subsidies that go into that. So I did my master's thesis specifically on special economic zones, and I learned that when we manufacture in a special economic zones, because it's a tax regime within a country, which means it becomes cheaper and you can actually compete with other manufacturers, but provided that you are actually manufacturing in a special economic zone for purposes of exports. So it means that our costs can be lower and we can be able to then execute our projects. So the government has given us space to manufacture, and now we're looking for investors to look into how can we be able to finance the whole initiative. In our process in designing our luminaire, we also would be able to provide 248 jobs. But then, is it just about us, or can we empower other people? Well, we realize that even in terms of collecting of plastic waste that can be used in our process, using 3D printing as one of our manufacturing processes at this stage, is that 35% of people that actually do collect the waste and are actually individuals within the community themselves. So actually, we can actually even empower them as well and give them business opportunities as well. As far as industry is concerned, a lot of industry also collects this waste which can be used. And so we visited 24 municipalities. We had approvals for about 16 ESCOs, which are your municipal managers and mayors, and basically the political heads. And so we asked some of the people the questions if they actually understand the environment, and we learned that they actually don't. So this is it's been a very interesting exercise. So in order for us to actually pilot our products, at this stage, we are still working with our OEM partners, but of course, we would then be strategically positioned to actually supply them as well our castings, which they would use as well, because this would be also changing the whole entire industry in itself. So we want to change the industry and one step at a time. So for somebody that has never been to South Africa and doesn't know what a township is and what conditions these people live in, this is how it looks like. So this kind of gives you a little bit of perspective. So these people can't afford to have data at home and routers and internet connectivity and bathrooms. It's a very, very terrible way to live. So we would like to have about, within 5 years, 250,000 of these people connected. This is just a conservative number, but we'd like to have them, to give them access to the internet. So what we do is we use the lights as an access point and a connecting point to connect them, not only to bring safety and visibility for them in their own communities, but at the same time, actually making it into like a Wi-Fi hotspot zone. So if you can imagine lights and also physical lights and also a metaphoric light as in access to information where these people now can also be educated, because a lot of them actually are in ignorance in the sense that they don't know a lot of things. They don't have TVs and things like that. And this is not just South Africa, but it's a lot of African communities that are living in these conditions. And so we would like to make a difference in these people's lives. There is time to change also in terms of the climate. In our pilots at the moment with our city, which is eThekwini, we realize that they are spending about 20 MVA, which is basically about 7 million per annum, just on the kind of infrastructure that they have. So they have like luminaires like mercury vapor, which is actually banned in Europe, and they still have this installed. And they're not using any solar, which is what we're proposing. They're not using any clean energy. They're just putting these lamps out there. And what ends up happening is these go into landfills. The mercury vapor goes into the plant life, into the water, and it's actually quite toxic and terrible. So we want to remove this. So we did a research, and we found that we can save them 40,000 tons of CO2 per annum if we were to transform and use our technology, which is designed and developed and will be manufactured locally in our own country, particularly for the rest of our family in the rest of Africa. Nothing can ever be done by yourself. If you want to go fast, they say, go alone. If you want to go far, take others with you. So I joined partners with some wonderful men, and they're quite young. Sbusi, so he's only 29, and he's already finished his PhD in climate change, and we're working with him. So he does a lot of our programs and assists us as well. Sibonga is a PR and electrical engineer, also from Durban, and his vision is to use innovation to actually change our infrastructure. Louis was working in Australia as an architect, and he felt a conviction to come back to South Africa and help build his own nation. So we met, and we took a liking to each other, and we've been passionately working together. We have set 3 goals at this stage. The first one is, by providing lighting in this infrastructure in our community, we're currently piloting in one of the townships called Umlazi, which is the murder capital of South Africa. It's a population of 400,000 people. From then on, we'll move to other communities. We want to remove these harmful lamps, and we want to put these people online. And at the same time, we also, by the year 2050, we would like to have light all over Africa, and we're definitely looking for partners that can help us. Recognition, yes, we have had recognition. It's pretty difficult to bootstrap as a startup, but we believe that we are driven by our goal and our vision, and that is something that motivates us every day to get up and do what we do. Our city has recognized us. They've given us some projects to do here and there, but it hasn't been really that strong. We find that even though in our country we're part of the Paris Accord, but we still find there's been a lot of resistance in terms of real change and impact and implementation of strategies and systems in terms of climate change. And so Red Bull has recognized us, Innovate Durban, and also obviously being here, we're very grateful to everybody here for allowing us to be here. So we just want to say thank you so much, and we hope that this journey will be one that will be long, and it will be a good relationship. Thank you.
Billion digital transaction processed yearly, and of all of this, only 1% is processed by the card networks. This is in sharp contrast with what we have across the other parts of the world, in which if you have your card, if you have a business online, you are sure to have at least 80% of the population covered for collecting payment. So in Africa, we are encouraging the diaspora to come back home and set up businesses. When these businesses are set up, of course, people that are trained outside of Africa has a global overview. I don't want to set up a business in Nigeria or only have Nigerian audience to patronize what I'm selling. I want it to have a global outreach. And if I'm going to do this, I'll need to find a way to collect payment from the rest of the world, including the rest of Africa. Africa generally has a very unique outlook in terms of payments. Not all countries are bank-led. Some countries are mobile money-led, which means for Kenya, as an example, M-Pesa is what everyone uses for payment. In Nigeria, it's bank-led, so which means a lot of the users has cards. So it becomes difficult for a merchant to have a business that can sell to people in Kenya and Nigeria at the same time without having to go through a lot of technical setup, a lot of process has to go in. You have to consider how you are going to have your settlement and get the money on time. And this is the problem Flutterwave came around to solve. We have a lot of, so Flutterwave at a glance, we are a payment company with the sole aim of connecting Africa to the global economy. Which we are doing by aggregating all the fragmented payment infrastructure in Africa into one single API that allows any merchant or consumers to connect to our infrastructure and be able to collect payment from all of Africa and the rest of the world. And right now, we know remittance is a very big infrastructure in Africa. A lot of people are sending money, even within Africa. It's cultural for you to send money from the city to your family in the village. And this is becoming increasingly difficult because people in the village don't have access to bank accounts. And you can only send money to this using maybe by proxy. And these are the issues that we are trying to resolve by connecting a lot of fragmented payment structure. There are a lot of silos of people trying to solve this problem in a very small scale. So what we are doing is providing a pipeline that allows you to connect to this payment infrastructure and make payment a lot easier. How are we doing this? We have a unified payment infrastructure that facilitates international business. So right now, we have a lot of people offering services in Africa. And I can see that my own, as a freelance, provide a service to someone in the Ukraine, and I need to get paid. It has always been difficult, but with the advent of the infrastructure that Flutterwave is providing for Africa, this has become very easy. All you need to do is sign up, send a payment link to your customer in anywhere in the world, and you get the money sent to you using our payment infrastructure. So these are the various types of payments that we have in Africa. For banks, we have a lot of banks issuing cards. Mobile wallets, we have very diverse players that have a large chunk of the country they are playing in. We also have local cards in Africa. Imagine a business that has to integrate to all these payment platforms one by one. It becomes tedious, and then you get discouraged that I can't be running a business that I can't find it easy to collect money on. So, which is why we created a single API that aggregates all this infrastructure. Right now, we know we have a lot of mobile wallets in Africa, about 300 right now. We've integrated 50 and counting, and we plan to integrate everything before the end of 2022. And what this does is, on a single platform, if you set up a business in Africa, you can receive money and send money to your vendors. And it's not just about receiving and making money. We also had other integrations to these APIs that allows you to just have a single shop for running your business successfully. All you need to worry about is how to make the products you are making. In terms of accounting, we have integrations to the popular accounting packages on this single API at no cost. So all you do is you sign up, you run your business, and you allow us to do the rest for you. And this has really helped a lot of businesses and makes a lot of people encouraged to do inter-country transactions. And this is bringing a lot of prosperity to Africa. Traditionally, when you have online payment, money is a very sensitive issue. What you need to do is you manage risk, you manage fraud on your infrastructure, or as a merchant, that becomes very burdensome. And one of the things we've done is on the platform, you really don't have to bother about this. We want people to come home, set up a business, and never have to worry about all these issues. Just focus on bringing prosperity to the people around you through the services you render, whether physical goods or online goods. And we have a physical, we needed to also help in the diversity of payments in Africa. Right now, we started as an online-only payment platform, but as the time goes on, we discovered that we need to enable payments in the rural areas. And we set up agency banking, agency networks across Africa, which means Africa is still very big on cash. We have stores that people go to pay cash. And then at the end of the day, the store manager has to worry about risk of having a lot of cash, sending the cash to the bank the next morning, holding cash at home, which leads to people being attacked at home. So now, what we have is a POS for each of those merchants, which allows you to serve as a cash point. So yes, you are collecting cash for selling goods. Now, another individual can come with a payment instrument, maybe a mobile wallet or a card. Instead of going to the ATM, which might be like 2 kilometers away, you have to take transportation and cost a lot of money. You can go to the cash point, use your debit card or your M-Pesa mobile wallet to be debited, to transfer to the agent and collect physical cash. And that has increased the safety in our remote local areas and make it a lot easier for merchants to manage their cash flow. Because what usually happens is you don't keep the cash with you. The money is already available in your bank account for you to transfer or send to anyone you would like to do business with. The company started in 2016, and we have a lot of global. What our infrastructure eventually made happen is it's now easy for global companies to come to Africa without having to worry about payments. We are powering Uber in Nigeria and some parts of Africa. TransferWise is a remittance company. When moving to Africa, they instinctively had to choose Flutterwise because it gives you access to a lot of African markets. And Booking.com also uses our rails. And this also means that at any point, anyone that wants to transact with Africa has a single API to connect to all the countries in Africa, encouraging direct investment into Africa and bringing prosperity to the continent. As at Tuesday, because of the work we've done so far and the adoption of the platform, we just closed our Series B funding to expand fully into the rest of Africa as a whole and continue this great journey that we've started. And the adoption has been great for the product, and we are always looking for partnerships for payment providers in Africa so as to ensure that this platform that we've built makes Africa a pivotal point for global economy. Thank you.
All right, folks, we have a slight deviation from the program, so I'd like to ask Josh and Martin to please join me on stage. You met Josh yesterday, the founder and managing partner of Ignite GB Incorporated, and coming now is also Martin Russell of the Networking Institute.
Great, thank you. Sorry for the change in the agenda. We thought that it's a good opportunity to talk about ADN at this time, because a lot of you, first of all, how many of you, this is your first time in this meeting? Wow. That's incredible. I was not expecting that many people, so that's a good start. That's great. Next, how much of you are enjoying in terms of what's going on today or yesterday? So Jean-Luc had 2 hands up. We actually told Jean-Luc about ADN, and he flew in from Paris just on, when was it, on Wednesday? Yeah, it took him 6 hours just to get out of the customs, but that was excellent. The last piece is, I think if you think about what we're trying to do here, you heard Mimi talk about all the young people in Africa that are just hoping there are other people that are continuing to help them. but it starts here. There's so many of us. I'm sure there's probably 2 to 3 million Africans in diaspora right here in the US. I'm not even thinking about Europe. I'm not even thinking the rest of the world. But what do we need to do to create that hope that says, I have someone I can reach to, I have someone I can work with, I have an idea. You just saw 3 ideas, and I was familiar with the first one. Think about it, the hearing aid that barely costs anything. And this is an innovation that would have never been created in the US because we would be thinking how to charge. I'm sure all of you have heard about razor blade model because you continue to make money by selling batteries, by selling other things, without thinking that these people can't afford. It's a choice whether to hear or to have food for your family, basically. So those types of innovation that just constantly change what's happening in the industry, and this is exactly what we want ADN to be. I think I just want to highlight, seriously, I don't think we need to make a case for ADN. I just want to be clear. There is a good reason why we're here, and that's why people keep showing up, because you want to make a difference. And I think for me, that's a key part. So I'll highlight a few things, and I'm not even going to read some of the stuff in terms of who ADN is, because a lot of times I think we talk about ADIS versus ADN. ADIS is just a mechanism, a symposium that allows us to get together. But throughout the year, there's a lot of work that goes on within ADN. And it's interesting because working for companies like Johnson & Johnson, seriously, I go to so many meetings around the world. Probably about this size, there's an army of people that actually put these meetings. Guess what? This meeting is put together by almas and a few volunteers that just work on Saturday. So think about the work that they're doing and how much more we could do collectively. So the significant opportunity that exists to continue to drive what we're starting here is just there is incredible possibilities. And more importantly, regardless of the outcome of what goes in this meeting, the potential hope that you create for young people in Africa, as you just saw some of the innovators, the connections that they're creating, the connections that we need to help them even further create, I think it's going to continue to be very important as part of ADN. Seriously, you guys can read this, and I'm sure we can send all of this in terms of our vision, our mission. I'll make it very simple. The goal is there is incredible human capital that's sitting in the US from Africans in diaspora, Friends of Africa. How do we take that human capital and leverage it around the world so that we can impact the young people that we talked about that are in Africa, that are willing to make change, that are willing to do more things, that are trying to do more in terms of solving the day-to-day problems that, seriously, it's hard for most of us to imagine. As you saw, and you're going to see a lot of the entrepreneurs in terms of the things that they're solving. So what I'll do is just very quickly, I'll ask you 3 questions and 3 things that I would love to see you do after this meeting. One, I'm sure we're going to send a wrap-up of everything that happened here. So my first ask is share it with at least 5 people. That's the minimum. As most of us have networks. On my LinkedIn alone, I probably have 6,000, 7,000 people. So my commitment is to actually make sure that those 6,000, 7,000 people understand what we're trying to do in ADN. And I hope every single one of you actually take it as an action item to say, when you get the information from this meeting, just pass it along to every one of your friends, everybody that's interested in doing something. That's the first piece. My second ask is, I want you to join ADN. So I'm sure we could send you all the information that you need. If you work for big companies, I have probably 10 people from J&J because we got started because Alma's met Michael from J&J, who used to work for me when I was at J&J. And the last 3 years, J&J has been sponsoring not just ADN, but as you saw, the first presentation on the hearing aid is actually a result of, it was one of our winners in the last Africa Innovation Challenge. So corporations could do a significant part of what we're trying to do, but it doesn't happen unless each one of us that sit in those corporations actually just start changing that mindset. And seriously, a lot of times, this is peanuts. When we did Africa Innovation Challenge, we didn't tell anybody, we just did it. And seriously, that was the first one that Michael and I did. The second time we did it, it was actually, I was not even involved. Just the teams took it and it became much bigger. and we're able to award 5 companies. So that's exactly what we need, and imagine how many corporations from Facebook to Google to, I mean, you can go on about how many of them, and how many of them are represented in this room. So that's my second ask, is that let's start to magnify what ADN is doing, but also for all of you that are part of corporates, nonprofits, everything, there is a part of you that needs to be involved in terms of what we need to do. And the last piece is more about what you could do to those young people in Africa, the entrepreneurs you're going to see. I think there's about 35 or so here that came from Africa. It's like, what can we do to actually just, all we have to do is just expand the connections we have. We're not asking us to be able to sell their idea. You don't even have to do that. It's just give them a few names to say, you know what, here's 3 people that you should talk to. And by the way, if you need to prepare for your presentation, just call me and I'll help you basically prepare for what we might ask you. So that's all my ask, is those 3 things, and I think Martin will talk about what's going on with ADN. But for me, so don't forget, the first thing is summarize the summary that you get, at least 5 to 10 people, extend the mission of ADN to at least 5 to 10 people. Second, be part of ADN. So we're happy to send you all the information in terms of what's required and what type of information, but we absolutely, our goal is to bring this whole human capital that sits in this room and continue to expand it so that it can do a much better good in terms of the world and in Africa and with the diasporans here in the US. And the last piece is just be there. Be there for the next African, the next diasporan that's actually trying to figure out how to navigate US companies, or it is just their own entrepreneurship, whether they sit in Africa or here. So I'll stop there and I'll ask Martin to actually come and finish the rest.
Good morning. Nicholas, we need to warm this crowd up. Good morning. Right. So look, I look Irish, I definitely sound Irish, but I'm gonna speak slowly because I have a strong accent, you know, and Bernard Kirk from Africa Codebook, he's my official translator, all right? And what I noticed is that Josh ran off the stage, because Josh, the last time you were on the stage was with your brother, and I was taking that as an invitation to the family dinner. Now, to be quite honest, if you become family in Ireland, we fight. We fight a lot, and none of us ever lose, right? But I want to take a couple of moments to talk about ADN, and the key word for me, and I think there's a bit of a typo in the pull-up. It says, defining an investment framework for Africa. I'm going to get in trouble. I don't care about Africa. I care about the African Diaspora Network. I think we need to talk about defining an investment framework for the African Diaspora Network, right? Because I'm going to ask you to do one thing for 5 minutes. Put the phones in the pocket, put the laptop down, because this is going to be $1 million 5 minutes, right? And that $1 million is going to ADN. It ain't going to Africa, right? Because if we do the ADN piece, Africa will win, right? So let me begin with the story. And the story begins with one of Nicholas's previous colleagues at USAID, a guy called Jeff Jackson. And I got a phone call about 3 or 4 years ago, about 5 years ago, actually, and he said, Martin, there's somebody you should talk to. And I was in DC for the World Bank. They were having a Diaspora Trade and Investment Forum for Sierra Leone, post-Ebola. And in comes this bundle of energy, right? I remember sitting down, it was a cheap hotel, actually. You know, I like to stay at places that are cheap. You know, I think it's important to be frugal when you're building businesses, first and foremost. And I rang Jeff afterwards. And I said, Jeff, she's either going to be dead in 3 years or she's going to be a billionaire in 3 years. We're going towards the latter. But the message of the story is, when you talk about building a network, the only time you ever find out what people really think about you is when you're not in the room, right? And that's a lesson for the entrepreneurs in the room. So I was going to give you slides and talk about it, but I'm going to talk for 2 or 3 minutes about where I see this organization going. Everybody has come up so far and said, thank you, Almaz. I'm not going to say thank you, Almaz, because thank you does not pay the bills. Money does, right? And I rang my mentor this morning and I said, Kingsley, I have to ask you a question before I go on the microphone. Never mind will they understand me. The question I asked them was, how much trouble should I cause? How much trouble can I cause? And how much trouble will I cause? Right? So for ADN moving forward, there's a thinker at Princeton University, Anne-Marie Slaughter, who wrote an incredible piece of work about the power of networks. And the key line that I took away from it was the measure of your power is your connectedness, right? So let's think about that phrase for a moment. The power of this organization is phenomenal. Josh mentioned it. You know, this is the work of Almaz, Deborah, who's typing away, phenomenal, phenomenal effort, the volunteers. This cannot happen again. And the reason why it's a $1 million conversation, I'm a working class Irish kid. When I get passionate about it, I use expletives. So I'm going to make a fucking threat. Right? If there's not $1 million in the bank of ADN by the end of this meeting, for the next 5 years, Almaz, let's create the Irish African Diaspora Network. And I'll fucking fund it. Right? So that's the challenge to you folks. The measure of your power is your connectedness. Never take that connectedness for free, and never take it for assumption, right? And the next slide I was going to show to you, I know it's okay, we'll get to it. My favorite quote written on diaspora engagement over the last 10 years comes from an Armenian scholar. And it's an article written at Oxford University, about 10 to 12 pages. Everybody should read it. Diaspora Studies, Past, Present, and Promise. And he has a line in it. And he said, international organizations and governments have clumsily sought to attract the attention of diasporas and channel the remittances. So Josh said we don't need to make a case for ADN. Here's the case for ADN. Remove the word clumsily. Right? People will beat a path to your door. So where's it going forward? And I say this as somebody that might look Irish, sound Irish, so on and so forth. I care more about Lesotho and Malawi than I do about Dublin. I come from a part in Ireland called Cork. We are incredibly tribal. Right? Bernard here is a Cork guy. There's a reason why we hang around together. Right? So I care more about Cork. I don't care about Ireland. I care about Cork. Right? And I care more about Lesotho and Malawi than I do Dublin. Dublin will be fine. Right? The big issue in Dublin at the moment is that we have a noisy neighbour next door that we need to figure out, and we'll win that battle. So moving forward, the reason why ADN exists and needs to continue to exist and needs investment in this organization and the network, don't confuse ADIS and the African Diaspora Network. ADIS is only here because of the African Diaspora Network. African Diaspora Network is the organization. Invest in the organization. So I think the beauty and the opportunity for you folks is to be a vehicle of trust. We live in a world where there's a vacuum of trust. People don't trust banks, people don't trust government, people don't trust... Do you know what people actually do trust? And a lot of it is because of phones. Celebrities. I was sitting here this morning and we had an incredible speech the first night. We were talking about the shoulder, the move. I was like, get Beyonce here. Let's be frank, right? So I think you can be a vehicle of trust. Now, I think what we need to do, to be quite frank for the organization moving forward, is build the organization, right? That means getting quality people around it. And I want to close on this note, and hopefully I haven't taken up too much time. This organization, not just because of Almaz, and I think they need to be called out and thanked here, is the board of this organization. The board of this organization are absolute rock stars. When I was starting out in life, a mentor of mine told me, and I achieved this on a daily basis, it probably says more about me than anything else. He says, be the least intelligent person in every room you walk into. Right? So I do that on a daily basis. When I walked into the board meeting in November, I quickly realized I was the least intelligent person in the room. Right? We need more people like that around this organization. So Josh had 3 asks. I have one. Well, it's a threat, not an ask. 1 million by the end of today for this organization. The beauty of fundraising and the beauty of building a network, if you do not ask, you do not get. Right? So I'm asking you for 1 million by the close of business today. Thank you.
Has anybody ever been threatened by an Irishman before? It's the first time for me, too. Probably not the last, though. At this point, we'd like to transition to our first panel of the day, Education in Africa. And I'd like to invite the moderator, Ms. Ashley Stewart, the founder of Acer Capital, and the panelists to join us here on stage.
Ashley Stewart. I am founder and president of Acer Capital, which is a firm that works to help small and growing businesses, SMEs, MSMEs become bankable. And so why am I here to moderate the education panel coming from the finance side? Well, education is a huge, huge part of being bankable, being investable. For investees to have the ability to get investments and succeed with investments, education is a huge part of it. So without further ado, I will introduce our panel and jump straight into it so that we have plenty of time for questions. So first panelist, Amini Kujunju. Thank you for joining us. Welcome. Amini is extremely impressive, executive director for the IUGB Foundation. She was also the executive director for the Workshop in Business Opportunities. She's a Forbes 20 Young Power Woman of Africa and sits on a number of boards, including Education Condo and J Africa. Amini, tell us a little bit about your experience and the challenges that you see that investees, small and growing businesses, where do you think the real challenges in education are in Africa that are important to catalyzing investment? Because we are here for the investment symposium, right? What do you think the biggest challenges are for investing in Africa around education?
Hello. Thank you. Thank you for that. First, let me thank Almaz and her team for this amazing conference. I attended the first one 5 years ago, and I'm just so happy to see the growth of this network, and I'm just really proud and honored to be here and to meet new people and see old friends. So just want to say a thank you to Almaz. She's incredible, and I think we could all agree to that. I think my job here is to really kind of set the stage for why education is an important investment. Not just investment in terms of money and returns, but investment in terms of our ability to, in the African continent, to grow. It's been proven that investment in education is critical to any economy. No country in the world becomes a middle-income country or a high-income country without major investments in education. And although we're going to focus on higher education here today, we all understand that the full value chain of education is critical to any economy. We're talking about preschool all the way through high school. We're talking about vocational technical training, of course, higher education. We're talking about, this is becoming very popular, and and for I think all the right reasons, these short-term sort of intense classes around software developers and things like that. Every activity on that value chain is critical to education. And I don't want to live in a world in Africa where we have to choose between whether we want to educate sociologists or engineers. We need it all. We need history teachers. We need math teachers. We need engineers. We need doctors. We need it all. And again, it's important for an economy. Allow me to just give you a sense of, we're here in California, and I was doing some research. University of Southern California is an $8 billion economic engine for the state of California. So investments in universities not only have a positive effect in the human capital development, but they have a positive effect in the economic engine of a particular region. And I actually In preparing for this, I did some research and I found something that is just, I'm so happy about because, oftentimes you know something, but then you want some empirical data to back up what you know. And I found a gem that just came out this year, actually last year, and I'll share with you very quickly, very soon. University of Southern California, just quickly, brings in $7.44 billion in economic output for Southern California. It provides $2.9 billion in wages. There are $563 million in student-related expenditures. And then let's not even add the research that is done at the University of California, which attracts $697 million. Now, in Africa, right now, we have 260 million college students that have to be educated every single day. 260 million college students. Some of our public universities in Africa, Makerere University has to educate 40,000 students every single day. University of Nairobi, 57,000. Kenyatta University, 71,000 students enter that campus every single day in search of education, inspiration, preparation for a 21st century world. University of Ghana, which I'm very familiar with because of some work that I did in the past, educates 48,000 students every single day. And I'm from the DRC. University of Kinshasa educates 26,000 students every single day, and I'll end with Addis Ababa University at 48,000. It starts to give you a sense of the magnitude, the captive audience that we have at these universities to truly make a change for young people. And one of the things that I'm personally passionate about along the value chain of education and the things that we need to focus on is entrepreneurship. When I cited all those students that are entering these universities, in addition to providing them with a liberal arts education or STEM education, I think one missing component is entrepreneurial education, which frankly needs to start as young as possible. But even if we miss it in the younger years, let's make sure that we include entrepreneurial education in our universities and have universities become sort of a hotbed for where students can develop ideas, and those ideas that are viable can rise to the top, and funding and mentoring and support can come along with that. Before I close, let me mention two things. So again, in my research, and this shouldn't come as a surprise to anyone, but I was looking at Stanford University, which isn't far from here, obviously. And they did a study, and it said an estimated 39,000 active companies have roots at Stanford University. If these companies, and I thought this was interesting, if these companies collectively formed an independent nation, the estimated economy would be the 10th largest. Can you imagine being able to say that about an African university? I represent the International University of Grand-Bassam. Grand-Bassam is a small city just outside of Abidjan. As a result, there's a few people here who know. As a result of the university being in Grand-Bassam, and not necessarily in Abidjan, the economic opportunity that we're bringing to Grand-Bassam is incredible. The housing, the restaurants, the transportation that has to be built in order to accommodate these students and their parents and the faculty. It says that these companies, again, related to Stanford, have created 5.4 million jobs and have generated an annual world revenue of $2.7 trillion. So when governments, when private sector, when investors turn away from education and universities, it makes me sad because this could be what the future looks like. And then let me talk about the study that I found that is making me very happy. So this was in the Economics of Education Review, and it's called the Economic Impact of Universities. The economic impact of universities. Evidence from across the globe. It's a long, and it has a lot of stats that I don't remember anymore. But here's what it's an interesting read if you're interested in this topic. But allow me to just read what I think is critical. They say we found 10% increase in the number of universities in the region is associated with a 0.4 higher GDP per capita. We find that increases in universities in neighboring region is also correlated with regional growth. Finally, we show in this paper that the association of the per capita GDP and university present work partially through the increase of not just human capital, but through the fact that innovation is encouraged and funded. So, to me, as we are here to think about Africa as a place of investment and a place of innovation and a place where young people should be thriving, I think that among many places where this can happen, one of them are in these public and private universities that are scattered throughout the continent that we don't frankly have enough of, that we need to build more of, because we have 260 million students to educate.
Thank you, Amini. Those are really powerful numbers. Thank you. And just to jump on, there are so many things that you said that are amazing and really truthful. I mean, at the end of the day, it's about investing in education. But what is investing in education without return? You got to look at it as a real investment. What is that return? The return is successful investments, successful youth, the ability to transition the youth that are in universities or even outside of universities, small and growing businesses, job training. There are so many things, but you have to look at education as an investment, which is something very powerful that when we first spoke, she said to me. Thank you, Amini. So along the lines of universities and entrepreneurs, I would like to introduce Abdul Madi. He's the Dean of Students for Ashesi University in Ghana. He also has a wonderful hybrid background of having been a director and professor of the MBA program at the University of Illinois. So he is duly equipped to talk about cross-border collaboration. But I would also like to hear a little bit about your Lab for Growth ideas and maybe some of the entrepreneurs that you've seen succeed in programs.
Thank you very much. It's great being here. This is my first time, and I'm surprised this is really my first time. I should have been with you 5 years ago, so I'll try and make up for that. So I'm lucky to be working for Ashesi University in Ghana. And what Ashesi University is trying to do is educate ethical entrepreneurial leaders to transform Africa. And the way we believe we can do that is to cultivate within them the critical thinking skills and the courage to transform the continent. So I would pick just one example of a student that I actually got to interact with, especially talking about the entrepreneurship piece. There's this young man called Derek. I met him when he was a second-year student. And his hope was to be able to help the blind use computers, which sounded a bit strange and, for a second-year student. Like, how are you going to do that? It's like, Ashesi is just about an hour away from a School of the Blind in Ekropong. I'm going to motivate these students. We'll go there, then we'll teach the blind how to use it. I'm going to research it, and then all of that. Mind you, he's a business student. So you're going to research it. I mean, there is a whole lot of technical stuff with this thing here. Oh, yeah. We have engineering students everywhere. I mean, that's one. That's computer science student. And they're all my friends. I can ask them for help. I'm like, okay. So he was able to do that. Every week, he takes 70 students to the School of the Blind. And he researched, the computer science students helped him with, what is needed, the software that was needed to do that, and then all of that. Fast forward to him graduating, this idea is now a company called TechEra. And it's in Ghana. This guy has won every award that you can think of, including the Queen's Young Award in Britain, where he met Queen Elizabeth. And I'm here, I've never seen this woman, but he has. But I'm saying this to say that universities need to be used as labs. Everything is there. You have all the students that are there. And all we need, so with him, all the money we gave him was 5,000 cedis, which is it's less than $1,000. That's it. And he was able to use that, motivate other students, and really turn this idea into a company. And he's hired people now. I mean, he's a CEO, a young CEO. But this is just one example of the things that can happen if we utilize universities as lab. I can talk of Noella from DR Congo, who through these ideas and through making sure that other students are helping her out, are trying to solve water issues in Goma, in DR Congo. There is this young man from Gambia trying to look into food securities there. There is another one from Moses from the north, also looking into how they can actually utilize agriculture. Because in the northern part of Ghana, it's very difficult because of the rains and then all of that. But exploring that, Moses now has over 200 farmers working with him to make this thing happen. And mind you, all of these students graduated within the last 3 years. And it cost us very little to actually make this happen. So all I'm trying to say is it's a win-win-win for anybody who is here who want to be part of this thing here. You already have faculty that are reviewing the ideas of these students, making sure that the ideas are real ones that can actually fly. So if you're an investor and you invest in a student like that, of course you win, because the student is looking at the issues around us within Africa, and who is the best person to actually do that than the people that are there who see these issues all the time. But it didn't just come. We've built it as a university over time. There are classes that support this. We have Foundation of Design and Entrepreneurship, a class that the first day of class, they call it Problem Festival. No solutions, just come with problems. Of course, that's what we know most of. So there is a slew of problems, right? And the next sessions, a group takes one problem, and throughout the class, you work on the problem. And this happens in their first year. So this goes on. By the time they are in fourth year, they really believe that there are real issues, real ones, that they are able to solve. And I'll end with this one here. The best part of this whole thing is these students are able to graduate, get recruited by the Goldman Sachs of the world, Bank of America, name it, Facebook, Google. But we still are able to keep 90% of the students in the continent because they know of the problems within the continent, and those are the problems that they are more interested in solving. Thank you.
Thank you, Abdul. So I hope you're starting to see a little bit of a theme emerging about investing in young entrepreneurs. Well, that theme was already existent here at this conference, but investing in young entrepreneurs, but investing in education and universities and collaboration in a way that we're utilizing our education system to build and to scale. And I was going to go to Michelle next, but I think I'm going to switch the order, only because I have a thought. One of the things that Abdul just brought up was really experiential learning. Dan LeClaire is with us. He's the CEO of the Global Business School Network, tenured professor, associate dean, University of Tampa in his past, and he has authored over 80 research reports and done hundreds of presentations. And one of the things I really like about his background that ties in nicely to what Abdul just said is that he wrote a paper on the future, basically with the punchline being the future of business education is experiential. It's all about, I'm gonna let you talk about it, Dan.
Great, thank you very much. First, I was going to start by saying that I'm new here, but I realize now that doesn't make me much different than many of you. But I can tell you, by show of hands, how many of you new folks have felt warmly welcomed here? I can tell you that that's the way I feel. I feel already that I'm a part of this community. So thank you for that. The thing that impresses me most is this cross-sector collaboration that, to me, I've always felt like innovation occurs at the intersection of different perspectives, especially when you have a common problem, a common mission, a common vision, then that's where the exciting innovation happens. And I feel like there's so many exciting ideas here. So thank you for welcoming me to the community, and congratulations on building this so far on this. So the Global Business School Network believes that business and management skills are critical for generating prosperity. Anybody disagree with that? By the way, I include entrepreneurship skills, right? And I'm proud to say, Asise is a brand new member of the Global Business School Network. We appreciate that. Now, at the Global Business School Network, how do we do this? How do we do this? Well, in essence, we bring together very powerful business schools, some of the best ones in the world, to try to improve access to quality, locally relevant business and management education. So we're about access. We're about SDG number 4 since our inception in 2003. That's what we do. Now, yes, before I started at GBSN, I had gone on record as saying that the future of business and management education is experiential. Now, many of you probably have had a business education. How many of you felt like that characterized the way you learned back in the day, right? Even if it was, not many of you, right? So it is definitely in the future. And I need to say that I was very optimistic. And I believe that much of the work that GBSN has to do is to unlock that full potential, especially in places like Africa. So let me try to tie together some of the things I think I've heard already, and really get at some of the limitations. In order to do that, I'm going to just give you a little bit of a feel for why I predicted this for the future of business education. Number one, technology is making content more and more accessible, right? Right? Nowadays, you ask a question, you want to know how to calculate the internal rate of return, you can go online and figure it out by looking at the content, right? It's becoming more and more available. A second thing is that we realize that much of the important part of management is skills. And how do you develop skills is by applying that content, right? And how do you apply content? How do you learn how to apply content? But through experience, right? All that kind of fits together, right? But the third piece is that more and more we realize education is about connections. I've heard that several times here. And experiential learning is a method through which you not only gain experience and competence, but you also gain connections. Critical. Now, why is this more of an aspiration than it is a reality? Amini and I have had many conversations about this, especially in places like Africa. There's not enough content about the local businesses. That's a challenge, an obstacle, an opportunity. So one of the things we want to do is increase that knowledge. And it's not just for teaching. There's a young fella here from Johnson & Johnson I met yesterday doing clinical research. And the idea that he has is that, how can you really understand science? How can you really understand medicine if you don't do more clinical research on a continent like Africa? So how do we stimulate more research? Because we need the innovation. We need to understand organizations that are evolving on the continent of Africa. So it's not just for teaching, it's for the rest of the world to be able to innovate using the ideas that are generated here. Now, a second thing that I think is a limitation is the connections. This is just the beginning. But we need mentors for experiential learning, right? We need to connect schools and companies in ways they're not already connected by. How many of you think that business schools are well connected with business? Right? I like that. Right? We have a lot of work to do in this space in North America, much less in parts of the world like Africa. So the connecting is something that is absolutely necessary in order to be able to build experiential learning. But there's a third piece, and that's the capability. How many of you feel like business and management professors are experienced at experiential learning? No. In many cases, it's just about the content. It's about the content and transferring the content. So how do we build those skills and capabilities? How many of you think that your K through 12 education prepares you to learn through experience? No. It prepares you to learn by listening, by reading, and repeating oftentimes, right? Right? So how do you learn through experience? How do we, in our education, do we appreciate failure or do we reward success? Right? How do you learn through experience without the opportunity to fail? Right, so we have a lot of work to do in order to achieve what I describe as a vision for the future of business education as being experiential. Did I answer your question?
I think so.
All right, great. Thanks for the opportunity.
Thank you, Dan. Again, very insightful, and I love how you brought up that you have to be willing to fail. That is something that this whole panel has discussed, is you've got to be willing to fail, but you also have to be open and have the knowledge and perhaps some guidance from mentors to know when you're failing so you can quickly change direction. That's a big part of it as well. And then when it comes to teaching students business skills, it's not just teaching students business skills, it's also teaching students how to think like investors, how to be an impact investor. If you don't educate students on becoming the future of investors as well, then they can't speak the language when they have that opportunity. And last but not least, I'm going to go to Michelle Montague-Mafuni, who I love her. I love everybody's background on this panel. It's pretty incredibly complimentary and impressive. Michelle she's a PhD candidate at the University of Memphis, but she, in her previous life, was the CIO for a Black economic empowerment private equity house in South Africa with 25 years of finance experience. She has decided to get her PhD, bless you, focusing on international joint ventures and collaboration. And one of the things that I think is very interesting about Michelle's background is that she, 10 years ago, with a very qualified group of people, tried to put together a fund called the Women's Enterprise Development Fund that focused both on funding, but also on training. 10 years ago, that wasn't necessarily a reality, but we're sitting in a room full of investors now, and we're talking about how it can be a reality. So with that, I'm gonna jump to Michelle and let her talk about her views on education and training and empowerment.
Yeah, now I understand why you put me last, because I'm to talk about my failure. So we'll
Oh,
get
no.
We'll get to the 10 years ago when I tried Wedi, and I'll tell you some of
You
my
were ahead of your time.
I was ahead of my time.
We're very ahead of your time.
I will also, seeming you mentioned that I'm a PhD candidate, and our nice Irishman said, if you don't ask, you don't get. Put in a shameless plug. I'm working on my dissertation proposal, and I'm looking to speak to executives and people that do business with Africa. At least one of the partners has to be an African entity, and I'm doing my dissertation on international joint ventures and how you select your partners, how do you build trust, and if trust dissipates, what happens? So if any of you can help me with that, there's my shameless plug and ask. But to talk about Wedi, so I was really enthusiastically excited to hear the keynote speaker yesterday from Nigeria speak about her venture with women, because that's exactly what we tried to do in 2010. And that was perhaps part of the problem, that we tried it in 2009 and 2010. I am a former Wall Street person before I moved to Africa. In fact, I usually introduce myself like that and explain I'm an African-American African, because people wonder about my voice and my name being Michelle Mfuni. So there is
And a reformed banker.
Huh?
And you're a reformed banker, focusing on
and I am a
wonderful things
reformed
now.
banker, yes. There is a man in Johannesburg who calls himself my husband. And I have lived in South Africa for 25 years. I fell in love with South Africa first, and then him. So just to clarify any confusion there on why I'm Michelle Mfuni and sound like that. So most of my working life has been in South Africa. I originally came out with Citibank and had many jobs, and I worked, as you said, for a Black empowerment company as their chief investment officer. And we had 500 million rand to spend, so money wasn't the problem, and my job was to analyze the investments and decide whether we were going to invest. Around the same time, I met two very powerful lawyers who both worked in the investment industry who tried to recruit me. And at first, I have to say, I said, well, how much money do you have in your fund? And they said, well, we don't have any yet. So here I am, a CIO at a 500 million rand firm, and I'm thinking, well, why would I want to join you? And they introduced me to a couple of their pilot entrepreneurs. One was a woman that owned about, 5 or 8 trucks that transported coal from the various, stations, mines, to Eskom, which is the electricity company, state-owned electricity company in South Africa, and she was looking to grow. And they talked about some of her challenges that she had. And then a second person that they introduced me to was a diamond cutter. And again, she was talking about her need to grow and some of the challenges. And just like the speaker that said yesterday that excited me, we had the very same policy. So my job would be to run the fund. They were recruiting me. But we had something we called TAP, Technical Assistance Program. And it was exactly, I felt like, what's her name? Miss Ekiyor was in our minds in the sense that, we were looking to develop the women, not only economically, but, all of their personal issues that they had, all of their, so we had an industrial psychologist, an enterprise development person. And so we found an investor who was prepared to give us 10 million, but it was contingent on us raising an extra 10 million US. So I went back to all my mentors and all my previous Wall Street, connections, hoping to use my personal network. I'd never raised money before, but I had run a fund. to raise money. And one of my friends told me, well, Michelle, you're going to get in the door because you have an interesting story. And I know I smile nicely when I want to. But nobody gave us money. And so we ended up not getting the money. I hit the road for about a year until my husband told me I had to get a real job, and I went back into corporate world. So I went to Deloitte, and that's okay. I believe if you're not successful, do something you're passionate in. I love helping companies, and so don't feel sorry for me. But some of the things in terms of challenges that I think was the investor comprehension of Africa. And so conferences like this are very exciting. My first time too, so 3 newbies. So I'm very excited about that. But this whole understand, even now, because I'm teaching students, and I talk about my business experience, I don't tell them about all the negative stuff. They see enough of that on the news. But to hear, they get so excited when I tell them about the types of deals that I've worked on, and all in Africa, on the continent. So that's one thing. Market timing, going to the market trying to raise funds in 2008 to 2010, it was terrible timing. But another thing that I think people said, and I heard in other conversations yesterday, was the lack of a local strategic partner. Now, maybe that partner should be a university. I wish someone had told me to think about that 10 years ago, because that might have helped for credibility. But we did not have a strong local strategic partner. When we approached people that we thought would be strong, they were looking for money before we were earning money. And funds don't give money until you start getting a return. And so that was a big problem for us, and I think that was probably our biggest problem. But then in addition, and I heard this yesterday also in the keynote speech, was about the startup capital required. Put money where your mouth was. Not all of the partners, these highly, that were capable, skilled, and had lots of corporate experience, but they didn't necessarily have the capital to put in, or the commitment to put the capital against WEDI, their personal capital. And when I was out there talking to people and my mentors, that was something that they were looking for. And perhaps we didn't feel like we had enough to put there. And then personal commitment. I was at it for about a year and a half, and then my husband said, he wanted to live the life to which he was accustomed, and so I went back to work, So those were kind of my lessons learned. Should I stop there, or do you want me to?
I think everyone has more to say, but I think that just to highlight that I don't want to say that what you did was a failure. I think what you did was incredibly brave and amazing. 2008 was one of the toughest times in the market. I was working in Latin America at the time and watching the restructuring of a hedge fund portfolio, which was, by the way, my aha moment when I decided I don't want to work for hedge funds. I actually want to take my 14 years of capital markets experience and focus on social and environmental good. So thankful for that big market disruption. But not just that, working with impact investors in general, there's a big movement in terms of appetite for new regions in the world. And Africa is something that all the impact investors, which, by the way, go to the Global Impact Investment Network and look at the size of the market. It's gone from about 25 billion in 2015 to over 526 billion, and that's just what's been measured globally. So you've got a lot of investors that are looking for good pipeline, quality pipeline. And how do we do that? We have people like all of the people on this panel that are here to collaborate. And what should you invest in? You should invest in things that are not just great, innovative ideas, entrepreneurs, small growing businesses, but you should look at investing in education as a part of that. There has to be technical assistance. There has to be something that is the catalyst to make these small businesses and entrepreneurs go from here to here, to get out of what I call the missing middle, that $50,000 or less investment all the way up to like $5 million where development banks start paying attention to you. And that's the only way that you do that and you have a financial return that makes sense is you pay attention to every cent, every cost, and how do we help these small businesses and afford to do so when they don't have consultants that they can pay? How do you do that? Well, we have a whole lot of university students that are essentially what I like to call free labor, in a sense, because I hate to say it like that, but it's growth, it's experience for them, it's case studies, of the past. They're all looking at me funny because I said, why are we all focused on case studies? We have live projects that we can be working on. And so that's a big part of it too, is it's looking at case studies, learning from them from the past, but also getting students to focus on real live projects. And that takes an education collaboration. Do y'all have any further thoughts that you'd like to, how are we for time? I don't see the timekeeper. I just want to be conscious of it. 20 minutes? Okay. I'll pass it back to Mimi because I see you making some notes that you probably want to jump in.
Yeah, I think, having been in this sector for a while now, and now working for a university in Côte d'Ivoire that was started about 12 years ago, and it was a public-private partnership. The government and the private sector in Côte d'Ivoire decided that they wanted to build a different model. And so, as you all know, Côte d'Ivoire is a Francophone country, and they decided that they wanted to try the American model, meaning they wanted to create a private university in which English was the instruction English was the language used for instruction, and that they would take a liberal arts orientation in their education, and that it would be an entrepreneurial based, exchange-based, not just sitting there being lectured to, but where you're really engaging with the professors, engaging with the people who come into the classroom, engaging with each other. That was not the traditional model. And so this is sort of a 12-year experiment, and I think it's gone very well. And we seek to be the Francophone HESI. And because obviously HESI being such an incredible example of what a group of people and what one person, Patrick Awa, who I completely adore, and his team have pulled together, IUGB wants to be the same, but imagine 5,000 such institutions across the continent. We need that. And we need it because we have 260 million people that have to be educated. And all of us can't come to the United States or go to London or go wherever, leave the continent for this education. We have to develop our educational system on the continent and make sure that our kids have somewhere solid to go to prepare for a 21st century world. And that includes making sure that we are developing those entrepreneurs and providing them with the money and the mentors and the technical assistance that they need to build fabulous businesses that make money right there on the continent. And we're in Silicon Valley, where this environment has grown as a result of the educational institutions that are right here, and all of the money and ideas and entrepreneurs that it produces. Yesterday somebody talked about we shouldn't be copying and pasting, which we do quite often in Africa. That is correct. We should not be copying and pasting, but we should look at models and take those models and adapt them to our realities. And I'm going to sound crazy because education cannot be the stepchild of economic development. It has to come together, because we really can't go very far until we take care of a lot of things, but one of them has to be education. When we talk about Africa, we talk about other things. We rarely ever talk about education. And to me, I believe that's a blind spot.
Thank you, Mimi.
Get off my soapbox, sorry.
Thank you, Mimi. Yeah, I can't say it any better. I mean, you can't have investment in businesses without education. Otherwise, I mean, there's a unique opportunity today for investors to get more involved in Africa. And how is it going to go? it's all dependent on the success of the investees. So education is pretty critical. And then, when it comes to scaling, a $15,000 investment requires the same amount of work for an investor as a $1 million investment or a $5 million investment. So I'm going to throw it back to you really quickly, Michelle, in terms of scalability and the importance of funds for these small projects.
Really quickly, I'll work on that part. But I'm going to share a success story again from South Africa because I think we're talking about education, and we have a lot of us representing our universities. And this success story I fell into, it's called the Awetu Project, if you haven't heard of it. Awetu, A-W-E-T-H-U. There's lots online about it. And this gentleman, he started out with $5,000, a Harvard and an Oxford degree. He's from South Africa, and he invested in 4 entrepreneurs. And how he found his entrepreneurs, so he was not with a university, just to be a little different for a minute. He put an ad on the radio and said, if you're interested in partnering with me and being an entrepreneur, come to this place and take a test. And so lots of people, in fact, more people came, he said, the first time than he expected at some local high school. And they took this cognitive test. It was not written. It was like putting blocks together, et cetera. But what it did was it talked about their ability to solve problems, which I think we talked about earlier. And from that, he had a short list. And then he met with them, and they decided together what businesses they wanted to go into. And he said, I will be your 50-50 partner. And he found executives to train them. So it was all training, again, but not in a university, so it was experiential, actually. Yeah. And so, great, sounds like a great story, right? So this guy's a Harvard alum, I'm a Harvard alum. You won't meet a Harvard alum that won't tell you within 5 minutes that they're a Harvard alum. So we, the Harvard alum, we wanted to meet some of these potential, his partners. And so to be honest with you, I had an expectation on what these partners were going to be. So they had no formal training, they were his partners. These guys sounded more intellectual than any Harvard Business School grad I've ever met. They were so sharp and so together. And he now has, so that was a while ago, he now has over 100 of these partners. He's got corporate sponsorship, and that's just another way of education playing a role in entrepreneurship and how with a little bit of money that you can get involved.
That's great. Well, we have 10 minutes left. I think that was a really great way to end it, because when it comes to education and investing, going hand in hand, it's not always it's not always that university. There's also mentorship. There's job skills training. There's innovation centers. There are a number of ways, but the bottom line is that technical assistance, however you define it, is critical to investment. So we have about 10 minutes for questions. If you have questions, if you could please go over here. There's a microphone, and we'll take them and do our best to answer.
Thank you. My name is Terry Kunsari. I'm with Families Without Borders with operations in Sierra Leone and Liberia. And among a lot of things that we do, the core of the program is college scholarship and leadership development with the focus on service. And we are facing more and more graduates and soon-to-be graduates who are very interested in entrepreneurship. They have ideas, they do things. And the question is pretty much for all of you. I am in search in finding possibilities in Africa for that experimental learning, for a shorter education after their graduation. They study agriculture, they study business, they study finance, and they have ideas, they have directions, they start little things, but the guidance is missing. The shorter term trainings and possible experimental trainings and resources are missing. I wonder if you guys have any ideas, suggestions that we can use for Families Without Borders. Thank you.
Ashley, could we maybe hear 3 questions?
Yes, please.
Before any responses? Great.
Hello, everyone. Morning. My name is Gladys Foyo My question really is around policies within like the educational institutions in Africa. So recently, a lady from Nigeria, her name is Kiki Mordi, came out with a documentary that was named Sex for Grades. And it went into just what's going on within these universities, how students have been exploited for sex, sometimes for money, so corruption involved as well. Are you guys familiar with like any policies? Because the sad thing about that documentary is at the end of it, it didn't really talk about like the policies that are being enacted to protect these students who are working really hard and the families are working hard to ensure that they're getting the right grades, but they're being cheated out by their professors. Are you guys aware of any like initiatives like going on around that?
Hello, my name is Evelyn Kilmian, and I am a founder of a nonprofit organization who focuses on education for children who live in extreme poverty. And I currently have a school in the Ivory Coast. And one of the challenges I face, both here and on an international level, is that when you're going out to seek for fundings and for grants, people want to see innovative ideas about Africa. And we've all since yesterday agreed that everything that we're going to bring, if people aren't educated, that's not going to last long, right? I am bringing in innovation in a sense that the kids that we have, they are learning how to bake, even though they're going to school and doing the program. We have English so that they can be citizens of the world rather than citizens of the Ivory Coast. They learn how to bake, they have a garden, they're learning how to grow their own food. We're taking children off the street, so I want to give them skills that even if they don't go off to middle school, they can still have skills that can help them tomorrow generate money, income for themselves. But at the same time, again, I'm facing this, we have a grant for this, but it has to be bright, and are you gonna bring out the cell phone that's gonna change Africa? So I'm just curious, what can you do to sell to everybody in this room or to donors and founders that education is innovative?
Yeah. Thank you. I think that's all the questions we have time for at this point. A wide range of questions. So the first woman asking about ways to get access to education, mentorship, et cetera. There are a number of organizations that are focused just on that. I would be happy to help you look at a list of organizations afterwards, but any of you want to?
I'll take on your question about innovation. I feel your pain because you know when it comes to Africa, we throw that word innovation around quite a bit, and I'm not quite sure if we know what it means. And we use it almost as a way to exclude really good ideas that may not be new, but very necessary. So I know exactly what you mean. I mean, I fundraise. I've been fundraising for African-focused institutions and educational institutions for a long time, and being able to say, we're educating X amount of people and we're doing this and that, apparently that's not enough. I mean, to your point, yeah, you have to come up with, yes, an app that will solve all the problems of the world, and then that becomes innovative. No, why don't we use the word innovation for accessibility? Let's make sure that whatever good that people are trying to do and bringing people along that full value chain of education, that in and of itself, because of the sheer numbers that we have to deal with, is innovative. Yeah. So if I had money, I'd give it to you. I don't. But I just want to tell you, it is a problem, I think, across the board. And we're twisting ourselves in all kinds of somersaults in order to respond to that innovation word when what we're already doing is good, necessary, and deserves to be financially supported.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And And I think that I'm going to pass it over to Dan as well. But I think that what the topics of the questions just highlighted for all of the room and for us was how difficult it was for us as a panel on education to really focus on one piece of it, because there is so much to talk about when it comes to education, whether it be the language of education, K through 12, access to mentor. There's so much, but what we tried to do is to really focus on having investees in Africa succeed and how education can be a part of it. But yes, public policy issues with women and education and abuses, these are all topics that are extremely important to all of us. Dan, did you have something to add?
Sure. Excuse me, really just reinforcing that point. Earlier today, Mimi, was it Mimi? Mimi said something, maybe just off the cuff, but it's really important that, when we think about our learning, if somebody asks you about your education, what do you normally respond with? I got a degree at such and such university, right? But so much of what we learn is beyond that, right? I mean, 90% plus of what we learn and develop is beyond that. I think you said that, Mimi. And, recognizing the breadth of education, I think, is important, but also recognizing that education is an ecosystem. It's not just a university or a school. And, one of my favorite companies is a company called NAC. How many of you have heard of NAC? NAC is revolutionizing the way we assess talent for things like admission into universities or companies or anything like that, more skill-based, through a game. And it reduces the price, makes it possible for somebody to document and articulate their talents in a way that helps them gain access and understand the pathways. To me, the first question was about pathways. How do individuals find their way in a complex system? They have to understand themselves, right? But then how do we document what we learn beyond degrees? There's a whole ecosystem out there. The second question, to me, is indeed a potential invention that helps people adapt more realistically to the university environment? Or even how do we create an environment that's more compliant with the rules and regulations? So there's huge opportunity, but it's not just about what we teach and how we teach it. And that's where I encourage a lot of this discussion to go, to that whole ecosystem, not just to the schools.
Okay. So I'll start with the innovation question, and then try and then move through Sex for Grades, and then move on up. So context matter, right? I shall say we are in a little village called Brekuso. And most of the people there don't have education, and I'm thinking could be similar to the group of people you are talking about. But what, as a university, we get an opportunity to do is we learn a ton from them by exposing the students to them. And then they, in turn, learn from the students. I actually think we learn more from them than they learn from us, but who is counted? But what I'm saying is, through Ashesa, we're able to get, Ford Foundation has this, program where students are able to use it to the benefit of the community. And it's part of their service learning program, right? Through MasterCard Foundation, we're able to also get some money through the students for the community. So from that standpoint, my recommendation to you is if you can partner with a university around, then through the university, you would get access to some of these funding that you might need. Because if a person is in the US and is trying to fund innovation, and you are telling him or her that you can cook, to him it doesn't really mean much. But if you are there, a local person really understands how important what you are doing is to the community. So the context, and try to localize your fundraising so that you'll be able to have the necessary impact. Sex for Grades. it involved, some faculty in the University of Ghana, and then I think some universities in Nigeria. And after that, there have been many things put in place in the University of Ghana to make sure that those things, they've been doing investigations upon investigations. I think the faculty involved has been moved, suspended until after the investigation. At Ashesi, we already have things in place to make sure that, after all, we are about ethics, right? And I can't talk enough about how important ethics is in the continent. If you look at, for example, our presidents in Africa as a whole, over 60% of them or more went to school abroad, which means that, and then the ministers too, it means that they can compete with any of the leaders outside Africa. So can somebody tell me why we have so much corruption? So it's not about education and the knowledge. It's about the ethics and the courage they need to actually transform and then say no when they need to, right? And, it's so, anyway. So then the first question.
We could have a whole nother panel on that.
Oh, okay, yes.
More than one. No, thank you. I think we're at the end of our time. So I want to thank everyone in the panel for their contribution and thank all of you for attentively listening. And please invest in education and investments that have education as a part of them. Thank you.
Our lunch break. So I'd like to invite Dr. Jacqueline Copeland and Kofi Appenteng to join us here on the panel for a fireside chat about the power of storytelling.
Good morning. Yay. Are you having a great time? This is like African Innovation University here at ADIS. I'm Jackie Copeland, Jackie Bouvier Copeland, and I'm really delighted to be here. I wear several hats. I'm Chief Operating Officer of a women's technology organization called Anita Borg Institute. I am also a lifelong advocate of the African diaspora, wherever it is, a scholar of it, a promoter of it, a funder whenever I can of the individuals trying to do good work in it, and kind of started this journey myself when I was 19 years old, living in inner city Philadelphia, and simply asked myself the question, why do so many people look down on anything that seems African, including myself? And I kind of fast forwarded, studied African studies at Georgetown University, ended up at University of Ife, now Obafemi Awolowo University at age 19. Got to study with Wole Soyinka, and let's just say Nigeria fundamentally changed my personal narrative. I understood that I was not a minority, that actually I was in the majority, if I looked at it from a world perspective, and the glass was definitely half full on Africa and its descendants, and the notions of inferiority were other people's problems and not mine. And so I have dedicated my life to building that glass is half full approach to Africa. But as I talked to Kofi this morning and thought about how my personal narrative has connected to this moment that we find ourselves at, that I was able to change my personal story because of Africa. And we wanted to talk a bit this morning about the power of stories and our collective narrative as really part of the social and cultural foundation of African investment and development. And I can't think of a better person to have that conversation with than the brilliant Kofi Appenteng. Kofi has, I consider him one of the brightest leaders in the African diaspora. I learned a few things about him that I didn't know in doing research for this panel. He is right. He is and I'll tell you just one of those things. He's CEO of the Africa America Institute, one of the most enduring diaspora institutions promoting education and leadership development for Africans and Africans in the diaspora, headquartered in New York City. He was recently the chair of the Ford Foundation. He's been a board member in many places and always brings his full self and his community and heritage to his work. He's a board member of the Conrad Hilton Foundation. And I discovered that he was the first Black African to be a partner of a major New York law firm. And I think that's an amazing door-opening opportunity for many. Somebody should do a historical study of that at some point. And so I say that emphasizes, his own story emphasizes the importance of opening doors of opportunity for people of African and diverse descent. And so I wanted to start today by, Kofi, asking you why you think storytelling is so important to African investment and development, and how you are defining storytelling in your work.
Well, thank you, Jackie, and thank you, Almaz, for inviting me to have this conversation with Jackie. Thank you for making me blush, I guess. Right. So I think when I'm now 62 years old, and when I look back at how I've kind of come to understand the world, I realized that for most of my educational life, the really dominant narratives that shaped my understanding of the world and where I fit in did not include Afro-descendants. We just weren't there. So I'm from Ghana, and from about the age of 5 started English boarding schools. And all I got, I knew every battle in Europe. I knew, all the kings and queens, and I knew about all the scientific breakthroughs that Europeans had made, and in the history that I was taught, Africa was discovered, it really wasn't until I was in my kind of mid-teens and I started reading what some African Americans were writing about, that I got to see that there's actually, we've actually been involved in the world for a while. And I think that if you grow up in a world where you're not part of anything really important to where the world is today, you don't think about yourself in a way that kind of as an equal participant in the world. And you really can't blame others for not seeing you that way, because that's, that's the dominant narratives they've learned too. So I realized as I got to learn more about history and about accomplishment that Africa has been, involved in the great ideas, the great innovations. Afro-descendants have been not just living on the African continent, but have been integrated into many of the great civilizations around the world, have started many themselves, and the whole human story started in Africa. So I think that storytelling is what made me think of myself as kind of an exceptional, Afro-descendant, when in reality there were just lots of other people like me out there.
Thank you for that. And I want to stay on this line a little bit of the intersection between our personal and our collective historical narrative. And this is a little off script. We didn't talk about this question, but it's always struck me as a person from the old diaspora living and working in Africa, how wonderful to have the griot right there who can tell you your history every single day. How wonderful, and I've lived with Yoruba people a lot, to have an oriki that your grandma knows that can sort of summarize your entire lineage in a song and put you in it. So tell me about that moment growing up. You know, you have an upwardly mobile family, you're in the boarding schools, but at the same time you have the stories from your home and from your family. How did you reconcile them, or what was your thinking? Because they were definitely counter-narratives to the versions of history you were learning at school.
Yeah, it was kind of interesting because my family was in Ghana and I was in the UK, and for a bunch of reasons, for about the first 9 years of boarding school, I didn't go home. Oh. And a couple of times my parents were able to come, but I was basically, living with English families. And so when I first went home, my mother had all these wonderful stories. My mother was an Ashanti and claimed, lineage from some of the people that we read about in the history books, like Ya Santua, who is a beloved figure in kind of in Ghanaian history. But these were always stories that ended up with tragedy, right? Oh. Yeah, and they made me feel good in some ways, but they didn't really answer the question of kind of where I belonged in the world. So I would say when I started reading what was happening in the U.S. In the late 60s and early 70s is really when I started really reading about these things. That's kind of what woke me up, because a lot of the really the values that I thought were kind of the highest values were really being articulated by Afro-descendants in the U.S. They were reading, the Constitution of the United States in a way that it hadn't been read before, and that was really powerful and moving. And they were coming up with strategies to be heard and to influence and make change. And that's what made me want to come to the U.S. was I didn't know of another place where this was happening.
Yes, we are one diaspora in my mind, for sure. Yeah. So definitely the stories are ways to articulate our diverse identities. And I read a really moving op-ed that you have written recently that Ahmad shared with me, in which you identified this current period we're living in as sort of an age of inclusion. That's my gloss on how you were presenting it, where there's more recognition that diversity is important, and certainly that we should honor it, but there's also a counter narrative that sees any recognition or expression of ethnic identity as sometimes even racist or balkanizing. So how do you think Afro-descendants can celebrate their unique stories and cultural identities, but at the same time build bridges and unity with others in a broader effort to invest and develop Africa.
So I think what I'm talking about is not being exclusive, right?
Mhm.
It's being inclusive. So what I'm saying is that these stories need to be integrated into our education. So if you want to be educating somebody to be a global citizen, which countless institutions claim, right? If you go and look at their curriculum, if you have a passion and decide to kind of focus on this, you can learn more about the role of Africa in the world and about the achievements of Afro-descendants. But it's not really in the core. You can be considered well-educated knowing nothing about the role of Africa in the world. And we've all heard over the last couple of days about a lot of the demographic trends and where the world is going. So if you are really trying to educate young people now to be global citizens, then you're failing if you don't have them understand the role of Africa in the world and the real achievements of Afro-descendants, along with these other powerful stories that we have learned, those of us who've been in fact, it's not just educated abroad. I mean, I was in Mozambique, and in Mozambique, they knew a lot about Portugal. They knew a lot about Portuguese accomplishment. They knew something about some of the early history of the people in the region. They had compelling liberation struggle stories that they told. But they also knew that they were 120-something on the Human Misery Index, right? They did not see themselves as contributing to where the world is today. So even on the African continent, this is not happening, right? So we're all growing up thinking that we really have, we aren't part of the human story in a way that we really have been, right? So to me, one of the things you have to overcome is that you want to be included in these narratives, and you have to be open to the idea that there are others who have also been excluded, right? So it's as if women didn't exist, right, in the history of the world. When you read about how change happened, we all know in real life that there's no way that was happening, right? There are, I was brought up, there were two genders, right? I have a 34-year-old daughter. She was coming home from university and explaining to me that gender is a spectrum, and she would accuse me of gender normative comments and all these kinds of things. And I realized that there are people who are sitting there, and we're talking about, just two genders, and they want to have a discussion about that, right? And it's actually freeing for everybody to kind of open up and realize that as much as you've been challenged by some of these things, other people have been too. So I think if you being inclusive is a challenge that we all have. We all have our blind spots, right? Nobody is free from all these things. Some of them have kind of bigger impact on more people than other things, but I don't think we can deny the validity.
One of the things that strikes me about your personal story and really the story of African immigrants in the U.S. is this unique relationship with the old diaspora. So we certainly have diversity within diversity in the African diaspora. So what are your thoughts on some of the most effective ways for the old and New African Diaspora to collaborate on investment and development in Africa, and in fact, the diaspora overall.
Okay, I see we only have 10 minutes. So let me think. So I've been to, one of the refreshing things about this conference is it hasn't gotten bogged down in like who is the diaspora and who's included and who's not. I mean, I've literally been to conferences about diaspora, and there's an argument going on among, Afro-descendants who have been in the U.S. for generations versus Afro-descendants in the Caribbean versus them in Latin America versus Afro-descendants who were born on the continent of Africa and have now moved, and they spent the whole time arguing about who's the diaspora, right, and who gets included, right? And it was really refreshing to see that that's not happening here. So, I mean, I do use this term Afro-descendant as a way of kind of just avoiding a lot of that discussion, because sometimes you see people, in fact, there was one young man who told me, I'm an African, from the West Indies. Am I part of this diaspora or not, right? Good question, right? But we didn't understand that in our language we were like creating that issue in his mind. So I think it's going to be a very good thing if we can create more capital inflows into the African continent. And it will have an impact the way our charity or philanthropy has an impact, right? Which is, it's important because every human being is important, but it's not going to be transformative in my view, right? I think we have to completely rethink this idea that like the African continent is poor, right? I mean, so there is the wealth in the world that's been created today, a lot of the ideas, a lot of the labor, right? A lot of the tangible resources came from the African continent. But the rewards didn't stay there, right? And we're still having this conversation around how we can somehow, through investment from all this wealth, help to transform this kind of poor continent. And I'm not so sure that that's, I think we have to look at what are the systems that have created this kind of inequity and look to change them. And Afro-descendants who are involved in organizations all around the world often have voice in how all of these systems work. It's not true that the African continent does not have huge wealth. People are talking about 60% of the arable land is in Africa. If you have a cell phone, then the chances are that a lot of the components come from minerals from places like DRC, right? But the way the system works, there's really very little benefit to people that under whose land this comes from. So, okay. And I usually get better reception when I'm not heard. But anyway. So I just think we've got to really fundamentally rethink how we go about it. That I think it's important for all of us to give back. But it's also, I think, even more important for all of us to really kind of almost break the shackles of this idea that we come from people who don't have wealth We can't, we don't have our own ideas and systems. That's how I'm kind of thinking about it.
Yeah, changing that narrative is important. And so this is a conference of investors. Tell us what AAI is doing to use storytelling to propel development, and leave us with 3 tips, concrete tips, maybe 2 because we're running out of time, that the people in the audience can use, where they can use storytelling to bolster African development.
This year we're starting some pilots at AI with some institutions that we think are influential in their markets to integrate knowledge about Africa and achievements of Afro-descendants into the core of their curriculum. So in Mozambique is the first African country we're starting. We've been working with them now for about six months on a pilot. From kind of grade school all the way through, they're going to look to integrate this. What we learn from the pilot will helpfully inform how we can do this in other places. And we hope that others will think it's a good idea and start doing it. You know, the idea is just to be a catalyst and get this going in many, many places. And we're starting a pilot in Europe, and we're starting a pilot in the US. I think that the reason I think that this storytelling is relevant to investment is that we've all been in these rooms where when you bring up Africa, everybody sees it as kind of new, novel, on the fringes. Is there really any, real opportunity? Is it investable? Is it bankable? We have all these discussions, but I don't think there's a fundamental understanding that if you don't actually find a way to more equitably unlock value in the continent of Africa, we're really facing a huge, disaster. I mean, how are you going to attack climate change if you don't really make real efforts to open up investment in Africa to really kind of to develop innovative ways to do sustainability, for example. So there are people now starting to understand that if we develop African resources in the same way as it's been done in other parts of the world, by the time we get to where things are today, people aren't going to buy our products because they'll tell us that the carbon footprint is wrong, right? So I think it's just a question really of making people understand that it's not whether you should be investing in Africa, it's how can we do this, right, in order that the human capital and the ideas that are going to come out of this continent can really help solve a lot of today's problems.
Thank you, Kofi. It really is about, I think, empowering African people. That is the reason we want investment for our initiatives. There is so much novel thinking that I think you represent and innovative approaches to solving the world's challenges that come directly from Africa. With the few seconds I think we have left in this conversation, I want to thank ADN and Almaz and the team and the volunteers and the board for convening this conversation essentially about how we imagine and can reimagine ourselves and to help all of the innovators in Africa really propel the human energy and ingenuity that is changing the continent. I want to thank you, Kofi, again for the work that you do and encourage everyone to learn about AAI and support its work as well as it attempts to link Africa and the U.S. and the world as the continent becomes a source of innovation for the planet. Enjoy the rest of the conference.
Thank you.
So at this time, we'd like to invite our panelists for our Providing Access to Affordable and Quality Healthcare in Africa panel. The moderator will be Binya Kaseli, who's the Senior Director and Strategic Project Lead at Johnson & Johnson. So I invite you forward to the stage at this time. Thank you.
Access to affordable and quality healthcare in Africa. I have a very astute panel here today. I'll let them tell you about what they do for a living. We have Dr. Elikim Tamaklo, who is with the Nyaho Clinic, which we like to refer to as the Mayo Clinic of Ghana. We have Joy Ruwodo, I hope I pronounced that properly, from the N Fund, which is a privately held, well, I like to call them an NGO, but they're really a fund that deals with neglected tropical diseases, so schistosomiasis, et cetera. You know, things that people don't really think about that aren't as sexy as some of the other names that people think about when thinking about diseases. And then we have Emily Bancroft, who is the president and chief executive of Village Reach, which is an NGO that deals specifically with last mile delivery challenges for the hard to reach remote areas on the continent. So when you think about Africa, and you think about the razzle-dazzle that has occurred over the last 2 to 3 years. You think about the recency of the success story of the journey of the return to Africa, the journey home for diasporans going into Ghana, people finding and really moving into their roots. You think about the statistics, you think about the fact that you have 7 of the 10 largest growing economies on the African, across the globe on the African continent. You have the highest youthful population. You have 1 in 5 people that's under the age of 30 on the African continent. And by 2050, that number will increase to 1 in 3. If you think about the fact that since 2015, 500,000 15-year-olds hit the African population roster every single year. I want you to stop and think about that for a second. Since 2015, 500,000 people at the age of 15 are being added to the roster. In 15 years, those people will be 30. In 30 years, they'll be 45. In 45 years, they'll be 60. Think about the level of contribution that they can have. Africa has 1.2 billion people today. By 2030, that number will be roughly 2.5. I'm saying all this to get you excited about what we're doing. Now let's face reality for why we're here today. The ratio of doctors to patients on the African continent is about 1 to 5,000. Weak to poor, yeah, I heard somebody say, wow, exactly. Weak to poor to non-existent infrastructure, low capacity yields, lack of power, lack of funding, lack of several different things that would push infant mortality high, with some rare exceptions. Even the baby understands that. That should tell you the dire straits. I'm painting this picture so you understand what's going on the continent, that while we have all of this progress, and you know, someone spoke earlier about the need to leapfrog, think about where we stand for healthcare. So on the panel today, there are a lot of questions that one could ask. But let's start with the rate of urbanization. So when you look at about 60% movement of people from the rural settings to the urban area, one would say, you know what? In urban Africa or in suburban Africa, it's very easy to get medical facilities established. You know, people like yourselves, Elikem, you come home, you've been trained in the Western world in the nouveau, dynamics of providing healthcare. You step into a clinic. In fact, it's not even a clinic. It's a whole campus that your late father built. But there are challenges that are even there within Accra itself and the greater areas at giving quality and affordable health care to the citizens, or to the, in fact, not even citizens, because my wife, our second child, actually a product of, wasn't born there, but the first 6 months of her pregnancy, she traveled to Nyaho Clinic in Ghana from Liberia, because we were still residing in Liberia. And I was telling him the other day that that's where she did a lot of her prenatal work, because we had our challenges in my country, in Liberia. But that should tell you something. So, Elikim, why we all think that in the urban settings, healthcare is relatively a decent thing. I mean, we can get into, Accra, we can get into, Durban, we can get into any of these places, and it's easy. But that's not exactly the case, is it?
So it's a privilege to be here, because as you were talking about the statistics, you actually realize that all these people are human beings susceptible to disease. And I actually used to marvel at, when I was coming back, there was a big challenge with obstetrics and gynecology in the fact that if you think about it, human beings have been giving, women have been giving birth ever since the human race evolved. And you have the reality of this is a natural process. Yet when you come to Africa or you come to other developing economies, actually the mortality associated to this natural process is high. And just because of where you are born or where you are at any given point in time, you are statistically more likely to have a negative impact of healthcare as compared to someone else. So for me coming back, what struck me was not just the lack of infrastructure, but the lack of skill in the culture that's required for safety. And I say that because sometimes you think the issue is just to bring a doctor to one place. But when you bring a doctor, the doctor comes and works in an ecosystem. And it's a complex environment where every single thing has an impact. So if a patient is not recognized as being recognized as an emergency, the recognition of that emergency means the patient will start to deteriorate. And the longer time goes on, the chances of survival is less. So the ecosystem starts from when the recognition starts, then it goes to diagnosis. If you don't have the right equipment, which is calibrated, so it's not just about having a machine, but is a machine calibrated? Is it giving accurate results? Because you can get something that says the patient is fine, like a thermometer says the patient's temperature is okay. Meanwhile, that patient is actually at death's door. So that is really important. Then you go to the treatment. And in the treatment, if you don't have the right medication for the right condition, then you are also compromised because you have to start thinking of how else am I going to resolve this problem? So I find that the doctors who are in Ghana or who are working in developing economies are very creative thinkers. They have to find solutions where there are not many options. Yet, they don't have the ecosystem. So even if someone else comes, a doctor from Diaspora like myself is coming in, well, I'm not the solution because I can bring in my intellect, but that's not enough. So coming to the question and coming back to Accra, I was working in emergency medicine in the UK, and emergency medicine is, fast-paced, lots of decisions. And I come and I look at the circumstance that someone can be diagnosed as having a heart attack in Tema. Tema is a city that is actually not very far, but because of traffic, will take you about 2 hours to get from Tema to Accra. So if you think of a heart attack, someone who's having that needs an immediate intervention. So even if you have a hospital that can have the right resources, the traffic is going to be a difficult, just getting access is difficult. So I think that I was struck by the complexity, and I realized I could not do it alone. I realized that there were people already on the ground who had very creative minds, and how could I work with them? And so the very first 3 months was to just understand from the doctors, and then I had to then reach out to colleagues from other institutions and start to have that collaborative work. So right now, I would say that the challenges that we face in Africa are multiple, and everyone here should be concerned about healthcare because you can start a business, and if the CEO or if a critical member or even if someone who's a workforce keeps on getting sick with malaria, well, that's your productivity going down. And so this is an issue that I think is very pertinent to this conversation.
Thank you. It was interesting you spoke of the need for creativity and sort of looking at it through a different reflective lens. And when I think about healthcare in Africa, I mean, a bunch of different things we can think about, a bunch of different topics. But when you think about healthcare, one of the things that runs to mind is a proliferation of NGOs that are always doing something. It's child and maternal health, it's malaria, it's bed nets, it's medication, it's last mile delivery, it's diagnostics, it's sanitation. Go across the board, especially given some of the dynamics of the African continent. I mean, this started to come on the rise in the early to mid 90s. When you think about all the conflicts that were going on around the globe, about 90% of the conflicts globally were actually in sub-Saharan Africa. And so you think about post-conflict Africa, and you think about the lack of capacity and the lack of yield and the lack of several things, and it gives rise to opportunity, and opportunity gives rise to some of these things. Now, I say a proliferation of NGOs, and I don't say that to mar the character, but sometimes there's a lot of skepticism in how they operate. One wonders if they have their own agenda and whether or not they're aligned to that of the growth objectives of a country. So Joy, as one of the representatives of that noble group, what would you say is the approach, or is a better approach to the way NGOs deliver what they deliver, so that the perception and suspectability sort of changes, if you will? And I'll put that in inverted commas. And how do they really help governments achieve some of those endpoints that are necessary for meeting healthcare challenges, given what Elikem just spoke to in the urban area, knowing that the challenges are there? Yeah?
So I feel like you've put me on a hot seat here.
I certainly have.
Thank you. It's an absolute honor and privilege to be here today, and I'm here representing the End Fund, and yes, we do fall in that group that has been described so nobly. And we focus on an area which is called neglected tropical diseases, which are diseases that actually affect close to 700 million people in Africa. And when you have such challenges, public health challenges, it is important that we bring together a group of stakeholders that can collaborate and work together to create solutions. So yes, we do fit in that group that is viewed with suspicion, but I think there is an opportunity brewing, and there's a lot of momentum and interest around neglected tropical diseases at the moment. So I think for the first time, we're actually starting to tangibly taste the possibility of reaching the end of neglected diseases. And believe it or not, when I said they affect about 700 million people in Africa, the burden of NTDs is by far larger than HIV and malaria combined. So that actually speaks to your point. NTDs are neglected. They're not sensational, so they don't make the news. But the reality is they do have adverse effects. So when we look at some of the examples, we're looking at like intestinal worms, schistosomiasis, which is often referred to as bilharzia, and we're also looking at trachoma, which is a parasitic form of blindness. So they have debilitating effects, things like deformities, stunted growth, severe pain, and other issues. And there is a social impact associated to that, which includes reducing or diminishing the quality of life. It includes for children, if you think of a situation like intestinal worms, we have in our office a jar, which is about this big. And in that jar, you have 200 intestinal worms. Now, 200, look at a strand of spaghetti. That is a moderate infection. A child with a moderate intestinal worm infection has about 200 strands of spaghetti in their stomach. And that makes them lethargic. It affects their cognitive reasoning ability. And the outcome, educational outcomes are affected. If educational outcomes are affected, then quality of them being able to become actively participating individuals in community and in the economy is reduced. So how do we then do what we do as the End Fund? So we believe the way for it to actually work is let's look at homegrown solutions. So we're looking at the situation on the ground, and we're not wanting to come and say, here's the answer. I think you alluded to it when you were talking about the fact that we need to understand it's a local approach and investment framework, where it's philanthropy for Africans, led by Africans. And that creates sustainable solutions where they locally craft the solutions. And we join the dots basically between various stakeholders. So we mobilize the resources and we work in conjunction with local governments. We work with NGOs, with pharmaceuticals. On pharmaceuticals, in fact, Johnson & Johnson is actually one of our big supporters, giving us albendazole for treatment of intestinal worms. And what we then do is we pool together the resources, and then on the ground, we work with local implementing partners. So the N Fund is going in there to provide technical expertise, to teach, to train the healthcare workers and show them how it's been done. Because in the West, only about a century ago did these diseases get eliminated. So we know it can be done. It's not rocket science. What is lacking is just the collaboration, cooperation, and then people knowing how to do it. So the fact that the local implementing partners in country are the ones that we then fund to do the work means that they are pushing forward the mandate to get to elimination. It's no longer us. We are just a conduit, so to speak. And that is then what makes it sustainable. So I'll quickly give an example because I think people look and they think, okay, has this really worked? And it has. So we've got Rwanda, for instance, where the N Fund through our founders has been involved since about 2007. And from about 2012, we did mapping for intestinal worms. And so we knew exactly where the hotspots were. And then we started putting together the training and the funding to ensure that the deworming programs were taking place. That has been running. By 2017, they had actually reached and accessed all the areas where school-going children were affected by intestinal worms. And I'm so proud to say, as of last year, the Rwanda government had actually gone to the point where they said, okay, thank you very much. You've equipped us, you've given us the knowledge, you've given us the funding. We're now ready to take on the project and run with it ourselves. So we then get to quietly exit and then move on to more audacious goals, something else that's bigger. So now we're looking at focusing on other populations that are at risk. And we know that the Rwandan government is fully capable and able to run with this program, and that is our mark. We're leaving there students who are now going to be able to be active participants in economy. And research has shown that children that have been dewormed, actually there's a 25% chance of them staying in school and attending school.
So it's interesting when you speak about the work that's been done, and you do it, but you do it differently from most. You do it with an eye towards sustainability and exiting. Right? So there's not the perpetuation of, an endless pool of money that's just being sucked in from, one of the larger foundations or whatever, and you're just looking to churn. You're actually there capacitating the locals, building their knowledge base, building their level of expertise, assisting with infrastructure and all of the other components, and making sure that they stand up. Now, it's interesting that when the focus of some of these aspects are put in place, people tend to think about the capital cities and the larger environments. And I know that's not how you guys operate, but that's where sort of the nexus of the focus of healthcare dollars sit, especially as central governments put things in place. And when they start to get into the further reaches, the dollars are fewer and fewer. Emily, you run an organization that focuses actually in the remotest areas, in places where you can barely get to during the rainy seasons. In Liberia, for example, 6 months out of the year is rainy season, and if you get up into some parts of the upper reaches of our country, the roads are impassable because they're dirt roads. How do you get accessibility to the basics? Not quality, not affordability, just the basics of healthcare to those neglected regions, to those neglected areas. And once you get the accessibility to the basics, how do you then scale that towards affordability and quality to ensure that the outcomes of which Georgia spoke can be realized?
Great. Thanks, Binya.
You're welcome.
So Village Reach, as Binya just very eloquently described, and we focus on transforming health systems to reach the most underreached. And I think it helps maybe to talk a little bit about where we came from and how we started to talk about where we are now and what we see going forward. So we were actually started out of a really amazing partnership by a Diaspora member in the Seattle area. So I'm based in Seattle. But our founder, Blaise Judah Sato, who's a Cameroonian American, He linked up with Mrs. Graça Machel, former First Lady of Mozambique, at the time was also the First Lady of South Africa. And she really challenged him. It was in the midst of it's a longer story as to how they got linked up, but she invited him to come. He was working for a satellite telecommunications company in Seattle, sort of a hub of innovation. And she invited him to come and help her actually respond to a cyclone. It was in 2000, massive cyclone hit Mozambique. Mozambique was not that long out of conflict and civil war. Northern Mozambique, where the cyclone had hit, had very little infrastructure at that point. It really hadn't built up post-Civil War. As to Binya's point, Maputo is at the southern tip of a massively long and large country. Mozambique's the size of California, Oregon, and Washington combined. I don't have to tell all of you that. You know that, but many don't. And Maputo's in San Diego, right? So, it's not, there are these areas of the country that are incredibly underreached, and when you're coming out of a civil war, the areas that had not developed, then there wasn't a lot of capacity yet. And so Mrs. Machel asked Blaise to come over and bring satellite telecommunications equipment so they could just manage the response to this cyclone. And while Blaise was there and while they were working together, it became very obvious that this is not an emergency situation. This is not unique to just emergencies. The problems that they were trying to solve of how do you coordinate all of this aid and support and relief in an emergency coming into Maputo and needing to get that to the northern parts of Mozambique, well, that doesn't go away when the cyclone response goes away. I mean, these communities were cut off from having regular access to the things that they needed. And from a healthcare perspective, that needed to be addressed. And so Blaise and Mrs. Machel, she was very interested in child health, said, well, let's take on vaccines, right? It's 2000. Gavi, the Vaccine Alliance, was announced just right around that time. The Gates Foundation was just starting up. There was a huge influx of innovation that was going to come in terms of the products that were available to address some of the health needs, and yet there was no way to reach those communities. And so that's really how Village Reach was started, was let's bring some of the thinking and the innovation that was coming out of the sort of tech and telecommunications sector in Seattle. Let's combine that with the deep community knowledge of Graça Machel's community development organization in Mozambique, and let's see if we can do something different. And so it's always been about sort of bringing the best of what other sectors have to offer to bear on the problems that need to be solved in healthcare delivery in sub-Saharan Africa. And so, what you see in a health system like that is there's absolutely no visibility into what's needed. So if medicines and supplies aren't getting out, then you can be sure that nothing is coming back either, right? And so governments, we work primarily in the public health system, and I think as we get into the debate, I can talk a little bit about how I think that's changing and will change over time. But the reality is that governments have a responsibility to provide certain social protections to their communities, and the private sector fills some of that gap, and we need to have great collaboration. But when you get into really underreached areas or you get into neglected tropical diseases, there is sometimes that need for additional support. And governments need to take a responsibility for that base layer. And so what we did was not groundbreaking. It was bringing good logistics practices, qualified, sort of training qualified logistics personnel, sort of actually helping people understand that there's an engineering and a science to moving commodities, to collecting the data that you need to move commodities, to setting up the transport networks that you need to move them. And that you can actually do that when you really break down the cost. You can actually do that at a cost that at the time was actually less expensive to the government than what they were doing. Now, granted, that less expensive means it's when you're looking at the full cost of the system. So they were sending health workers out to travel for long periods of time to collect. This still happens. This still happens in many areas in sub-Saharan Africa, where health workers leave their posts to go and travel. And when you actually factor in the cost of the workforce and the loss of productivity of the workforce, and then you factor in actually having organized transportation networks instead of ad hoc transportation networks, and the data that you get, and then how you can use that to better make sure you have the right medicines in the right places and you're not wasting as much medicine, it's actually getting out when it needs to be out to the people that need it, that you can actually decrease the cost of the system. And that was really the thing, that's really been the thing that has made a difference, I think, in getting governments to focus on reaching hard-to-reach communities, is that aspect of not just the outcomes, not just what you can drive in outcomes, but also looking at the cost and how you can connect those increased outcomes to the actual cost of delivery. The thing that I think has shifted is as you start to get more data and information from these last-mile facilities, from the places where services are actually being delivered, you actually create a bit this feedback loop, which ends up being really valuable. It's valuable to the provincial governments, the subnational governments, it's valuable to the national governments, and it's valuable to the global community who's, who's funding, products, that's funding some of the innovation. And so there really has become, I think now, an accepted understanding of the need to make sure that supply chains are reaching down all the way to the facility level. It doesn't mean it's not difficult, and it doesn't mean that we don't need to still look at new models of how to do that. Binya mentioned Liberia. We've been working with a great organization called Last Mile Health that's very active in Liberia, looking at how do we actually improve the supply chain all the way down to the community health worker level as well. We can't let governments stop just at the facility. They really have to be looking at how do we make services more convenient and easier to access for the communities that need them. And that will make a huge difference in the outcomes that we can drive. I think I have sort of a set of things that I think need to happen that are much broader, though, and so, and I'm sure that my colleagues have a lot of that too. But one thing I will say, I won't say all of them, but I'll say one just in this first part, which is Binya's right. The NGO and the global aid community needs to shift, and it is shifting. We need to be investing in innovation, but it needs to be scalable innovation. And the number of people that come to us with great ideas, and they are great ideas, but there is not that sort of pathway to how is that idea really going to be integrated into the needs of the actual priorities of the government, the cost structures and the financial structures, of the health systems in which these innovations need to be absorbed, the sort of support ecosystem. It doesn't, like the good idea almost doesn't matter if we can't make sure that it's actually fitting into the system in which it needs to work. And so innovation is critical, but not on its own. What we need is absorption of innovation. And to have absorption of innovation in public systems, we need capacitated governments who are excited about change and who are really champions and leading that change. And it's where we see that is where we see real improvements in the health system. And so at Village Reach, we're constantly thinking about how are we helping to create that enabling environment? How are we really working with our government partners to make it so that as innovation comes along, they're excited about it and they're really looking at how to bring that into their health system and use that to drive change.
Awesome, awesome. So I'm gonna shift the conversation just a little bit. We've talked about it from the challenges that are faced in the urban setting where we will work under the assumption and we'll use unlimited resources in inverted commas, meaning that accessibility to funding, to logistics, to transportation, et cetera, is not as difficult as one would seem, especially when you're looking at the remote areas where Emily operates. So we'll say, in Central Accra, you can get to a hospital. If you're up north in some of the further district regions, you're probably talking, you gotta walk, 10, 15, 20 kilometers. So accessibility is a matter of dynamics, but we'll say the urban area sounds it's pretty well covered, so to speak, with some challenges. That's why I say pretty well covered. working assumption, okay? We'll use poetic license to do that, right? Let's shift just a tad, though, and dig just one layer beneath the surface. Governments seem to have an inability or a challenge in clearly articulating what the healthcare goals should be, and they seem to shift from time to time. So a Ministry of Health will come out and say they have a 5-year plan, but that plan very rarely includes neglected tropical diseases and the elimination of that. It very rarely includes training of healthcare workers at all levels to make sure that where the greatest need lies is where we're actually capacitating for the next 5-10 years. So we need to, we have a ratio of 1 doctor to 5,000. We need to have 1 doctor to 100 or 1 doctor to 200, and over this timeline, we're going to train XYZ number of doctors so that by year 10, we have 5,000 more doctors, hypothesizing here. How do we get ministries of health to shift that dynamic, to really understand that planning is actually critical? Data is what drives key, and actually, interestingly enough, we hosted a healthcare panel a couple of years ago, and that's how we got involved with Emily's organization, where we're looking at some of the challenges just of last mile deliveries. And we had about 6 or 8 players in that space, and everybody independently, because they wrote on a little stickies and put it on a board, everybody said data management, understanding the data and understanding what's going on out there before you can actually take a step back and plan how your healthcare landscape and ecosystem should be built. So how do we shift ministries of health from the political pedagogy of saying, yeah, we're going to provide free care, we're going to have these NGOs come in, and oh, we want to fix child and maternal health, but you don't have any depth ingrained in their plans. How do we get that shift in political will, given the huge influence that the NGO and donor community and funding community has, but also given this huge migration of capacity, people like yourselves, or like all of us who have gained some traction in the healthcare world, or in any setting for that matter, to take that expertise home and sort of push that agenda. So sort of from the NGO community, from the donor community, from the private sector, how do you get governments to shift? I'll start with you, Joy, because one, I think I like to pick on you, but the other is that, you guys, that's what you focus on. You go into a country with an eye to leaving. Yeah. Guys, we're here for 4 years, and the clock starts ticking. But so how do you burn that flame under a government to see them really picking up? And I don't want us to use Rwanda because they're an exception. They're an absolute exception. So let's talk about the harsh realities of our continent and how do we move governments in that space.
So we are operating in 30 countries worldwide, and 23 of those countries are on the African continent. And I think we actually are currently undergoing revisioning our strategic setup of our organization, because we realize that a lot of the work that we have to do is not work that we perhaps originally intended to. But things like the lobbying of governments has become a full-day job for a good number of our team members. Spending time with ministers of health and even at head of state level is something that we're having to spend a lot of time doing. And over and above that, it's also engaging with the likes of the World Health Organization. Because part of our challenge and why neglected tropical diseases remain neglected is because they just haven't been placed high up enough on the health agenda. And so as we speak, one of the things that we're doing this year, and I know you're going to say not Rwanda, but this is not about Rwanda.
We'll give you a 5-second abatement. You can mention Rwanda.
One of the things that we're actually doing in the coming year is that we're going to be involved at the Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, which is taking place coincidentally in Rwanda. But that is besides the point. So what we're actually going to have taking place in June of 2020 is a malaria and NTD summit, where we're now going to have audience with the heads of states, explaining what the issues are. Because remember, part of the challenge with neglected tropical diseases is that they're stealing from the productivity of these countries. Up until last year, we had statistics that actually said that if we meet the World Health Organization 2030 targets for elimination of NTDs, that Africa would actually have $52 billion in productivity gains. That now is a bit of an outdated number, so we're busy engaging with EIU to have new statistics. But the point is, it's a massive drain on economies. And when you go in with that angle, you start to get attention. When you go in and explain how it's actually robbing economies of productivity, you get attention. So we are spending a lot more time actively engaged in and addressing these issues with governments, with ministries of health, with, believe it or not, places like the Organization of African First Ladies, because oftentimes, I don't know, do we call it pillow talk when it's a head of state and a first lady? Something like that. But we we are getting involved in all sorts of areas.
It's called first conversation.
To try and get the message across. And I think we are making progress. So let's have a conversation again next year.
Emily?
Can I, yeah. So I'm going to actually flip the question a little bit to where you started, which was, you know, sort of 5-year plans don't seem to stick, things seem to change. And I feel like all of it does come back to financing. And I think that when you are working, you know, especially in East Africa, which is where I've done a lot of my work now, also in Southern Africa as well, but there was such a huge push for the elimination of user fees. It was both political and, you know, pushed to by the donor community. And from an equity perspective, from a rights perspective, you know, you never want somebody to be denied care because they cannot pay. And there are horror stories that you hear coming out of countries that do have user fees of people being, you know, stuck in a facility or not getting treatment because they couldn't pay up front. So I understand the motivation and the desire to do so, but we didn't substitute that with an alternative financing scheme. And so what we see at the facilities in which we work, again, heavily, so the majority of our work is in Mozambique, Malawi, and the Democratic Republic of Congo. You know, Mozambique, Malawi especially, primarily public sector led in terms of the delivery of healthcare, different than a Ghana or a Nigeria or a South Africa. There is no base financing. You know, the majority is coming from donors. And so priorities are not set by governments, and ministries of health have a very hard time having their own voice really in their true priority setting. And so I feel like until we fix, and you said don't use Rwanda, but you know, I think Rwanda is one of the examples where for all, you know, you can, many different opinions.
Amnesty to all.
But strong, but very strong, you know, like vision of what they wanted to do and how they wanted the donor community to plug into that, and very clear sense of their priorities. And we need to see more governments doing that. And we're, you know, it's happening, but when you're 70%, when 70% of your health budget is funded by donors, the power dynamics are such that they shift, right? So for me, it does come back to, it's like this sort of circle that we have to get out of, which is that it's very hard to get that sort of accountability and leadership from the government, because in many ways, you know, their hands get tied as well. So
let me challenge that for a second.
Sure, fair enough.
So I served in government for 8 years under former President Sirleaf. I left J&J and then went back to J&J after my tenure of service. And I always used to find it amazing when you sit in a cabinet meeting and there are presentations done by, you know, the heads of the NGOs, of the Global Fund and all of these things. And, you know, when they leave the room and a conversation is held, whether it's at the national level or the regional level or the continental level with your peers, and they say these words, the people are trying to help us. It irritates the hell out of me. If you want help, then you're looking at the wrong group of people, I think. I think governments have to take a step back and think about what is it that they're trying to accomplish, outline that plan, and then make sure that the people that are coming to help are actually helping to implement this plan that is for the longer term benefit for your country. And the reason I say that so emphatically is, and you know, the two ladies to my far left can attest to that. If they walked into a country and said, we came to implement malaria, and the Minister of Health said, malaria is not my problem, diabetes is. You think they would actually be running a malaria program in that country? Nah, it would shift to diabetes. But they're right. we get this, oh, they're here trying to help us, and we get into this submissive space where we forget that we actually have a core responsibility as governments to set that agenda.
Yeah.
So in the absence of leadership, any leadership will do. So, as we, talk about this over the next few minutes and as your questions pop up, there's a lens that I want you to take a look at, because governments, and unfortunately one of our colleagues couldn't join us. He was my colleague when I was in government. He runs the National Public Health Institute of Liberia. He couldn't make it, but that was a question really for him. What is the responsibility of government in making sure that the basics are being met so that when there is a proliferation, as we like to call it, of NGOs, they're not just there running helter-skelter, trying to do things that sound great to them. So, Elikim, as we talk of government, and you're in that private sector space where you're providing a service, and where, user fees, we'll leave the user fees conversation, but we'll talk about the delivery mechanism itself. There are still challenges that you face with government's, lack of adherence to a clear policy on how healthcare is delivered, how it's paid for, what role the donor community would play in that space, and how do we improve outcomes based on some of those needs that are being, that should be identified in the long-term plan for healthcare delivery. So where do you see your role in holding government accountable to that? Because you're not reliant on their salary. So they can't, the Minister of Health can't fire you. So how do you push that agenda, working in conjunction with the international community to really make sure that outcomes are at the forefront and that, their interests are aligned with what the global community is trying to do?
So I've been listening to my colleagues, and as I was listening, I was actually smiling, because we talk about government, we talk about NGOs and non-for-profits, but when we had the conversation around entrepreneurs and the entrepreneurial spirit, most entrepreneurs start out because they see a problem and they want to solve it. And we have to come to the point whereby when you look at for-profit in terms of healthcare, most people didn't start a clinic because they thought, I'm going to kill it, I'm going to make money. They started because they saw a problem in their local environment that they could plug. There was a gap that they could plug. And I think that's where I'm very passionate about the role of the private sector, because the private sector has been seen as a for-profit, but we forget that not-for-profits or NGOs have to be sustainable. And so when you think about sustainability and scalability, you can't do that without profit. You can't do that without making a return on whatever you're investing in. So I think that, as I was listening, government has a role, but government has a limitation. Government is political. It's 4-year terms or 5-year terms or it's longer terms, but they have a role to play in articulating what the population's need is and meeting that. So if a population or a group of people can articulate what their need is, most governments will listen because they know that that's the population that's going to keep them in power. So how do you empower the local population, and how do you empower the people to start to drive their own agenda? And I think that that's where the role of NGOs and not-for-profits come in, because like you mentioned, it's not just the political, the community center, but as a community worker. And how do you engage community work and get that data to start to drive that conversation? So the data comes from the grassroots and comes from the people and influences what's being discussed at the national level. And I think that most governments make decisions based on what's sexy at the moment. So I would say that, when I came in, I was working in the UK. That's when the Ebola crisis was happening. Ghana had a symposium or a conference for how to tackle the Ebola crisis around West Africa. And I was in the UK, it was 2014. It had already been in Sierra Leone, Liberia, and Guinea. And the first suspected case in Nigeria had happened, whereby, gosh, what would have happened if it was? And so Ghana was the location, and they were like, everything is ready. And the first suspected case of Ebola didn't go to the public hospital, it came to our hospital. It was someone who had traveled from that region, came to a hotel, and then took the ambulance service and came to our hospital because they thought that was where they could get treatment. And no private entity had been involved in understanding what is a protocol. We, as an organization, have a public health office, so we were ready. We quarantined. We did all the right things. But if you think about private sector, which is for a large population, are very small, how are they included in that conversation? And so Ghana has this conference, and this is a suspected case of Ebola. We had to, even if it was a Ghanaian official, I think that's where we as a private entity had to go to Noguchi, the institute, to make sure they came and they actually started to diagnose. And actually we funded the whole thing for the week before the government started to take over when things settled. And that's where the director of Ghana Health Service comes and says to us as a private entity that you need to come and train our people. But what did we do? All we did was we executed the right things and we did the right things. So it really emphasized that if the private sector are not engaged, if they are not part of the solution, then actually it's not sustainable, because even if you have a system of insurance, it has to still be sustainable. And the challenge we have with our national health insurance is that it was not done with a perspective of return on investment. It was not done with a perspective of long-term sustainability. And I have a criticism for government in that we in Ghana had a $400 million facility that was built, funded by different governments and different institutions, and that investment, 4 years, it was opened with the last political party in November before the elections in December. Up to now, that facility is not running. Now, all of us here can imagine, if you put an investment in anything, $400 million, and for 4 years, it hasn't been running, surely someone should hold that to account. So I think private sector does have a responsibility to their stakeholders, because they have to be sustainable and they can't get away with it. So I'm a big proponent of the private sector in this conversation.
Okay, I'm not sure how much time we have left. I want to make sure that we involve you in the conversation as well. We have 10 minutes, so there's a lot we could keep talking about, as you can see, but I'm sure some of you have questions that you'd like to ask. And I guess I would frame it this way. You know, if you think about the conversation you'd heard up here, you've heard about the role not only of the private sector and the role of government, but what allows for scalability and sustainability within a healthcare infrastructure in a country, and where the donor community plays that pivotal role. But also, I think it's important for us as a diaspora and Africans or people of African descent to understand that people power is important. Knowledge, education is critical. Our people need to know their rights. They need to know how to drive what's sexy, so that when the politics of the day are being played and someone wants to come into office or someone gets into office, they know that someone's going to hold them accountable for X, Y, Z pieces of healthcare delivery. So on that note, I want to thank the panel. I want to also turn over to, I don't know who has a microphone over here at this white pole, and ask you to please ask a question, not pontificate. We want as many people as possible to ask a question so that one of us can take that and answer. And please be respectful of time. So we're going to limit you to a minute since we have 10.
Benya, can we take 3 questions at a time, please?
Sure.
Great.
So why don't we start?
So hi, my name is Gift Kitty. I'm doing my master's in public health at UC Berkeley. My question is on the point of NGOs, actually. So would you think that merging of NGOs would be a potential solution to the proliferation of NGOs, given that some of them end up doing the same thing miles from each other and actually not reaching the eventual impact? And then, Benya, you talked about how foundations come into Africa and tell the government want to do a project on this and this and this. So how do you deal with the fact that some of these foundations come with billions and billions of money and put their feet down that if it's not diabetes, then we're not going to do this project. If it's not this particular issue, we're not going to fund it. And I mean, there's also corruption and everything indeed, but how do we handle that end of it? And then Ellie came, you talked about the private sector, but how do we ensure sustainability in rural healthcare, especially when the government has neglected the people? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Toby. My question is about infrastructure. Everybody thinks they know what's going on in healthcare. People think there's issues with HIV, TB, there's a lot of noise there. Everybody assumes, I mean, I've worked with PIs, my professors back home who doctored results of surveys to push to the funding agencies just to continue this, assumption that HIV, TB is like the big thing. And I don't think there's any solution to that problem beyond infrastructure for medical records, getting real-time information every single day that's fed back up to agencies. But even this is not currently possible because hospitals lack infrastructure. There's no computers.
Remember my warning. A question.
Yeah, so I'm saying, do you guys know anyone who's interested in solving that problem, the very basic problem of having technology infrastructure in hospitals that provides data on a daily basis that can feed real decisions that's made on like real problems, real data, not just the assumption that, oh, this is what we think is wrong in this country, basically. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Ninetira Baruta, and I'm gonna kind of take you all away from what you just said, but with another health issue. So I heard some of you worked in the East African countries, and as you know, most countries in the continent have gone through so much, wars, genocides, you name it. I did a project, kind of a research on mental health, but this is really something as Africans we don't talk about because of our taboos. And my question to you will be, what do you think in your respective, work can be done in our continent when it comes to mental health? Are there, maybe for the investors and for those who have brains to make things, can we come up with ideas or innovative things to help really our children, our women, mothers, to heal from all the problems we have in the continent? Thanks.
So I see we have 3 more people standing up. Why don't we just take their questions and then we'll combine them because some of them have similar themes.
Sure.
And you guys have to give us 5 additional minutes.
I wouldn't bet on that, my friend.
Okay, my name is Brighton Ngube. I'm from Zimbabwe. I work here for San Mateo County, so I'm in charge in the healthcare sector. So my questions are pretty brief. One is, what in the African context do we define as a quality visit? Then secondly, what's the role of telemedicine in Africa to increase access? Then 3, what's the process of...
Dude, you got to remember, you got people behind you.
Oh, yeah.
So we'll answer the telemedicine when we talk about technology, since someone asked that question. Okay?
Yeah, so what's the template where the NGOs and the government can follow one template in providing healthcare in Africa? Who defines that template of healthcare, and what sort of the healthcare model will be most suitable for Africa?
Hi, thank you so much. My name is Moses. I work for a telecommunications company called Orange. We have a large presence in West Africa. My question is around the sustainable business conversation, and when Emily talked about absorption, how do we scale innovations? And in particular, my question is, what is the role that large multinational companies can play to help scale and coordinate this work? Is there a relationship that should be better facilitated between companies like Orange and J&J, for example? And what is the framework by which we can be thinking about this to help solve some of the outcome challenges? Thanks.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Yves Mukongo. I'm from Johnson & Johnson IT. So I'm picking back on some of the questions that have already been asked in terms of the technology, notably thinking about logistics and access, right? And also bringing the government into play. What do you think are some of the opportunities to drive change, thinking about next-gen technologies such as 3D printing and drone delivery, notably, right, to be able to deliver the right point-of-care solution? Thanks.
Okay, so, sorry. Forgot to have the microphone. So we've had questions regarding, one, the role of NGOs and whether there should be a merger to reduce the proliferation and expand the depth and dexterity of their delivery. People have asked infrastructure, technology-related questions on how do we take the role of technology to implement healthcare and whether it can go from telemedicine all the way to, the drone delivery and all those kinds of things. And one person talked about what do we do to address mental health given we have heavy post-conflict situations in Africa. And then finally, let's talk about the role the private sector can play in working with a government to drive some of these agendas. So, Emily, why don't you take the technology one, since you guys have been working with Zipline and others to deal with, remote delivery and that kind of stuff. You talk about, and then Joy, you talk about the merger of NGOs. You deal with the issue related to mental health and technology as well, and then I'll wrap up.
Okay, great.
1 minute each.
Okay, so
we got 5 minutes.
on technology, both telemedicine and drones, I think huge opportunities, right, to reach people in their homes on the telemedicine side. Something that we are doing quite a bit of work with, especially in Malawi, is really basic call center work, but what we love about it, what the Ministry of Health loves about it, and what the community loves about it is it means you have an extension of the primary healthcare system right into people's homes. And that is literally the line, that is how people talk about it in these contexts. And so I think there's huge potential there. On drones, what I'll say is there is, a great model that's being scaled in a couple countries in Africa right now. It's just one model. Village Reach has been really involved in trying to shape the ecosystem around drones for delivery. It's a very nascent industry, despite what you hear coming out of Silicon Valley, extremely nascent. We don't have the delivery models yet, with the exception of one company. And we need a lot more innovation on how those systems are really going to run and what they're going to take, and that's what we've been focused on. And I'll put a quick plug in for those of you that are actually based on the continent. In 2 weeks, there is the Africa Drone Forum, hosted in, guess what, Rwanda. But Village Reach is one of the sponsors of that event, one of the organizers of it, and I think it's a great opportunity to really highlight drone innovation in Africa, how it's been being used for healthcare delivery, as well as a variety of other ways. So I'm happy to talk to people about that more afterwards.
Joy?
Okay, on the merging of NGOs, it's an interesting proposition, but we don't view it as perhaps merging, but more as collaboration and cooperation. Failure to do that is just suboptimal. So we feel that the community needs to work together. And when we look at our space, specifically of NTDs, we know the sector, and so our goals and our objectives and our activities are all contributing towards reducing the burden within the sector, not just as the end fund. And then there are other sectors that do work that affects or makes a difference to our sector. So for instance, WASH, water, sanitation, and hygiene. A lot of these diseases that we're dealing with are affected by that. The likes of schistosomiasis, intestinal worms, the sanitation on water is a huge issue. So we need to also then, beyond the NTD community, be collaborating with organizations that are in the WASH sector, because what they do will help us to reach elimination, because otherwise it's a vicious cycle of treatment and control, and they go back and they get back to the same water source, they get reinfected, so it's quite pointless. So that collaboration would also go a long way. And then also innovations, not just by ourselves, but also with private sector. And I'll give an example that is not Rwanda for a change. Kenya, we have, they piloted the triple drug therapy, which has actually resulted in a reduction in the number of interventions required to eliminate lymphatic filariasis from 5 rounds to 2 rounds, simply by that innovation of the triple drug therapy IDA. And I think that's it.
Elikim?
I'm going to try and answer a lot of questions because I'm very passionate, because I think that, when it comes to dignity, dignity of every single person here. Someone asked a question about quality. Quality is not just that you're being treated, is that it's safe and there's a positive experience. It's not one that is negative. And so for when you look at any hospital, I think that technology is an enabler that enables the people who are working and delivering care, which is what we're meant to be doing, to have the time to do that. I think that looking at all these stories, I mean, Zipline, as an example of drone, is what I mean by private sector. Zipline was funded from Silicon Valley, I think, but definitely have been working in Africa. Now, there are people who are in Africa doing all sorts of health tech solutions. I think that it's about empowering these people, and what the role of the private sector is to demonstrate what it looks like. And then the governments can look at that and scale that. Governments should not be looking outside of the country to other places, but should be looking within the country and using test models. So for us as an example, we use technology. We've been using EMRs for the last 5 years. And because of that, we have the government, we're influencing that conversation. But because we are from the country, we know what the challenges are, which is not that everyone can type, but everyone needs to have a voice-enabled solution or something that's easier in terms of writing to translate. So that's mental health. That was the question I was supposed to answer. Sorry. But I say all of this because mental health, I mean, I am passionate because mental health is what I mean by enabling healthcare professionals to deliver care. And so that's whereby I spoke to an interesting gentleman who said investors who make it as a condition that the CEO and critical staff have a psychologist as part of the investment. This is some of the innovations that come about. When you have leaders who know what it's about, they can ensure that the right healthcare policies within their organizations. So we have a psychologist on standby for our staff, but we know that our staff are stressed because they have to deal with busy patients all the time. If we can remove that, that will be a large step to have a bit more mental health wellness. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much, everyone. I think it's safe to say that the healthcare conversation is one that is unending. I hope we were able to give you a different visibility lens into the challenges that are faced and some of the solutions that are actually occurring and unfolding, and giving you an idea on ways that you can engage as well to make sure that wherever it is you're looking to make an impact, you have some resources that are available, but also now it gives you, reason to pause and reflect on where we can take healthcare on the African continent. Thank you to the panelists, and thank you to Addis for this particular segment.
I would like to welcome the next presenters of Building Africa's Future, colleagues from Kajokeji Health Training, Sidin Gulwazi, and There Is Hope.
Thank you so much. My name is Lou Louis Koboji. I am the founder and director of Kajokeji Health Training Institute. It is a medical school based in Uganda, but particularly serving the people of South Sudan. Just briefly about the founder. When I was 5 years old, I realized I was already a refugee in Uganda. Many of you have known the struggle that South Sudan has gone through. From our neighbors, Ethiopia knows it very well, Uganda, Kenya, Eritrea. So I struggled staying in the refugee life, and thanks to God, I was able to go to school through scholarship. I did Bachelor's of Medical Lab Science from Makerere University, graduated very well, and also thanks to God, I got employed with the government of Uganda, and I was doing a very wonderful job for the government. However, in 2012, I got the first opportunity after staying in Uganda for almost 32 years to go back to South Sudan. When I reached South Sudan, I went as a consultant for CDC. That's when I reached Terekeka. This photo indicates what I saw in Terekeka. I got women who were delivering in a family state instead of being in the health center. So when I came back to the ministry, I realized our health indicators, particularly the health professional, was actually at a very critical stage. So South Sudan has one of the severe shortage of healthcare workers. The presenters talked about 1 doctor to 5,000. In South Sudan, is only 1 doctor to around 65,000 people. This is a very big gap. The women who actually give life out of every 7 women giving birth to life, at least 1 dies. Most of the children, 1 out of 9, do not always live to see their 5th birthday, leave alone the neglected tropical diseases like the Kalanza, what the panel has just talked about. So, as a result, I came back to Uganda in 2012 and told my wife, honey, I think the good life we're having in Uganda should stop here. We need to go back and rebuild our country, South Sudan. So I took one of the most difficult decisions in my life by resigning a very good job where you have a car, a house, and go back and establish Kajukeji Health Training Institute with a mission to improve health care in South Sudan. We strongly believe in that if there were enough health workers, even under the tree, we could provide health care to the population. So far, so good. We are able to train 400 physician assistants. These are certified physician assistants that are regulated by the government, licensed, and they work with the government of South Sudan. We only don't train them how to give medicine, but one most important thing for all the health workers is ethics and integrity as part of it, including the skills and the new knowledge. We are able to graduate 80 of them. Apart from training them, we also have the community-based health education and services where we go and treat people in the refugee camp in northern Uganda. Particularly in West Nile, we have 1.3 million refugees from South Sudan. And I'm one of them, and I'm also serving my community. And we are able to reach over 350,000 individuals. Our graduates have treated more than 1 million individuals. This is a very big achievement for Kajukeji Health Training Institute. That figure shows how much we started with and how much we have reached. Kajukeji Health Training Institute is not really an NGO. It is a social entrepreneurship model, which has 2 main streams of income. We have the cost-sharing fee that the students come and pay. We are saying, when you're at home, you need to eat food. Bring the food that you are supposed to eat at home to the school. And for uniformity, we said, okay, this food can cost this amount of money, and they pay for that. The second stream of our income is grants. Our grants come from 2 main sources, foundations that are based all over the world, and then also we have the government of South Sudan has taken an opportunity to also give us some monthly operational fee. This shows strong collaboration between public and private partnership. Now, why are we here today? We are here today because the population of the South Sudanese, particularly in northern Uganda, strongly believe that if we are given the mandate to continue delivering health services, that now they are proposing for us to manage a health center, we are looking for around $200,000, and particularly it will take care of our ambulance that we need to procure so that we can continue giving good referral and ultrasound so that we can be able to examine the internal structures of any patient. If this money is available in the next 24 months, we could be able to reopen our campus in South Sudan. That is 1, because right now our campus in South Sudan was closed. 2, the number of students will double to 400. 3, we shall be able to have 60,000 patients treated each year. And finally, by 2024, Kajukeji Health Training Institute would be a self-sustaining NGO that can run on its cost recovery fee. I don't work alone. I have a very strong team. The board, which is headed by the Right Reverend Emmanuel Murray, he's the bishop. I am the founder and the director and the principal tutor. We all have up to 24 full-time staff and over 40, including the part-timers. We are also very privileged to partner with some very influential organizations like the Sigu Family Foundation that has mentored so many African organizations, particularly through their program of African Visionary Fellowship. We have the Izumi Foundation, the Planet Wheeler, Partner for Equity, Tawingo Fund, One World Children Fund, that has also helped us so much as a physical sponsor. Accounting for International Development, the Minister of Health in Uganda, and the Minister of Health in South Sudan, and the community. So ladies and gentlemen, join Kajukeji Health Training Institute so that we can work very hard to solve the most challenging African problem of healthcare. Thank you.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Jabulan Dlamini. I represent an organization called SDH, which is based in city of Johannesburg, Gauteng. So, at the genesis of what we do lies Sustainable Development Goal number 13, which talks about climate action. Now, obviously, we are involved in nature conservation initiatives through recycling projects. So, if you've been to South Africa, and especially in the townships, this is a common sight of what you would find in most townships, where people litter on every open space that they can find. And we know what the consequences of that is. So when we started out in 2014, we involved the community to teach them about the effects of irresponsible waste disposal, and also teaching them that trash can be converted into cash. So what you see in this picture is a grandmother who takes care of her grandchildren. So all she does is collect what we call trash, the waste that she can lay her hands on around the township. And she brings that to us. We weigh whatever that she gives, we sort, and then we pay her so that she can go home and buy some food for her grandchildren. So that is the process that we undertake on a daily basis. So she's not the only one, obviously, who supplies us with the material. There are other whole host of individuals that are involved in these recycling projects. So obviously, this initiative makes sure that our environment is kept clean, but for them, it's about the politics of the stomach, because that is their only source of income. So not only do we have the grannies that are involved in these initiatives, we also have very young, energetic, enthusiastic people who are also involved. The only problem that we have encountered or we have seen over the years is that they do these programs for all the wrong reasons, because the money that they get ends up in the hands of the drug peddlers. So they indulge in drugs. So these are the sort of products that we buy or that these people supply to us. So they range from everything from the car tire that is disposed by the tire dealers, the cardboard boxes, the aluminum cans, most of which we know end up in European countries because this is a feedstock to the car parts that most of the European countries use. So our distribution channels, so whatever that we lay our hands on ends up in the recyclers. So those are the people who then process this waste material into products. So this is our plant. We operate our business in a 1,365 square meter yard. And inside that yard, we have 265 square meter shed. And this shed is fitted with this technology that you see, where we process whatever that can be processed in-house, and whatever that cannot be processed is then distributed to the recyclers who do what they have to do. Now, I need to pause a little while and go back to the subject of the drug addiction that we have found. So in our quest to try and help these young people, over and above the fact that we do rehabilitation of the planet, we also thought it is befitting that we rehabilitate these young people. So we started a program where we rehabilitate the drug addicts, and after rehabilitating them, we give them a skill to process, because out of all the waste material that we deal with, we discovered that glass was the least paying commodity. Then we thought of, why don't we process glass so that we can entice those that are involved in collecting waste to also collect glass, because it was neglected by virtue of its low value. So what you see that I have in my hand is a coaster which is made from a crushed glass and which was manufactured by the same young people that were rehabilitated from drugs. So I have a capable number of members that I work with. So it is a quite diverse team because we have both young and the old, male and female, that are involved in our program. So these are some of the examples of the product that are made from glass. So we can make any shape, any size, any color. So we can custom make anything really. So if you can think of it, we'll make it for you. So over the past 5 years, we have been able to divert over 3 million tons of waste that could have ended up at the landfill. And we know that the landfills are the biggest sources of methane gas. So that is our small contribution to make sure that we conserve the only place we call home, planet Earth. And in the process, we managed to generate over 150,000 USD over that period of 6 years. And we have created 6 full-time sustainable jobs that are direct, but we also created 230 jobs through our suppliers, those people that supply us with the waste material. And we've managed to invest, that is now organically, we've managed to invest over 113,000 USD in assets that help us to process this material. And we also have a loyalty program that we joined in 2016. So when you buy our material, we are able to give you loyalty program and cash back. So what we're asking, contrary to what the Ghanaian Medical Center has done, so your money will be put to good use. We're asking for 240,000 USD, which is aimed at opening a new plant, because at this point in time, we are only operating in one state in South Africa, which is Johannesburg. So we've already identified a new site where we want to go and operate from. But we also want to develop, this is a prototype of what we do. We also want to have a market survey of how much of a demand there is for this particular product that we've conceptualized. And the product definition, and of course it's a prototype that we're having, but we also want to put it to test, send it to the authorities to test the tenacity and its strength before we go into production. So these are the number of partners. We've been very fortunate over the past 6 years to have attracted this number of very credible partners that support our initiative. And among them is the national government of South Africa, and we have the provincial government from the states where we operate. And then we also have the CSIR, which is the Technology and Science Institute that does research. We also have one of the leading banks, the First National Banks, and the South African Breweries Foundation. So, in a nutshell, ladies and gents, climate change is a reality. We cannot run away from that, and we cannot delay in terms of taking action. It is imminent. So we're asking of you to journey with us and make sure that we conserve the only place that we call home. Thank you very much.
Great. I grew up speaking 9 languages, and English is my 7th. Not because I was an aspiring linguistic, but as a way to cope with discrimination that I faced everywhere I lived, including DRC Congo, where I was born, as a result of my parents running away from Burundi in 1972. In Africa, being a refugee, it feels like a match that everyone is determined to keep in its matchbox. With the exception of few countries like Uganda, refugees are not allowed to work, to integrate, or to be educated. Those are exceptions rather than the norm. It has been 14 years since a church came to Dzaleka refugee camp and got me out of my matchbox and sent me to Lilongwe, the capital, to study. While I was there, I thought every refugee should have the right to be educated. And I was 27 years old, for the first time living outside of the refugee camp. I went on to found There Is Hope, to give the same opportunities to refugees, but also to underprivileged Malawians. Today, we are able to transform so many lives with education opportunities. The gentleman you see, this is Jacques Kabongo. He's Congolese, father of 5. He has been in the refugee camp for 5 years without right of employment. He came to our center and learned carpentry. When he graduated, he went on to found his own workshop. Today, his family is self-sustained, and he has taken on 5 other people to train, but also to employ. The lady you see is Jupelo Banda. She's a Malawian. When she tried to comply with her nagging boyfriend's demands, she found herself pregnant. She was 18 years old in secondary school. When that happened, her dreams were put on hold so that she can face with the reality. Her family just let her down. They said, you are an outcast, a scum of the family. She said, okay, I did it, I need to face it. She remained in the city, and the only job she could find was to help in the salons. That meant working long hours and getting $25 per month. That was not enough to sustain her young family. She resolved to leave and went back to Dowa district, where there is hope is. And she came to our center and enrolled in plumbing. She did it for 6 months. Of course, you learn the skills, but also you get entrepreneurship training. When she graduated, she got a job because this company was hiring, and they thought, wow, this is amazing to have a woman plumber. We have never seen such a thing in the villages. When she got her first check, it was equivalent to $850. That was enough money for her to buy a piece of land and regain the dignity that she had lost in her family and her community. These are few of many stories that I hear on a daily basis, which to me, each story, it's like a check of $100,000 that I receive, which means there is no other job that you can give me or offer me that would take me away from these stories, this kind of transformation. Malawi has a rate, I don't know if I compare to Africa, about 46% of girls will be mothers before the age of 18. Now, can you imagine refugees whose rights are restricted? It's even worse. Now, our work, we try to give dignity to these individuals whose human potential can be lost if nobody does something. Because the needs of refugees, it's not just the food. They are human beings. They deserve every opportunity that other people need. So we bring refugees, we bring the local community, bring them together, they learn from each other, and they thrive together. The majority of these guys, when they graduate, they team up and start small companies. And when there is a job to be done, whether it's by a Malawian, they work together, they cover each other, and they do the job. We also started a company. It's called Kibebe. We make crafts. They are made by women, and we have been selling these crafts for many years in Malawi. It's a brand that almost everyone wants to buy. So today, we want to scale it so that we can increase our funding, or the money that we generate, but also increase the number of people that we employ. The artisans are both refugees and Malawians. So currently we have about 40, and we want to go online. We have a Shopify that is being constructed, and we have volunteers here in the US ready to do the fulfillment. We just need the capital, the seed capital of $15,000 to start this program and scale. And the money that we get, it's not just to pay the staff or the people. We put it back into the education, because the stream of funding that we get is from Single Family Foundation and other foundations and individuals, but also from this business. When I heard the conversation about diaspora, what can we do? I mean, I'm so grateful that I was voted to get the Future award for Africa. But I wish I could leave this place with a check to show my people that I went to San Francisco and I came back, not just with something, a piece of furniture, but with a check. So, Mom, when you talk about funding, I hear you, I'm with you. Actually, if I knew how to speak to the lawmakers of this country, I would say, can we introduce a levy? Can you start a percentage when someone who works in this country gets a check, we should get a diaspora contribution of I don't know how much money. And this should be for everybody, including Donald Trump. And please don't forget Obama, because to me, when you talk about diaspora, it's not only people of African origin, it's everyone who is not Native American. Because if that was there, I would be moving here with a check and struggling to fundraise will not be a problem. Because I spent about 3 months of the time that I could invest with my people, talking, going around, asking for checks. So join us. We made it simple. You just go to kibebe.com. That's our social enterprise, and you give. Actually, you can do it now using your phone. So thank you so much for this opportunity. And while you talk about big numbers, don't forget that we need just small, 15,000 to scale our business. If you gave us 300,000, we'll do even more. I'll build a hotel and seriously, and start a business that will provide work for so many refugees and the Malawians that are struggling to put food on the table. So thank you for listening, and thank you for acting.
So the next 20 minutes, we want to spend it on imagining, okay? You all had the chance to talk about the challenges that are closest to your heart. So now let's spend some time seeing how can you, at this table, imagine a solution that's a bit different than what's already out there. Because if you still feel this is a challenge, probably the solutions out there are not doing, are not enough. So what I would want to give you as direction for the next 20 minutes, start with this "how might we" statement. It's helpful to know, and just to make sure that all of you at the table really have consensus on what it is that you're working on. Unfortunately, we only have so many minutes for this. It's not a proper design sprint, but if you can get to a place where actually you have crystal clear the problem that you're trying to tackle, that's already an achievement. Think of as many ideas as possible. Don't limit yourself to one idea. The more ideas you can have, the better. Even some of them can be seem crazy at the beginning, and then you can build off each other's ideas and then come up with something, or choose one of the ideas if you really congregate around one, and then try to work it out a little bit. Try to push it a little bit further. Don't just end by saying, oh, we're going to pursue this kind of larger. We think that this is the most relevant solution. And by the way, depending on your teams, you might choose the most feasible idea, the most innovative idea, the most impactful idea. It doesn't matter, as long as you together really feel that that's the thing that you would like to see move forward the most to solve this challenge. So that's it for the directions I have to give about ideation. Also, be mindful of ideation style. Some people really like to think alone for a little bit, so I would advise give each other the space to think quietly, maybe for 1 or 2 minutes before you kind of jump in with your ideas. And I know that obviously some tables really like to think in big groups, but not everybody does. And if you feel stuck, just think about the causes. What does cause this challenge, and try to break it down again and attack each cause separately. So that's it for my directions. Go ahead, go at it, your how might we statement, and then at the end of it, I'm going to give you about 20 minutes. I'd love to, for each table, to be able to share with us, again, the how might we statements, and then the solution that they think could potentially solve that challenge. Of course, you don't have to, come up with the absolute one, but if something like if you see that insight, share it in the room, because you might not be the one who is going to implement it. Somebody else might. So go ahead. I'm giving the 2-minute warning. So if you haven't congregated your ideas together, make sure that everybody gets the opportunity to contribute. And then if you feel towards something, start putting it together. Because in 2 minutes, I know it's not enough time, but in 2 minutes, it would be great to start hearing across the room. To evacuate in 10 minutes. So I want to spend every second of those 10 minutes having you share with each other outside of your tables. So any volunteer tables, again, I realize we didn't give you enough time. Hopefully you had the chance at least to, see some bright light of an idea that might be either new or innovative that you would like to share with the rest of the group. If you can hear me, clap at me. All right. So any table who wants to volunteer just to share with us the direction they've been moving towards in terms of ideation? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
So very quickly, I'm just going to read our problem statement. How might we bring visibility to the performance and success of young African entrepreneurs? So the problem we're dealing with was trust. And what we came up with was create an award and recognition system. Like in quotes, I'll say the Oscars of African entrepreneurs, and recognize people who are making an impact in health, in education, and different sectors in social entrepreneurship. And when we also talk about making an impact in those sectors, also acknowledge like very nascent, like small things that are ignored, like tropical diseases that we had today in the healthcare panel, and recognize those entrepreneurs. Like we can have a festival, like an ADN festival that recognizes those entrepreneurs, and that kind of helps create visibility for those African entrepreneurs, so that when they are applying for funding, they'll be able to say, okay, we got this recognition from ADN Festival that we are one of the, African entrepreneurs who are making the greatest impact on the continent, and that would be much easier for them to, for the funders to trust them and fund their work.
Thank you. So building trust to increasing opportunities like ADN for visibility and credibility. Other groups that worked on trust, any other ideas? Yeah.
The spokesperson. That's the real CEO. We talked about trust too, but the solution we had was communicating with each other and mainly focusing on talent. So talent that's from local, and funding that comes from local banks, just like making sure that we're accepting support from the community and developing local talent in all aspects of the business that we choose to do.
So if I'm getting it right, is investing, as entrepreneurs, investing in local talent, so the trust is really in the global community, the global ecosystem, not just in one entrepreneur. Is that correct? Okay, all right. I know there were a couple of other tables working on trust. Okay, no, you...
So we discussed the importance of building trust both internally and externally with an organization, and one of the key aspects of that is being able to showcase vulnerability. And so one of the ideas and concepts that we talked about, which is used a lot, at least in Latin America, is this concept of fuck-up nights, where you literally go and talk about failures and what you learn from those failures. So you're entering into the system knowing that you're going to be talking about failure and building this sense of trust with vulnerability.
Great. So being radically honest about failure, kind of to show honesty without judgment. That's great. I think your table is trust too? Did you work on trust, the last table over there? And did you get to something different you want to share? Yes? No? All right. We're going to move the other tables. There was one table about communication, connection, the table over there. Oh. Was it trust to you too? Oh.
Can you hold the mic for me? No. We like to have fun. We're a family over here. I think we're looking into the connection in different ways, and we actually broke it down in 3 pieces, and we'll focus on one of them. But the three pieces is like, in terms of connection is, do we even understand what the funders want, or what are some of the challenges, what are some of the needs? And then do we know what the entrepreneur wants and needs and challenges and worries? So understanding and having a research about both users or both parties, it will be a good start. And then the second part is to, how do we look at online and offline platforms, either connection with their local programs or having an online platform to connect those advisors and entrepreneurs and continue that conversation, or like working with the local community and universities to also provide that environment for people to do that. And then the third part is, once we gather those research, once we gather all those connections, is how do we rethink the business model that both funders and entrepreneurs might have a preconception about. So we can create a new business model that might benefit both sides. So we, as a team, thought in terms of prioritization, we say research will be first because we wanted to understand who are the members of these 2 parties.
Thank you so much. That's great. I mean, you can see more minds, more ideas, more solutions. Have we got, no, culture? Yes.
So our group centered our discussion on culture and language. And very quickly, we realized that it's the differences that we were focused on, and those differences are the source of 3 things: trust issues, communication issues, and bias issues. Right? So for example, with the solutions, we talked about one solution, potential solution to bias. If, for example, names signal tribes, maybe we should create blind applications through the first round to increase the pipeline. Secondly, there are opportunities to enhance communication through digital applications. And then thirdly, we believe there's an increasing role for this type of agent that serves as a trust mechanism between local cultures and non-local entrepreneurs. And we think these things are especially important, not just for local entrepreneurs, but for non-local entrepreneurs, but most importantly for scaling across cultures and across regions.
All right, your table?
Thank you. We discussed connection and many of the issues that arise because of connection. One of the suggestions that came up was random assignments of someone who's an entrepreneur and a potential investor. So where some of those biases we just talked about might be holding others back. If there was a random assignment of those who are interested in connecting, it might be easier. I think a lottery was the term that was used, so everyone has a fair, if you will, chance of attending to that. We also talked a bit about trust as well, and the idea of a certification of trust. And we felt that, we didn't talk about it a whole lot, but it goes both ways. So some of the things that like language that may create a bias, that if there was a way to verify that someone is trustworthy going in both directions, whether it's for the investees or the entrepreneurs, to know that these investors are not going to come and charge us 40%, if you will, on the back end, or for those who are looking at entrepreneurs to know they're part of a larger community that they could invest in. We had several others, but I'll pause there for now. Thanks.
All right, I know there is one last table over there, right? Is there a table that didn't have the chance to share? Your table? No? Yes? All right. Well, we are at time, and people are going to be coming into the room. I want to, first of all, thank you all for being game to do this. I know, it's very different from what had happened across the 2 days. Hopefully, you had the chance to connect with some new people at your table, learn some new insight, and hear some ideas that seem interesting. If you heard anything that excites you, I invite you please to reach out and continue the conversations after. Thank you so much, and thanks to our speakers.
Congratulations on a great session, everyone. Let me ask that you just remain in your seats while the other folks come in, and we will begin our final session in just a moment. We are in the home stretch here and want to just highlight the last round of Builders of Africa's Future presentations with our colleagues from Euganics, Virtual Score, and Young Achieving African Women. I believe they are all in the room, so if our colleagues could join us here, and our friend from Euganics is here.
Good afternoon, good evening, all of you. My name is Joanne from Euganics, and I'm the founder of Euganics, a social enterprise that is aiming at creating a malaria-free world in Africa. When I was a child, I suffered a lot from malaria in an orphanage, and this led me to miss school a lot. I was discriminated from a lot of my childhood activities because I wasn't strong enough, and I was very, very small. And being a sickly child, most of my schoolmates, the children I used to stay with, thought I had HIV because of my sickly life and my weight by then. Sorry. According to World Health Organization, we still have over 3,000 deaths from malaria every single day, and 292,000 African children die before their 50th birthday because of malaria. And in my country, Uganda, only more than 10,000 people die from malaria every single year, and still 90% are the children below the age of 5 in the rural communities. This is because the mostly affected people lack awareness about the disease. They lack awareness about the available preventive measures, and the available preventive measures, most of them are not accessible to the people that are living in the problem. For example, the mosquito repellents that are on the market are mostly targeted for travelers, and also we only have mosquito nets that are provided to us in our countries, the people who stay in malaria, and mosquito nets only are used during sleep time. So they leave us in the rest of the time still at a risk of getting malaria. Most of people have lost hope because of that, because even if they sleep in a mosquito net, they will still get malaria anyway. So they just keep the mosquito nets or use them for other things. Euganics is here to change that. We are fighting malaria using natural components blended in everyday products to fight it by preventing mosquito bites at all times. Our product is affordable. It's an everyday product. Every family in Africa uses soap, so there's no need for changing behaviors. It protects for 5 to 6 hours, so the idea is the product protects the children or anyone from dawn around 4 in the evening when the mosquitoes start to come until it can work until 10 or 11 when someone goes to bed. So they are protected throughout the time that mosquitoes are there. We sell our product to 3 markets. We take advantage of the tourism sector that is already familiar with mosquito repellents. We sell our product, which is natural, at a higher price, which is affordable to them. For example, to the resorts and hotels, we sell our product at a profit margin of 50%. To the tourists, we sell our product at a profit margin of 85%. And in this case, we are able to cross-finance our product to the low-income earners that are affected with malaria, and they can buy our product at the normal price as they buy a regular soap. We also do community empowerment. We carry out awareness campaigns about malaria working with hospitals and local government officials. Our raw materials are sourced locally. We train women in different communities. Right now we are working with 26 women who grow the herbs that we use as a mosquito repellent and extract essential oils from them. At the end, we buy the oils at a much affordable price, and we can ensure quality of our products. As I said, our product we've made it accessible to the people that need it. It's affordable to all our markets, and it's an everyday product, unlike other products, and it has no health hazards because it's a natural product. So far, we've sold up to 480,000 pieces of soap and subsidized up to 170,000 pieces of soap for the low-income earners. And now we have, including me, we have employed up to 30 women and youths. According to the local councils that we've worked with and the hospitals, we've managed to reduce 15% of the malaria cases that we've had in our communities. Our goal is to scale our business, to increase our production capacity, to be able to fill the demand that we are having. We're having a high demand from mostly the low communities, including we've gotten opportunities from big customers that want to supply our product to places like refugee camps, which is why our goal this year is to scale, to be able to fill markets that want to buy products from 100 pieces of soap to up to 500,000 pieces of soap from us that we cannot be able to fulfill right now. And our ask it was $200,000, but we already got the $50,000 from Johnson & Johnson. So now we're asking for $180,000 to be able to complete our local factory, to invest in our operations, and to be able to increase our speed of the machinery. This is my team. I'm not doing this alone. I have a team that is supporting me. And right now we are here asking for the 180,000 pieces of $180,000. This is not a lot of money. Already governments, organizations have invested billions of money in fighting malaria. We are fighting malaria by one life at a time, and we are doing it with just a soap that a young entrepreneur like me had put this big vision on myself. If you give us $180,000, you're going to help up to 2.4 million families save up to $34 million that they now spend on treatments, they spend on wasting their time on jobs, and you're also going to help our organization and our impact grow bigger than it has failed to grow with other organizations. If you think you are too small to make a difference, you haven't spent a night with a mosquito. Me and my team, we believe in winning the fight against malaria with the supporters that we've managed to have on board with us. It's your time to join us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Tabitha Abimeku from Nigeria. I'm the founder of Virtuescore Limited. At Virtuescore Limited, we have designed, produced, and deployed one of Africa's pioneer reusable sanitary pads. According to one of my friend, Diana Williams, According to one of my friends, Diana Williams, she said the genesis of innovation is in identifying a problem and creating a solution. Today, I would want to take you on a journey through a story. Growing up, I took keen interest in helping the less privileged. And as I grew older, I found myself drawn towards helping the girl child. I never really thought of starting a business, but in 2015, I went on a visit to one of the internally displaced camps in Abuja, Nigeria. That day, it was totally different from other visits. One of the young girls walked up to me and said, "Auntie, do you have sanitary pads?" I was shocked. So I checked my van, thinking I and my team came with some, but unfortunately, we didn't come with any pads that day. So I gave her a promise that I was going to get back to her the next day and give her some pads, which I did. I could see excitement in the face of this young girl. More so, there was longing in the faces of other young girls in that same camp. So that got me thinking, and I decided to do a survey, I and my team, in that same camp. It was shocking to realize that only 1 in 10 girls in that camp use sanitary pads. I was worried. I went on to do more research. I discovered that 65% of young girls and women in Africa cannot afford sanitary pads. More so, 800 million girls and women menstruate, see their periods daily all around the world. So I was curious. I asked the girls, "So what do you use during your periods?" It was shocking to hear that these girls rely on improvised solutions, such as dirty rags. I mean dirty rags that you could use to clean your shoes. They rely on leaves, like banana leaves, to keep dry during their menstrual periods. Some of them make use of newspapers to keep dry during their periods. These are not solutions. These solutions are ineffective. They are unhygienic, and they are uncomfortable. Most of these girls would rather stay back at home than go to school just because they are afraid of getting stained and being laughed at. Last year, there was a story about a schoolgirl in Kenya that took her life. She committed suicide just because she got stained in class and her teacher told her she was dirty, she should get out of the class. She took her life. This is just one out of many stories of African girls that we've not heard about. Most of these girls would miss 4 to 5 days out of school just because they don't want to get embarrassed due to leaks. They face several recurrent infections due to the kind of methods they use to keep dry during their menstrual periods. Most of these girls will end up dropping out of school. Some are forced into child marriages. Some end up with teenage pregnancies. These girls may never be able to attain their fullest potential if a solution is not provided. So what did we do as a team? In 2017, we created a solution in Virtuous reusable sanitary pads. This solution has shown how simple yet innovative solution as a reusable sanitary pad has helped to increase the productivity of young girls and women and is enabling girls to remain in school, to attain their fullest potentials. Our pads are low cost. They are made up of 100% natural fabric. They are easy to use, easy to wash, and easy to dry. They are sustainable, and they have a lifespan of more than 1 year. And our pad is also contributing to the Sustainable Development Goal. And one that is so key and dear to our organization is goal number 4, which is quality education. Most of these girls have potentials in them, but how do they attain their potentials if they are not able to remain in school to acquire the quality education they deserve? Our pads are reusable. It is comfortable for these girls. Most of these girls will not be able to compete with their male counterparts in schools. Why? Because imagine a girl missing out 4 to 5 days every month. That's 20% of the yearly academic calendar. Our business model: direct sales of our products, the drop shippers in the community, wholesale, and private labeling. One of our unique business model is the drop shippers. So what we do, we don't just provide these pads, but we also invest in the lives of these girls. So we train our first adopters, that are our beneficiaries. We train and empower them to distribute these pads within their communities. One of our objectives is to ensure that pads are affordable, accessible, and available as much as possible. So we decided to create a model whereby these pads are always available within the local community. So we are also helping to empower these young girls because we pay them in commission. So as they sell these pads, they are being paid in commission. So we are also creating a new economy within their community and thereby making these girls less vulnerable within their community. Our distribution channel: the hospitals, schools, communities, local stores, and religious centers. We've been in business for barely just 3 years, but we've been able to impact the lives of more than 10,000 girls through education in personal hygiene, and also teaching them the biological process of menstruation so they get to appreciate themselves better. We have received several awards, and we have sold more than 50,000 units of our sanitary pads just within 3 years. And I tell you, we're just getting started. Today, we're asking for a sum of $200,000 in grants. This will enable us build an automated, certified manufacturing factory, and this will also enable us to expand our outreaches within the community. Because we have high demands for our pads, but presently we are making use of a local machine for production, which we produce barely 3,000 per day. So for us to scale and be able to serve the community better and to ensure that every girl remains in school to attain her fullest potential, we are asking for the sum of this, $200,000. We have an amazing team that have been working on this project for the past 3 years. At Virtuous Pad, we envision a society whereby every girl experience her menstruation with dignity in safe spaces. I'm calling on everyone today to join us and empower the girl. There's an African proverb that says, when you educate a girl, you empower a community. Would you join us today to educate a girl by empowering a girl so our community can be empowered? Thank you.
And I am the CEO and founder of Yielding Accomplished African Women. And today, I'm going to bother you to go on a journey with me. And through a story, I'm going to help you hopefully understand the words of the late Martin Luther King Jr., why we cannot wait. Her name is Elizabeth. She was the youngest of her parents' children. She was so close to her brother that they shared everything. One of the most important things they shared was comic books. And through comic books, she learned she wanted to be a software engineer. She studied incessantly, graduated high school at the age of 14, and was ready to go onto the world of college. However, she lived in a war-torn part of Nigeria, and her parents could only afford to pay for local school fees. But that didn't stop her. Her passion, her grit, her intellect led her to get a full ride to the University of Cape Coast in Ghana, West Africa. She graduated at 18 years old as the valedictorian of her class with a computer science degree. But there was still a problem. She could only code in elementary languages such as HTML and C++. And for any software engineer here, you know that is not what you guys are using on your daily basis. And the only figures that she had for inspiration to become a software engineer were male figures in a comic book. And she stumbled upon social media and saw an organization that was promising her the skills and a job to achieve her dream of becoming a software engineer. So she applied and joined the first cohort of Yielding Accomplished African Women. After going through our one-year incubator, she had 3 job offers, one at Microsoft, one at Bank of America, and one at EcoBank as a software engineer. She is an example of what we call a fit woman, fearless, inspired, and transformed. Her story is not one of one, it's one of many. And we've been lucky to be able to reach her and teach her. But there's so many women that we're not able to reach. And that is why I'm in front of you all today. Women's empowerment, specifically economic empowerment, is of urgency in this moment. There are so many problems that an African woman faces on a daily basis to have social, political, or economic freedom. Currently, there's over 30 million young African women surviving on less than $3 a day. And there is an influx of youth coming onto the continent. Can we allow for 50% of these youth to not be ready for the future of work, to not be ready for the next generation of technology, to not be the ones who are building the systems that will impact and influence what our tomorrow will look like? We cannot. And so our mission is clear. We want to provide a holistic professional toolkit to ensure that women are prepared. And then we want to match them with the opportunities to give them the access to actually make and have an experience and to have economic freedom. And so how do we do that? We have 3 pillars. The first is what Elizabeth went through, our one-year incubation program. The second is the first professional STEM sorority chapters on the continent of Africa. We bring together like-minded women and give them resources to build a community because you don't know if your next co-founder is right there in the room with you. And the last pillar is what we call our regeneration programs. These are our conferences, one-off webinars, and other events that we do. One example of this is the Women in Machine Learning event that we brought for the first time to the continent of Africa. There has never been before, since 2019, a Women in Machine Learning conference on the whole continent of Africa. And so how do we focus our curriculum? As I said before, it's holistic. There's so many issues that every woman faces, but specifically Black women. It's very multifaceted. So we start with personal branding. We start with confidence building. We do mindfulness training by a yogi in different African countries. Then we go into SQL, into Python, into different coding languages, and we ensure that they have the quantitative skills to be able to succeed in these rooms. And then we give them empowerment, because I need to see someone who looks like me a lot of the times to believe that I can be something. We all know this. We all know this. And so we give them these through speaker series, webinars with women across the world who are African and who are doing exactly what they could only dream of. And then we make them change agents. We require that they do community service. And most of the community service that they do relates directly back to what we taught them. Teaching coding to younger women, teaching how to make your resume to high school students, and etc. What have we done? We are only 2 years old, and we've had a budget of $30,000 US. We've been able to provide resources and training to over 900 women in 10 plus African countries, 10,000 hours of coding. We've been able to place 40 women into full-time roles and offers through our incubation program. And we serve as the first and the only finance and technology talent accelerator for young African women. Some of our statistics. The one that I would like to call out is the one in the middle. A lot of people think it's a typo, but it's not. From the diagnostic exam to the exit exam that we have created, we see on average a 973% increase. Because we are not asking them for theory, they know theory. We're asking them to practice the theory in Excel through coding challenges. And many of them score very low, between 15 to 20% on the diagnostic exam. Yet they can tell you what a stock and bond is so quickly. And with some of the companies we've placed them at, I'm sure you know them. But also what I love about this is that we place them at companies from startups and local entrepreneurs. As you heard from Ashesi University Dean before, we placed many of our students at Mazuma, which was created just a few years ago by an Ashesi alum. And we are very proud of that. We've placed them also at global firms to provide them with multiple opportunities and experiences, such as Microsoft, Google, IBM, Goldman Sachs, Bank of America. And I'm calling upon you to help us build a new reality, to make sure that we're not waiting on someone to figure out the gender gap for us, but to join us. With an investment of $130,000, we want to grow our university chapter program. We want to increase the amount of women who can go through our incubation program. We want to hire more people, and we want to set the foundation to actually have academies across the continent. So we're no longer begging and asking people to use their space for our trainings, but year-round we can give trainings to women to make sure that they are empowered and they have the skills to be successful. Outside of that, there's so many of you here who are visionaries, who have jobs and also startups that they can work at. We need more opportunities for these women. Every day, if I showed you my email, someone saying, I'm a software engineer, I finished the training, how many jobs can I apply to? If you have one for us, let us know. If your organization does coding challenges and training, let us know. If they do donations of laptops, please let us know. You would be so surprised to see how many young women are in computer science majors and finance majors in Excel and doing Python every day, but they don't own a laptop. Can you imagine that? So if you have, please let us know. And I just want to leave, I just want to leave with these final words, that the economic empowerment of women is not a philosophical dream, but is determinative of an enhanced existence for all of us. I believe that the greatest missed opportunity of the last century was the empowerment of women. And the greatest potential we have in the next century is the empowerment of women. Today is the day, and you cannot change anything that you do not engage with. Engage with us. Be a part of this conversation. Speak to me after this conference. We would love your support in changing their lives, to make more women fit, fearless, inspired, and transformed. Thank you so much.
Can I please have another round of applause for Diana Wilson? How's everyone doing? Okay, energy's a little low. I need it to go a little bit higher because in our next session, we're going to be celebrating all the Builders of Africa's Future Awards recipients that you've been hearing from in the past day. Diana was the last one you heard from. We've had 9 of them the whole of today. They've done amazing work, and I know all of you are impressed. And I want you all to show them the love that I know you have for all the great work they're doing. So, first, I'd like to hear what your clap level sounds like. Can we have a round of applause? All right. A little higher. All right. All right, great, great. I think we're ready. So my name is Chum Jin. I'm the CTO and operating partner at a venture capital firm here in Silicon Valley. And I'm also the chairman of the board of the Africa Diaspora Network, the organization that has made ADIS possible. By the end of this session, I'm going to ask the board to join me, and we're going to do a plug again for y'all to open up those wallets and make that $1 million commitment that you made to our Irish buddy who came by earlier today. We're going to make that possible, right? But before then, I want to tell you a little bit about the Builders of Africa's Future Awards program that we've put together. It's a program that we've run for 3 years now. You've seen the amazing entrepreneurs who've joined us on stage today. So we built this program because we recognize that in Africa we have an amazing amount of innovation. And me personally, as an investor, it troubles me that this innovation is pretty underappreciated. What we recognized was that investors here, funders here, do not fully understand what's going on in Africa. And on the other hand, we have all these entrepreneurs who are looking for help, they're looking for resources, and they're not getting that attention that they need. So we built this program, and we've been partnering with some amazing pipelines. You've heard from the MIT Labs, you've heard from J&J, you've heard from MasterCard Foundation. We've had a few of them at our sessions, and they've been guest speakers at ADIS 20. But we've partnered with these pipelines so that we can look across the continent and find organizations that we believe are representative of impact innovation that we're proud of and we want to showcase. And so as we wind down ADIS 20, we want to bring these organizations up. We want to award them with these awards we prepared for them. And we want all of you to help us celebrate them. Can we do that? Great. Before that, I want to thank eBay. eBay is our sponsor this year for BAF. They've done an amazing job. They've really stepped it up. We've not ever received this much funding for this program before, so we're very grateful. Can we put our hands together for eBay? And I am joined today by Nasheen, who is my co-conspirator in awarding our BAF recipients. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to call them up. They're going to come up. They're going to walk over there. And they're going to receive their awards, get a great photo op under our banner for Others 20. And then they're going to exit off the stage. And once we've had all 9 of them come through, and you guys are going to show them all the love that you can show them, we're going to bring them all up again and would love to have you celebrate them with us. Is that doable? Yes. Great. All right. So first up, we have Tendakai Katsiga, founder of Detronics. And again, please, as much love as you can give them, please. It's been a long day, I know, but we're almost there. All right, next up, Inkayisu Matlala for energy efficiency. Aziz Olowafemi for Flutterwave. Louis Koboji for Kajokeji Health Training Institute. Jabulani Dlamini, founder and CEO of Sindiguwazi. Next up, Innocent Magambi of There Is Hope. Next up, Joan Nalubega of Organics. Next up, Tabitha Abimuku of Virtue School. And last, but definitely not the least, Dana Wilson of Yildiz Accomplished African Woman. Thank you so much, Nasheen. You don't have to leave yet. Wait. We're going to have them all come up. We're going to take a photo with them. Is Lorena around? No? Okay. Well, and again, we're very appreciative of all that eBay has done with us to make this possible. They also work closely with the Miller Center. So one of the things we've tried to provide for Builders of Africa Futures Award recipients this year is not only the sponsorship through eBay, we've also provided them with mentorship through the Miller Center. And the mentorship has allowed them to prepare, of course, for this event. But even beyond that, they're going to be getting support from the Miller Center. So please join me again and put in together your hands for our partners. And if all the award recipients can join us on stage, I'd also like to call upon the board, the ADN board, to join us here. Please give them a warm round of applause as they join us. They've done amazing work to make this possible. Duncan, Ndeye, Almaz, is Innocent around? Josh? Agnieszka, I think, had to leave.
She left off.
I think she's left, but great. It's a start. It's a start.
It wasn't bad at all. It wasn't
Okay.
bad at all. Oh, very quickly we're gonna. Okay, we'll get it going.
Okay,
I know
okay,
the
we're.
boss is. Yeah. We're gonna.
Nicholas is telling us to keep it rolling, so.
Nicholas is, yeah, I know.
All right, we're gonna wrap it up. We're gonna wrap it up, but again, we're gonna have to plug for the funding. You know, this event happens every year, and it's amazing. Every year it's getting better. And if you've been here last year, you know that this year has taken it up another notch. We're very appreciative of all the volunteer help that has made this possible, but we absolutely need to get sustainable funding for ADIS and for ADN. And so I want to make one last appeal to all of you to consider that if you've enjoyed the past 2 days and one night, making even a donation of $100 to the organization. And if you can do more, we're all about that. So please, before you leave, visit our website. There's a donation button, big, right up there. Just click on it, and please open your wallet and support this organization. Thank you. I'm gonna have Alma say a few words as well.
Well, actually, because my boss is looking at me over there, and there are some wonderful human beings, I would like them to come. CD and Deirdre, can you come over? So this reception is funded by the U.S. Africa Development Fund. I've known CD for a long time, but believe me, to get him here to come, and I was on the agriculture panel today, really have him to participate again is wonderful, but the commitment is incredible. But they're doing something really phenomenal, and I had a chance to talk about it with Deirdre. So I think let's just give them a few minutes, because I talk a lot. So you're gonna give me 5 minutes though after they finish, so yeah, come on in. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I know I'm standing between you and some drinks, so I'll be pretty brief, but I think it's really important to share a little bit about a fantastic transformational platform that the U.S. African Development Foundation is helping to catalyze. So U.S. ADF is probably the biggest, best U.S. government agency that none of you have heard of. We find, fund, and support African enterprises, grassroots entrepreneurs, providing seed capital, grant financing, and local technical assistance to African enterprises and African entrepreneurs. A lot of our funding goes to rural transformation, and if you think about how people earn their livelihoods in rural areas, it's typically through the land and agriculture or through their hands, and that's handicrafts, and that's African artisans who are really transforming their communities through the work that they're doing with their hands, and whether that's basket weaving, whether that's making kente cloth, any number of things, people in these rural areas are transforming their lives and livelihoods through their hands and handicrafts. And so one of the newest initiatives that we're proud to help catalyze is really looking at traditional African handicrafts and African entrepreneurs. And we think about them as cultural entrepreneurs. And so it's my honor and privilege and pleasure to introduce Deirdre White, who is leading this initiative with Pixera Global and the in Ghana, AGI, the Association of Ghanaian Industries in Ghana. And we're also working in Ethiopia, looking at cultural entrepreneurs, traditional African artisans who are transforming their communities. And Deirdre and her team are creating a transformational platform using the best in the business in terms of American innovation, Indian innovation, and bringing that to Africa to really help transform lives and livelihoods. So USADF is proud to be able to be affiliated with this new initiative that focuses on tradition, innovation, and entrepreneurship. Deirdre White.
Thanks, everyone. And as CD said, I'm very cognizant of the fact that we're between you and drinks. So my idea here is to just take a few minutes of your time to tantalize you enough that you want to come and talk over drinks with me or CD or with John Holm in the back there. Again, this introduction is to TIE, Tradition, Innovation, Entrepreneurship. It's a new social enterprise. A social business founded by African, Indian, and U.S. partners. And our idea is to be able to elevate African artisans and bring their products to a global marketplace in a way that hasn't been done before, in part by connecting them with large-scale designers, both in the fashion space as well as in the interior design space. And one of the things that's important, these are a little washed out here, but one of the things that's important about this opportunity is that we've learned over the course of looking at whether or not this was a viable thing to do, that by 2025, the global market for handicrafts is expected to be $1 trillion. That is not something I had expected when I started the research on this, but $1 trillion. And a lot of that $1 trillion, frankly, is schlock. It's actually not well produced, stuff that doesn't really exhibit the incredible skills of these artisans. And at the same time, the 2025 value of the textiles market is actually expected to be about $1.3 trillion. It's a huge marketplace. We know that the recovery in the fashion industry, which has been struggling for more than a decade now, that the recovery has largely come from the luxury fashion industry. So tapping into opportunities in the luxury fashion chain is a big goal of TIE. And just as an aside, this picture here, which I think is a little washed out, I'm not sure how well you see it back there, but this picture I took on Rodeo Drive just 2 weeks ago, and it's the front of Christian Dior on Rodeo Drive, and this is the kind of clothing they're exhibiting there. So just from sort of anecdotal observation, we know there's an opportunity to tap into this luxury marketplace. We also know on the interior design side that there's a huge opportunity. The global market for home textile products is going to be over $1 trillion by 2030. So we've got three different places where that $1 trillion number is coming up, and we know that we can tap into it if we do it the right way. But these artisans in these rural communities don't have the opportunity to tap into these big markets. By the time any of their products get to the market, the price is so diluted to them that they're just barely subsisting, even when their products are being sold at top dollar on the marketplace, partially because of the access to technology issues, partially because of climate change and the way it's impacting their communities, partially because they don't have access to the inputs that they need. And the problem is so significant that last year, 2018, the global exports of all hand-woven products from Ghana, anything made from hand-woven cloth, that's not a typo, they were only $300,000. So think about that, an almost $1 trillion marketplace today, and only $300,000 of Ghanaian woven cloth are making up that market. In Ethiopia, they capture the cloths a different way. They capture them as textiles, and it's very hard to get a separation between what is hand woven and what is machine woven. But the total value of all Ethiopian textile exports in 2018 was only $100 million. Of a $30 billion goal of the Ethiopian government. So what are we going to do about it? We have TIE, which is cultural entrepreneurship, bound by tradition and unbound by innovation. And again, sorry, the colors are not showing quite right here, so you might be losing some of the words. What we're looking to do is to connect local tradition to global markets. So local tradition looking at the crafts themselves, but also the community and culture around the crafts, infusing them with innovation, but in a very careful way that preserves culture and preserves community, but brings in new ideas in design, both in terms of the product themselves to a certain extent, but also just supply chain processes and the equipment that's used to create the products, and a storytelling platform that will actually bring to life the lives of these artisans and the incredible skill that their craft requires. And we believe that will lead to a revitalized artisan quality of life and reinvigorated rural communities as we create the next generation of cultural entrepreneurs. The next generation is not choosing to be artisans. Across the globe, this is not unique to Africa, but they're not choosing to be artisans because it's too risky of a career path. It's all of the money up front, then you sell the product for whatever you can, and you run back and weave some more or carve some more. And we're looking to disrupt that by actually providing all of the inputs and providing all of the contracts for the products so that it's not a risky proposition. Artisanry can be a career of choice, not a career of default. We'll do that in several ways. Thai Commerce, again, I mentioned earlier about connecting to high-end interior and fashion designers, and we've already got a couple of them in place that I'll share in a moment. We will do that through skilling programs in the communities, and again, through this infusion of capital into the inputs for artisan products to take away that risk. We will do it by investing in the communities and what the community identified needs are. And this is a critical piece that is not a piece of a lot of the artisan puzzles when you see artisan products make it to the marketplace. And we think it's really important because we know we can't source quality goods from communities that aren't thriving. So we have to invest in thriving communities. One of the things that's so fascinating about the fact that we're here in the Computer History Museum today is that the first machine to be driven by code was a loom, the Jacquard loom. So literally, we wouldn't have tech without weaving. And in fact, weaving and coding have so many similarities. They're both binary systems that are meant to preserve information. And so we see an educational program here that will actually both help to educate the next generation of weavers, but also educate youth in the communities who want to go a tech route and hopefully apply some of that technology to artisanry. The other thing I think is important about this is there's been a lot of discussion in the last few days about automation and jobs that are going to be replaced by automation. Handicraft artisans, by definition, can't be replaced by automation. If what you want to buy is a basket, sure, you can buy a machine-woven basket, but if what you're valuing is an artisan product, it has to be created by a human being, and that means that these jobs are jobs we can protect if we do it the right way. And we will tell stories through a storytelling platform. Why should you invest in this? It's timely for a lot of the reasons I just mentioned in terms of both the opportunities, the job replacement threats, et cetera. And this is an approach we haven't seen taken before. One of the important things here is that we're partnered with an organization called Jaipur Rugs. If you're not familiar with Jaipur Rugs, go look them up. They are the single best social enterprise I've ever seen on the planet, and I've been doing this social impact work for more than 30 years. They work with 40,000 women artisans across 6 states of India, and they export to 63 countries. And they are our knowledge share partner in this. They have provided everything that they have learned over 40 years to us, both the successes and the roadblocks, so that we have a way to learn and to design our enterprise differently. We have the umbrella of Pixera Global, which is a 501c3 based here in the US, but we work globally, including with our representation in Ghana and Ethiopia, and we've been working on sustainable supply chains, among other things, across those 30 years. We have leadership from 3 countries, or from 3 continents working on this. We have our country directors in Ghana and Ethiopia leading, as well as expertise from Jaipur Rugs and from our India community development expertise. We're starting in Ghana and Ethiopia, and we're starting with woven cloth, but that is just a start. One thing we've realized as we've spent the last year plus building this is that the opportunity goes across all artisan products and across perhaps not just the African continent, but many other places in the world as well. And finally, of course, this is an opportunity to invest in transforming lives for artisans across the African continent and around the globe. We've got some early investments, as CD mentioned, from the U.S. Africa Development Foundation, together with the Association of Ghana Industries, and Pixera Global has also put some significant upfront funds into making this enterprise viable. We have critical partnerships in place. The president of Ghana's office, Diaspora First office, is convening a working group around this, so if anyone's interested in that, I will put you in touch. The picture down on the left there is the Minister of Women, Youth, and Children in Ethiopia. We are in the process of signing an MOU with them to support this effort. We have the American Chamber of Commerce in Ghana as an ambassador for this program. And then these are just 2 of the designers we're working with. Bolero Textiles, which uses exclusively Ethiopian woven cloth in their interior design products, and Clarisse Hiro, who is an haute couture designer, French Guadeloupean, out of Paris, who is creating a collection from these woven cloths for us. And I will say here on this stage, and whoever's going to help me get there, it'll be great, but we have a goal to have a gown that exhibits woven cloth from Africa on the red carpet at the Met Gala 2021. So anyone who can help us get there, please do come see me. And then finally, we've had some big stages, certainly the African Diaspora Forum here. We, at the Essence First Circle Festival in Ghana, were invited to set up one of the looms and have one of the artisans there and let people participate and really see the skill that this takes. And that led to the mayor of New Orleans asking us to do the same thing on a bigger scale at the Essence Festival of Culture in New Orleans this summer. So again, I promise just to tantalize you a little bit with this, but I think I mentioned I've been doing this for 30 plus years. I am more excited about the potential of this than anything else I've ever touched in my career. I think it's just going to change rural communities in a way that we couldn't have imagined. Come see me if you want to hear more. Thank you so much, and thank you, Almaz, for creating the opportunity.
Thank you. Okay, don't go. I'm going to say thank you. There's no money talk now. It's just only to say what I like to say from the bottom of my heart. I want to first thank the person who have really made this 2 days so smoothly, and he's now just relaxed and sitting down and saying, hey, Almaz, go, go, go. Nicholas Bassidu, I love you, my brother. You are amazing, amazing. Thank you so much for making this. Just, you don't want to eat all the food that you cook. You want somebody else to help you do that, and you do it very well. Thank you so much. We're very grateful to you. And Nicholas, just to say, I know he's a very humble man, but whenever I am stuck, this is very important. When I'm not stuck and I'm trying to figure out who this person is that I'm talking to, even if he doesn't know the person, I go to him, hey, Nicholas, I have a question for you. What am I supposed to do with this thing? And there's no clear answer. He's not answering, he's just listening to me, and I can hear from his listening. I know exactly what I will do, and that kind of skill is such a gift. I'm very grateful for that gift, so thank you. I know you have to leave soon, but stay with me. So someone, and it's always good when people ask you a question, and it's so easy for me, but then how do you do this? How much do you pay for the speakers? So I put the first people I want to thank today after Nicholas is the speakers. You can actually design a program, but especially for ADN, the speakers, each and every one of you in this room and those who have had to go back, I actually get them here for free. Most people, they would have to pay their airfare, their hotel, and all that stuff. Forget it. There's no money. So I just say to them, just show up. You will have a great time. And luckily, thanks to all of you, the participants, and I think the program we create, it has proven over and over and over. I really think that these speakers who came to make this possible, the last several years, but this last 2 days, I think you rock. Thank you, all of you. How about our attendees? They ask questions, they participate, they are absolutely engaged. You are amazing. And I was happy to see a lot of hands up earlier when someone asked them the question, how many of you are new? I think it was Josh. And it was incredible. For us, it's wonderful that we are able to also bring more people here. Our board. I'll give you an example of how much I love our board. Because if it was up to me, I would go and make a difference in everybody who asks me for something. The board is so focused, making sure that we focus on ADN, we sustain ADN before we do anything. It's actually a very simple, basic principle. You just have to first, strengthen your home before you do others. But what's great about ADN is we are huge. We're you. So I was listening earlier to our Builders of Africa's Future, and I was thinking, I can do. In my mind, I was going, oh yeah, I'm going to introduce him to this person. I'm going to introduce him to this person. I'm thinking, that's fantastic. But aren't they also really giving us an opportunity to think outside of ourselves, something that's bigger than ourselves? It is really amazing for me to hear there is hope. Where are you? He gave us a challenge, but I was wondering what that challenge was, and he said, I'm looking for $15,000 to do this great job. It gives me hope. And all the women's issue that we've heard, each and every one of you have something, the Deaftronics, helping the deaf. The people that we bring here, they really are selected. In a way, they represent the challenge and the opportunity that Africa faces. So I want to thank each one of you, the 9 of you. Use this not as an end, but as a means in itself. Because this is going to really open up the door for you. People who may never have heard about you, they now know. And I know they do because we know, we get the information, whether it's by talking to them or by just listening around. So thank you for honoring us with your presence. I know it's not easy, but you've made it. So don't be discouraged because the award is an award and it doesn't come with financial means, but you need to think a little bit deeper and say, maybe this will open up the next thing for me. So I am with you, we will be with you in the journey, but you are also yourself good enough that something good will come. So we're very grateful for your presence. So now that I have done the board and all of you, but let's talk about my wonderful team, the people I love absolutely deeply. There's a young man named Dan Hartz. He's the founding board. He couldn't make it here for the last 2 years simply because he had to get a full-time job. So he works in San Francisco where he is needed. Dan has been with me for 9 years. If you get a chance, it's in the brochure, you should read it. How many people can really give their time and resources for 9 years for an organization that just this woman said, I will do? People who believe. So I'm very grateful to him for his time, for his support, for being there for me. He runs every money. I always tell him, I get the money, you own it. So you just distribute it. So I will ask him, hey, Dan, do we have money for this? Let me think about it and I'll get back to you. And he gets back to me. He's an amazing human being. So thank you, Dan, wherever you are. The other person is Deborah Pasio. I've known Deborah since she was freshman at Stanford University. That was about probably 6-7 years ago. I don't know. She was working with me when I was running Step Up Silicon Valley Social Innovation Network. I have seen this young woman flourish. But her 5 hours a week that she spends with me makes this possible. Please give her a big, big applause. Deborah, the great storyteller. Deborah, I love you. You're amazing. So this is the team. We have Yinka Dejin. She's not here. I actually asked her to come. She's in Ghana. She pretty much manages every thing you see on the website. Every detail that we do, it goes through her, and she puts it in. And there's no question. You ask something, and it's done. And these are individuals who are really just, they care about what we do. It's not about money. It's about the mission and the vision. And I'm also very grateful to Yinka, who was not going to be able to make it here. Every time we have ADIS, we need other people to support us because we can't do it, right? By October. By November, I started to think, oh my God, who's going to do this? Well, for the last 2 years, first year she came as a volunteer. For the last 2 years, and this year you've seen her run around. Where are you, Snafik? She's there. Snafik is an incredibly talented, very detail-oriented individual, but really, really she cares about what we do and what she has done with the Builders of Africa's Future. Don't you agree with me? She has really, really run the Builders of Africa's Future. She managed it from the beginning to the end. And I absolutely see in her incredible opportunity to work with us, but also to lead whatever it is that she wishes to do. Deborah has a full-time job. I can tell you they both have a full-time job, but they are here to support us. About a few weeks ago, well, in December, I got a call from my best friend, my former colleague. She said, oh, Almaz, I finished one of my projects, so I have time. Can I help you? That's Caroline Ocampo. We've been friends. We have been friends for a long time, someone I trust so much. And she has been with me all the way. And thank you so much for all that you do. The other people, we did something we've never done before because I really want to bring people that we've not done before, again, to the ADN, the Digital Media Fellows. We wanted to really make some of the, instead of just always calling volunteers, we want to really have people that we can work with on a regular basis for something that was very specific and is needed for us. We are very weak on the social media. You may have seen it because we just had to choose which one we want to do. So, but thanks to these individuals that I'm going to mention to you, Angosom Tahlu, Fresenai Afork, Samuel Gabrihuet, Nitan Irabaratu, she's here, she's been sitting with me, yes, and Abdul Shakur Ahmed. These 5 individuals have been working with us for the last 7-8 weeks. Fresenai, you're the lead, thank you so much for being a part of us. The others are our volunteers, and I need to mention them because they have spent their time with us. Every year we go back to them, and I want to start with Ephraim. Where are you, Ephraim? I love Ephraim. Ephraim, he has been helping us for the last 2 years. So Ephraim Walde Gergish, he was here, his dad was here today. I'm sure he's as proud as I am. Thank you. Gladys, where are you, Gladys? Yay, Gladys, every year. Dawit, where are you, Dawit? Okay, Dawit is here somewhere. And what is the other one? Ibrahim and Lee. Where are you, Lee? Lee? Leah? Thank you, Leah. Aster Gubay, she's our it's her first time from DC, an Ethiopian volunteer also with us this year. Haimi Shah, she is an intern with ADN, and she was here this last few days. My colleague Steve Hicken, he wasn't able to make it in the evening, but he's been with us. The last two that I want to mention is the Silicon Valley Africa Film Festival team, Chike. He's not here, but he's represented by Brady. Where are you, Brady? He has been our stage manager and making everything possible. So thank you, Brady. He's somewhere. Yep, thank you. I want to thank all of the Silicon Valley Africa Film Festival team, the Computer History Museum, starting from Valerie to Susan to Albert. Where are you, Albert? Thank you, Albert, our technology person in the back. The catering, oh my God, the catering from West Africa. Ola, and she has amazing dinner for you out right now with the reception, which is funded by the U.S. Africa Development Fund. And also, I want to thank Hagos from the East African food restaurant, Mudai. Last but not least, my husband. Yeah. He's not here, so I can say whatever I want, but he's not here. The work I do is not as easy as you can imagine. It's not that easy. But I'm also a woman. I think we've heard earlier from our speaker about women. And I am an African woman too. I'm married to an African man. We have 2 children. But my life with this man has been incredibly beautiful. We match because he's quiet, I'm told. So it worked. But I just want to say bless him and bless all of you, the men who are behind or in front of your woman. Thank you, all of you. At the end, what I want to say is somebody said, what are we looking for next year with ADN, this whole year? Well, I'm going to tell you first, please do the survey. We just sent it out through Eventbrite. We just did that. There is a survey that we're doing, a scientific survey funded by an individual who wants to help us. This is a $50,000 project. We ask you to please respond to these questions in order for us to advance the ADN strategic plan. We've been operating as we go, but I think ADN has the potential to be what you want it to be, so your voice has to be heard, so please fill that out. Participate in our Impact and Innovation Speaker Series. We're going to send information about that. Please nominate the next Builders of Africa's Future when we send out the nomination question, and definitely ADIS 21. Thank you so much. Thank you, everyone. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you.
Okay, good. Well, on the end, we have Mr. Mike Dettinger, who is an executive and a researcher for Trimble Equipment, which is based here in Silicon Valley. They sell precision agricultural equipment all over the world. I'll let him tell you a little bit more about Trimble later. We have Mr. C.D. Glynn, who's the president and CEO of the U.S. African Development Foundation, which is a U.S. government agency, which is interesting. So maybe you could tell us a little bit more about that. It's a pleasure to have you here. And then Ikena Inzewi. Did I get close? Okay, good. And he's from Nigeria, and he's doing some really interesting work in supply chain work in Nigeria and working with farmers, and that's going to be really useful information today. So we kind of have the pleasure of a smaller group today. I won't ask everybody to introduce themselves, but we'll try to keep this pretty local, and we'll be able to ask questions. I don't like the 3-question format, so we'll maybe just ask 1 question, and we'll try to get to as much time as possible. Okay, by way of introduction, this panel is about the breadbasket that Africa is. Well, I mean, Africa is a breadbasket. It feeds 1.2 billion people. There are some nutrition problems, and occasionally there's some other problems, usually caused by war, mostly. I mean, that's what famine occurs, is by war, but Africans are feeding themselves, and African productivity is increasing. At the same time, climate change is causing problems in the Sahel and other parts of Africa. And at the same time, Africa is also sort of a future breadbasket. I looked up on the internet, it's amazing what you find, that Africa has 600 million hectares of uncultivated arable land. That's enormous. And that'll be 60% of the global total. So there's a lot of land in Africa, and that's good, but there are some other issues that we're going to be talking about. At the same time, Africa spends $35 billion annually on food imports. $35 billion. You go into a store in Lagos and you see mostly imported processed foods. You know, with the kind of market that you've got in Nigeria, you don't really need to be doing that. You've got a big enough market. So there's a need for increased investment in food processing, etc. Agricultural productivity is relatively low in Africa, although this varies widely by region and by crop. And again, climate change is a factor that's created a lot of problems. But it's interesting, IFPRI, which is a respected research institute, stated the following, that there is no more pressing development objective than raising the level and the rate of agricultural productivity. So the level and the rate of increase in agricultural productivity. So today we're going to explore some of the problems that are faced by agriculture and some of the issues about how to raise productivity, which is really the key to make Africa fulfill its potential as the breadbasket of the world. So I'm going to ask a few questions. We'll let our panelists talk about that. First, let me just ask the panelists to introduce very briefly their companies or what they do a little bit, and then we'll come back to the questions. So Mike, you want to?
Yeah, I work for Trimble, and Trimble's based here in Sunnyvale. The way I like to describe Trimble is the most unknown $3 billion Silicon Valley company. We do GPS, lasers, and all sorts of high tech for industrial uses. So our verticals are survey and mapping, engineering and construction, transportation, logistics, and agriculture. In agriculture, we build the guidance systems that drive the tractors perfectly straight. If you go through any region where the rows are so straight that you get a parallax effect, it was a GPS technology that generally did that. My job at Trimble is to go to the tractor OEMs, the people who build tractors at all scales, and try to convince them to use our tech on the tractors. The value proposition to the end farmer is very clear in an increase in productivity, efficiency, reduction in use of chemicals, the ability to plant different hybrids intermixed. There's all sorts of things you can do when you know exactly where everything is on the farm. So our interest here is that we are looking at emerging markets, smaller landholders, smaller tractors, to have tech go downstream. Typically the value proposition for our stuff is 100 horsepower above, which is a very large tractor. But the majority of tractors built in the world are 100 horsepower and below. There's roughly 2 million 100 horsepower and below tractors built per year. These are going into a lot of the smaller operations. And what we're trying to do is downscale our equipment to make it most cost effective and do the job it needs for the small.
Okay, CD, could you talk a little bit about your organization and how you work on agriculture?
Thanks. First and foremost, thank you to Ahmed for inviting me here. It's my second time. I came up, I don't know, 2 or 3 years ago, but definitely grateful to be here to Ahmed and ADN. My brother from another mother, Nick Bassey at AID, also sort of is the stalwart in Washington to make sure that the African Network stays top of mind for U.S. government if Trimble is the largest, what do you get, 300 billion? 3 billion. $3 billion company in Silicon Valley that no one's ever heard of. We're the smallest and largest U.S. government agency that you've never heard of either. So we have that claim to fame. So the United States African Development Foundation finds, funds, and supports African enterprises, African entrepreneurs. We invest directly into grassroots, small and medium-sized enterprises, providing seed capital, local technical assistance, capacity building support to really develop, grow, and scale African enterprises, African entrepreneurs. We do that primarily focused around 3 of the biggest challenges facing Africa, and that's in food security. As was mentioned, that 60% of Africans earn their livelihoods from agriculture. So we support agriculture in a big way. 80% of those, 60% of the population are women. So we have a big focus on women and women-led agriculture. But even with the food security challenges, Africa has about 27% of Africans are food insecure. This is 4 times the rate of any other continent on the planet. So while 60% of the people are earning their livelihoods from agriculture, there's a lot of people who are still food insecure, and so that goes to that productivity issue that was mentioned. We focus a lot on off-grid energy. So out of a continent of 1.2 billion people, you have 600 million people without access to power, consistent access to power. So focusing on energy poverty, energy access is really important to us, and we look at African-led off-grid energy businesses in solar, wind, hydro. And then finally, we focus a lot on unemployment challenges, particularly amongst youth and women, and invest in African women entrepreneurs, young African entrepreneurs. A lot of you will know YALI, the Young African Leaders Initiative. In the YALI initiative, we fund and we give support to YALI social entrepreneurs, anywhere from $10,000 to $50,000 to help them develop and grow businesses that are really addressing social challenges. So we've been in existence for 40 plus years. We're created really as a complementary development assistance tool to USAID. About 20 years after USAID was established, the U.S. African Development Foundation came forward, and we only invest in African organizations. You're on the ground African organizations. So this is U.S. taxpayer dollars, a publicly funded foundation that's invested into African solutions to Africa's challenges by, for, and through African organizations.
Great, good. Ikenna, you are on the ground. Tell us about it.
Hi everyone, it's a pleasure to be here. I'm from Nigeria. My name is Kenna Nzewe, and I work in agriculture in Nigeria. My company, Relief, develops pre-processing technology. So an issue that we have uncovered in a lot of agricultural value chains in Africa is that between the farm and the factory, oftentimes a lot of our crops, there are post-harvest losses. So drops in the quality of the raw materials or overall loss of those raw materials. Generally, pre-processing or preparing crops so that they're ready for factories is a very low margin activity. And so generally farmers are the ones that are responsible for de-shucking that corn or cracking that nut, et cetera, to reduce weight and kind of get these raw materials to factories. So what our company does is we develop technology to handle that pre-processing so that we can increase the productivity of these crops that have already been harvested. So while we might not help drive more, like larger harvests, we do help those harvests reach the factories so that those factories can run at scale. A big issue for African factories is about 90% of them operate under 50% of their installed capacity. So it's actually not an issue of capital expenditure or us having enough factories. It's an issue of us having factories that are running. If a factory runs, it develops profit, investors get their money back, they invest in bigger factories. If factories run under their capacity, they don't make very much money and investors don't continue to invest. And so if we want to see agro-industrials emerge on the continent, we have to increase the productivity and the uptime of these factories, and that's where our company is invested in developing technology.
Great, thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to ask a question that's a pretty basic question, and recognize that a panel of 1 hour about a subject like agriculture is really impossible to get all of the many aspects that we want to talk about agriculture, but we're going to do that. So my first question, and Ken, I'll start with you, is to talk about what do you see as the top couple of problems that agriculture faces in increasing its productivity?
Yeah, so I think there are two primary aspects to it and two different actors that need to do their part. So first on increasing the amount of production of crops. That is generally, in my opinion, something that the government and NGOs need to focus on, providing farmers with better varieties of seeds, educating them on the processes to increase their harvests. And then the second aspect is on creating demand for those agricultural products so that farmers have a market-based incentive to increase their productivity as well. And so that relates to building factories and logistics supply chains that can get those crops from the farmers, process them, and continue to add value within the nation so that we're not importing processed foods from other places.
You're thinking about that 35 billion of imported food.
Exactly.
Okay. CD, how about you?
Not different than what Kenneth said. So two big constraints and solutions, grow more and lose less. So literally in terms of productivity, if you think about the average hectare or acres of African agriculture, it's about Africans grow on the same plot of land about 1/3 of what other countries grow in other markets in North America and Europe. And so that sort of crop production per yield is really low in Africa. So grow more and then lose less across the value chain, whether it's cereals and grains, roots and tubers, and fruits and vegetables. There's 30 to 50% loss. So even as Africa is growing, imagine you have a business and in your business model, you have a leakage of 30 to 50%. So you're growing 100% and you do your best, you're only gonna get 70 or 50% output. That's a really, really tough business to be in, and you probably wouldn't get out. And so in a simplistic term, African agriculture, we need to grow more and lose less. I want to give a quick story of the realities, because we can talk about 1, 2 constraints, but the entire value chain, it's really tough being a farmer in Africa. And I'll tell you a story about Nancy. So Nancy is a smallholder farmer in Kenya. And her strategy, literally, for growing crops and feeding her family and her community is based upon 2 things. It's hope and prayer. Since there are sisters in the audience, I want to say I believe in prayer. And Nancy too. I totally believe in prayer, and I totally believe in hope, but I don't want to run my business off of hope and prayer. So I want to put that out there, sister. It's in my business model, but it's not my entire business model. So Nancy, literally, she has some seeds, and she's hoping and praying that these seeds, when she puts them in the ground, that they're going to germinate. She's not sure if they're real or if they're counterfeit. She's not sure if the soil is actually fertile enough to really germinate the seeds, but she's hoping and praying that she puts the seeds in the ground and that they will germinate. She hopes and prays that it's going to rain, because only 4% of agriculture in Africa is under irrigation. So you literally are hoping and praying that it rains, so what you put in the ground will actually germinate. There's hope and prayer based upon that it does rain and the seeds do germinate and that they won't get eaten by pest and disease, stricken by pest and disease. Hope and prayer. There was no fertilizer, so you also hope that the yield will be enough that you can actually grow enough that you can actually harvest. You hope and pray now that you harvest, but that it doesn't rain because you don't have any storage to put your crops in. And so you actually cultivated and now harvested the grains, but now they're outside in the elements. So now you're hoping and praying that it doesn't rain because you don't have storage. Nancy also hopes and prays that once she does have enough, that she can harvest, that she can sell, that someone's going to come to her farm gate and buy it from her. She hopes and prays that the price that she gets for it is enough for her to then make enough money, feed her family, and go and buy some more seeds that she hopes and prays actually, when she puts them in the ground the next season, that they will grow. This is the entire reality of African agriculture. It literally is a strategy. It's hope and prayer because of the uncertainty, the lack of predictability, and also the risk factor that every African farmer sort of faces, the vast majority of 250 million. So when we think about the easy answer of produce more, lose less, the information asymmetry around the seeds, the soil, the fertilizer, the irrigation, the harvesting, the processing, the storage, the market, all of these things need to be taken into consideration. And what happens in development is that we have so many siloed interventions. Somebody's working on market access, but they're not working on input production. Somebody else is doing post-harvest processing, but they're not doing post-harvest handling. I mean, all of this, and so coming together and looking at value chain solutions so that we are looking at holistic solutions so that you also are looking at smallholders like Nancy who have challenges all around the way. And so when we do solve the irrigation problem, that doesn't solve her problem of pest and disease or storage or transportation. And so I think what we want to be thinking about is, yes, what are the quick wins, what are the solutions, but we want to think about holistic solutions across an entire value chain, because in development so far, we've done a lot of single solutions to complex problems, and we need to look at holistic solutions that can really lead to complex solutions that can transform African agriculture.
Mike?
Yeah, I agree completely with what you said, and the key is that when we define yield, it's from the seed to the fork, and you can have yield hits all along the way that can be catastrophic. As far as hope and prayer goes, every farmer has a degree of that, because the number one factor in yield is weather, and we still can't control the weather. But we can take the edge off of a whole bunch of other things with science. So what we look at is a couple of the challenges. We're on the front end of the spectrum of the yield curve, the farm to the fork. And we look at saying, how can we optimize the use of water? The level fields, just having a level field as a starting point, when even if it's raining, having a level field is a remarkable advantage in farming. Being able to plant hybrids that are actually tolerant to the area, being able to trust the seeds where they came from, all of those things are what we define as infrastructure. Is a tractor available to the community? Not necessarily to a small end, to the community. Is the fuel available to the tractor? Are the parts available to the tractor? Is there a knowledgeable technical resource that can fix the tractor if the tractor goes down? Because hope and prayer also means that the equipment is in the right spot at the right time, and it doesn't always work out that way. And so the thing is what we look at is infrastructure missing. And we look at the education cycle of the farmer. Can you get an injection of a basic knowledge of better farming practices, better strategies, so you can take the edge off of hope and prayer. Hope and prayer will never disappear, but you can take the edge. Yeah, and I won't mess with Sister Nancy. But the thing is that that's where we focus, is on the front end, and then the logistics afterwards. It's a tragedy when you lose in the food chain of getting it out of the field to the fork, when you lose 20, 30, 40%, and it can easily be that. The other part of it is that you talked about who's responsible for doing things. What we encounter in a lot of the emerging markets is, I'm going to be politically correct and say, an unhealthy relationship between the marketers of a crop and the growers of the crop. That many times there's, let's say, undue influence of the marketer on the crop. They've lended them money, they have payback to do, they fall years behind, and all of a sudden it looks more like a very unethical relationship. They're not getting a fair price for their crop. That's where the government can come in and set minimum pricing for certain crops that can at least take the edge off of, if someone's over a barrel in a negotiation, like they got to move that crop and there's only one person who can move it, that is not healthy competition. And it leads to abuse and a few other things for the small landowners. So infrastructure and education is where we try to focus our efforts.
Great. Well, I'm going to take a shot at summarizing what was just said, that better inputs lead to better productivity, lead to a better agriculture. Now, one question that I have, and in many of the projects that I do, is credit. That's not going to happen without more credit, both to the small farmer, the medium-sized farmer, etc. Would you like to talk about that and what you see in terms of credit and how you get it, and how small farmers might be able to?
Yeah, I think this is a very interesting role that people in the diaspora can play. I can start a company in the U.S. and access capital that's a lot cheaper, and I can use that to purchase raw materials, purchase storage facilities, and when I buy from farmers, I can take some of the edge off of the market a bit. I think it's going to be difficult to extend a lot of credit options to farmers. There are folks that are doing it, but I generally think large credit facilities need to be centralized to a certain extent, and those organizations need to work better.
So I think, I mean, it's a big question. So farming in and of itself is risky anywhere in the world, as Mike mentioned, because a lot of stuff in our agriculture, as we said, was sort of the dependency around rain-fed agriculture. So I think first and foremost, we all need to start looking at farming not in the social sector space, but farming as a business. So once we start looking at farming as a business and we start treating it as a business, there's the best phrase and saying I heard on this is what do you call a farmer without a market? A gardener. And so literally, the difference between a farmer and a gardener is a market. And so if we think about farmers having market and having those markets being able to be securitized, but also farmers coming together in terms of aggregation. And so the realities around smallholder farming in Africa is that it's one man and the land. And before, precision agriculture or what have you, is one man, the land, and one tractor. Well, every farmer doesn't need to own a tractor, they need access to that tractor. And every farmer, in terms of land ownership, we need to look at consolidation and at least aggregation. And so, will the bank lend one farmer back to credit for one farmer? Maybe not. But if you have 25 farmers or 2,000 farmers together that say we have this much land under cultivation, we have predictive analytics that tell us we're gonna have a crop yield of this much, it becomes much more bankable for financial institutions. So I think first looking at farming as a business, first and foremost, and then looking at aggregation of smallholder farmers into, instead of even self-help groups that become producer groups, to really looking at cooperatives as producer groups that also can go to financial institutions en masse and get access to capital and access to credit. I work for a development institution. We provide financing for smallholder farmers, and so there are opportunities to look at loan guarantees. And so I can go to a bank and put down $500,000 to a bank and say, I want you to use this as first loss for this community of farmers. And so development institutions using our finance to really open up the market for underserved communities is something that also is another solution. And so with the new, OPIC has now become the Development Finance Corporation. They also have the Development Credit Authority, which gives loan guarantees to banks. You're going to see a lot more movement, hopefully, in this space where we are opening up more access to finance for smallholders, but they have to come together as single markets that make themselves more attractive to financial institutions, but also make themselves more attractive to the market demand. These are the agricultural buyers who don't want to have relationships with 20,000 individual farmers. They want to have those 20,000 be one farmer producer group or cooperative, and that's a one-to-one relationship. So the other pieces need to come together to really make that credit accessible for smallholders.
Yeah, the credit is absolutely a fundamental issue in all the transactions, whether it's the acquisition of inputs or tech or anything, capital equipment. Consolidation, it's interesting around the world what happens. We work in India quite a bit, and the heritage laws that split the land for I apologize, it's all to the sons, but you do this 4 or 5 generations and everybody's farming postage stamp, and there's no ability to scale there. There's no ability. We actually did a proposition where we said there's 160 square acres here with, 150 families on it. Let us rearrange this so that you move all the housing off here, you take out the roads. You would just, in the arable land that you could recover by not having this such unorganized distribution of farms, you could up the productivity by 10-20%, but you can't do that socially. The land is so tightly tied to family and history and quality of investment and value that the minute you propose saying, hey, look, we have 1 acre here, there's 2 farmers on it, we're gonna redo this as 1.1 acres, and each of you are gonna get a little more, it's unacceptable. Because that was, that would be munging families worth of history and things like that. So the credit ties back to the scale, and without a form of credit or aggregation or scaling up, you do have a tougher credit problem. It's exactly as you described.
Yeah, and it's interesting, a recent study done by the Dutch shows that there are more medium-sized farms in in Africa, and they are able to take more advantage of some of the technologies, et cetera, so it is changing a bit. I mean, we still want to work with the smallholders, obviously, but that increase in farm size does help on the technology side. So I want to go to a slightly different subject. We're going to leave the role of government aside, because that's a big issue and changes in all the different countries, et cetera, But so what I'd really like to talk about is, and the question I sent out to you was, what's the role of the private sector in improving agriculture? But as we've talked, I want to add, what's the role of the private sector and some of the new technologies, smartphones and other things that are happening right now to improve technology or improve agriculture in Africa? Kevin?
Yeah, I mean, technology is revolutionizing the ability, especially on the smallholder front, to aggregate information, to deliver extension services so that you can stay in contact with farmers, give them the information, the inputs that they need. There's a really cool company called Babangona in northern Nigeria that's been doing a lot of work on this front. They've even developed technology where farmers can take a picture of their crop and get feedback on what that crop needs to continue to grow and deliver those yields. So technology is playing a critical role, and I think creating scalable systems where you have such a high degree of physical decentralization in that you have so many smallholder farmers. I would say in general on the role of the private sector, I generally believe it's around demand creation. We want to buy your crop, and if you plant more next year, you can make more money and I'll still be buying. I think that's a critical point that the private sector needs to play in agro-industries.
I think I would agree with that, and I love Babangona and Kolomasha, a friend, and what they're doing is transformational for northern Nigeria. But you also do see homegrown solutions like Babangona, and then you see big tech companies like MasterCard sort of looking at the realities of what you see in African agriculture, because there's a lot of money that's moving in African agriculture, and it's cash. And so that's one of the things, and the enemy of most tech credit companies, whether it's Visa and MasterCard, big ones, their enemy, their competition is cash, because they want to put everything on a payment platform. I spent 6 years, almost 6 years in Kenya, and literally the things that we were doing with EFT, electronic funds transfer, and M-Pesa, whenever I would come home for the summer, I feel like I went back in time, because literally we were still swiping in Washington, D.C. and in Nairobi. It was no cash. It was like literally everything was on our phone. And so just the realities around how smallholders get paid, whether it's from their cooperative, whether it's from buyers, a lot of it's in cash. And so technology smoothing out transactions, lessening security risk for smallholders is a really big issue. A lot of the abandoned tree you see and a lot of the crime that happens is because they know that certain times of the month that these cooperative unions or farmers have a lot of cash because they just got paid. So I think technology in whether it's information sharing, whether it's pricing, whether it's communication around linking suppliers and buyers, all of these things, technology is disrupting African agriculture in a big way. But I do want to go back to us really thinking about the role of the private sector and thinking about smallholders as part of the private sector. They're producers, they're suppliers, and so we should treat them and have them viewed as business people as well. And I spend a lot of my time and my whole team really helping professionalize agriculture and turning these smallholders into agriculture enterprise agents and business people, men and women, because that's how they're going to actually have a real role to play in terms of business to business transactions. You have something to sell, and I want to buy something, and we should really look at that. It's not the social sector that we viewed it 10, 15, 20, 30 years ago. I would say also with the private sector, there are different roles to play, and that's why I love what Kenan is doing. So everyone who's a smallholder farmer today in Africa shouldn't be a smallholder farmer. We're not trying to keep people into smallholder agriculture just because. And so we need to be thinking about the service provision that happens when those who are producing maybe inefficiently, can they be distributors, transporters, can they be early stage processors, the work that Kenan is doing. And so there's a lot of different jobs in agriculture beyond just growing. And I think as we look at interventions, we also need to look at giving alternatives in agriculture for smallholders who are maybe, be a gardener, produce enough for your family to eat, but also maybe you're a service provider in a different way. If you get access to capital and you have a truck, or you're able to be the one with the smartphone and the information to talk about market pricing. So there are a number of different jobs and economic income generation activities that can happen off the farm that can really help, as smallholders do look at consolidation and aggregation of their land, that they have alternative opportunities for employment, because the services needed to really transform African agriculture are a tremendous amount of services. This is on the market demand. Buyers don't know where to find certain crops. Where is that information going to come from? People who have knowledge of who's growing what and where. Buyers also don't necessarily know the credit needs of some of those smallholder farmers, or the input needs. That's information, that's power, and someone can create a job. I think I'm the one who knows how much so-and-so needs and when they need it, and I can be your distributor to make sure the right seeds reach the community. So there's a lot of jobs that can be created, private sector jobs that can be created, private sector jobs that can be linked to agriculture, where we aren't just talking about smallholders and pushing them off the land, but we're saying giving them alternative opportunities in the agricultural value chain, but not necessarily just as a smallholder producer on 1 or 2 hectares of land.
Mike, so your question, the obligation of the private sector in technology, I'm a big believer in the first obligation of the private sector is to not oversell technology. Be honest with the people you're selling to, because many times you're dealing with people who are not highly educated and can be swayed by absolute bullshit. I mean, that's all there is to it. So there has to be an ethics level in selling tech. Good tech will find its way into the markets like the cell phones and things like that, and they'll find solutions. But on the farm, the tech has to have a value proposition, and the farmer needs to understand that, and you have to be honest and ethical as to what it is. If you have to scale to achieve it, if you have to put in 3 years to achieve it, you have to be honest about what it can do. The second thing is we see is with a lot of the web-based services that are coming into play, and we have programs for farmers that'll connect them to agronomists, that they can see the same field, they can see all the measurements taken off the field. The agronomists anywhere in the world can make recommendations for inputs and things like that. There has to be 2 things to make that whole cycle work. There has to be a better distribution of computers, and frankly, smartphones are more likely to solve that. But there also has to come up the education curve on who is doing what, and can you actually process, if someone gives you need to go do this now, can you understand at a fundamental level why you would be doing that, and do you trust the person who's giving you that advice? So that's how we see currently the tech and emerging.
Sure. I mean, it's astonishing the level of penetration of cell phones into rural areas, like 85, 90%, and that just changes the ballgame in how you can reach out with credit information, market information, et cetera, and I mean, really creates a wonderful opportunity to change the situation. So that's exciting. Okay, I'm going to ask one more impossible question, and then we'll get to questions from the audience. If you had to take 2 steps, what would you do to improve African agriculture if you were forced to just take 2?
Okay, the first step that I would work on is on the production side. So funding research organizations that figure out the crops and inputs and fertilizers and pesticides that we need to increase productivity. We're way behind on productivity per hectare, and we need to increase what is produced. The second aspect would be largely related to the work that we do. How do you grease the flow of raw materials from the farm to the consumer? And how do you prevent harvest loss and keep factories running at a high rate? Because people are willing to run these factories if the money actually comes out of them. And so if you can find ways through technology, logistics, and communication to make it easier for raw materials to flow from the farmer to the consumer, I think you'll see a lot of people willing to, not live in Lagos, Nigeria, but move to Eastern Nigeria and set up a factory there that runs very profitably. And when you see the people that have been more educated, have had the opportunity to be more educated, able, willing, and successfully building out businesses in more rural parts of Africa, you'll begin to see the industrialization that we need to carry the entire nation forward. We can't keep relying on huge cities to continue to take more and more of our people in, because they don't have the infrastructure to handle them.
Thank you.
Mine's absolutely pretty. You guys just follow kind of, one. That's true, honestly. But I would say, in addition to following the production lead, is really looking at one thing is post-harvest loss. I mean, I just think it's inexcusable for us to be in a world where there are solutions to help farmers lose less, smallholders, and otherwise to lose less. And reducing post-harvest loss is basically two solutions. You either need to preserve it in some way, or store it, or transform it. Store it in a place that literally can help you weather the market shocks, and so you can then sell high and buy low, opposed to being stuck having to sell when there's a glut. And so storage and storage solutions, they're out there, we know they exist. Why aren't we just scaling them astronomically, and then transforming? And this is where the pre-processing, perishables are called perishable for a reason. There's a shelf life, and so we need to transform these crops into something else in a certain period of time to then store them and sell them in markets as processed goods. And so post-harvest loss and looking at solutions, scaling solutions for post-harvest loss would be one thing. And then the other one is really looking at the agriculture energy nexus. So this is really important because you think a lot about smallholder farmer agriculture and mechanization and using technology to actually produce more and harvest and cultivate the land and just, beyond the hoe, beyond literally, people today are using what they used 200 years ago in African agriculture, literally. And so how are we looking at mechanization, but also just energy access in general. So we fund a lot in the agriculture off-grid energy nexus, and this is solar powered irrigation. So literally looking at how are you, if you have 250 plus smallholder farmers who all are only 4% are under, their agriculture is under irrigation, how can you look at renewable energy solutions that lead to irrigation? We have solar powered processing. Again, if you have to transform it into something and you don't have access to diesel, you shouldn't only be using diesel, then there's solar powered processing. And then solar powered cold storage. If you think about the African agriculture and move it into livestock and fisheries, when you get into the livestock and fisheries, beyond the perishables, all of that meat, we all see in the pictures with the flies on the meat, and it's in the hot sun, you're like, I would never eat that, but people are eating it every day. Or fish, why is there so much smoked fish? Because you have to preserve it, you have to smoke it and dry it, because there is no cold storage. So solar powered cold storage, solar powered processing, solar powered irrigation. So this agriculture and energy nexus is a huge opportunity that I would scale. And then obviously post-harvest loss. And my third step obviously would follow his lead.
Sounds like your work plan for next year. Mike?
Again, we focus more on the farmer side, and it would come down to education. Just exposing people to different ways of doing things. Just having a tractor available with a certain number of implements for certain crops, and being able to use that effectively in farms, in the community, will change the nature of how they do things. It'll bump up your yield. Now, the yield equation on the farm involves a fair amount of tech. I don't know that they'll ever hit the Western stuff if they can't get access to the hybrid seed varieties that are, drought tolerant and things like that. So easing the access to the genetically engineered hybrids, it actually, and I know people may say, oh, I don't want any GMOs. I gotta tell you, it's a simple discussion on GMOs. How hungry have you ever been in your life? If you don't lose a crop to drought, or you don't lose it to flooding, or, it makes a huge difference. And so, access to high quality inputs, access to a certain amount of technology doesn't work unless you have that education component. So if I had my magic wand and I said, set up a center in a medium-sized area where farmers from all over the area can come and witness things being done differently, I think that would be the highest hope.
Great. I mean, and the good news is that people are using technology like Hello Tractor to, get small farmers access to tractor services via their smartphone. Great idea. Okay, we've got about 15 more minutes. So we've got a small room full of people. So if you could just stand and state your name and who you work with and ask your question, please.
Hi, I'm Pareen. I work for eBay. My question is around, there's a lot of similar problems in other countries like India, smaller farms, cultural taboos, religion, a lot of other education, technology. What kind of knowledge sharing is happening between similar countries? And yeah,
No, I'll jump in on that because I think that's the perfect question and that's the perfect continent, subcontinent with India and Africa. A lot of similarities in terms of rural density and agriculture. And when I was at the Rockefeller Foundation, one of the things that we did was literally take a learning journey. We took 25 academicians and NGO leaders and business leaders, and we literally went to India and saw around the post-harvest loss issue what was being done right, what was being done wrong, but where was there the learning, and a lot of the, especially on the technology provider side, looking at, especially with tractors and their tractor needs, India is far ahead of Africa in terms of downscaling technology for smallholder use. And so we talked about the size of tractors, 100 horsepower, 250 horsepower, and we saw tractors there at 25 and 35 horsepower, and African smallholder farmers were salivating to be able to have tractors for that kind of utility. In China, tractors with three-wheel tractors for the land side to really increase agility. So you do see more and more of the what we call South-South collaboration and the learnings from particularly India and Africa and Brazil and Africa, because a lot of the solutions can be leapfrogged in terms of really looking at what's worked in certain areas and bringing that back to Africa. And we see that in agriculture, we see that in artisans and weaving and a number of different rural livelihood activities of what's happening in certain places and how can Africa learn faster in order to really transform at a faster pace. So it's a really good question, and it's happening.
Hi, my name is Evelyn Killian. I have two questions, and they all have to do with resources. So a lot of people in the diaspora woke up one day and realized that they could make money doing agriculture, and none of them knew how to do it. So one guy got up there, he's like, bring your money, we're gonna plant crops, we're gonna make money, and a lot of people lost a lot of money like that. So question number one, is there any resources, any channel where when people want to venture in that area, they can actually rely on or maybe invest their money in there, which will of course solve some of the problems you guys been talking about funding, right? So there's supposed to be money here, and we're finding a way to distribute that. And so is there any resource for that? And then the second question about the resource, if somebody, like Evelyn says, all right, you guys have to stop sending money to Africa, we're going to do this properly. Where do you go to actually get the proper education without having to go back to school? I can't do that anymore. To actually, learn and inform yourself and educate yourself, about this beautiful area that is agriculture and how do you venture there and so on and so forth. So, does that make sense? Two resources.
Sure. Yeah. I think on the first one, there's a company called Thrive at Greek where you can invest in crop production, so you can earn like a 15% return in 6 months, and they work in like ginger and some other crops, and so there are ways to start investing in kind of this new crop of ag tech startups that are basically pulling resources, especially from the diaspora, and putting them to work on the ground with a level of transparency that you can actually believe in. So I would highly recommend that on the Thrive at Greek. Thrive. Yeah, those guys are really great.
Where are they based?
They're in Nigeria.
Okay.
But they're going to expand everywhere. Don't worry.
Evelyn, send your money to Nigeria. Don't work it out.
I might just add to that. I mean, that there are talented agronomists and often consulting companies in all of the countries of Africa. So, I mean, you need to take a trip and find someone and, talk to A, talk to the World Bank, talk to the ISC, talk to the agencies, find out who's good, and then engage a local agronomist. They're talented. They know what they're doing, and that would be where I'd start.
Nicholas, diaspora remittances programs are things that aid where if somebody did want to invest in an African business, do we do any pooling of funding? Then
So there's been lots of conversation about that. I'm not aware of an active program right now that would be ready for Evans money.
Okay.
Hi, I'm Martha Savager from UC Berkeley, and my dissertation was on tractors in Sudan, the Nuba Mountains, back in the 80s. And one of the interesting things that's coming up now, and even in England and other places, with climate change, soil degradation, and the plowing is not good. So there's no tillage and other kinds of things where you might do seed drilling instead of plowing. So I'm just curious, and especially like in Sudan where clay soils across the Sahel, striga is a terrible weed that infects a lot of things. So I'm curious in your work, issues with tropical soils, climate change, and the no tillage, maybe other means of improving the soil, health of the soil, because it's very, very difficult in tropical areas. If you are familiar with new research coming on or new ways of...
I can take a shot at that. First of all, there seems to be a belief that farming, you want to invest in a farm and you don't want to lose money. There's an old joke where the farmer won the lottery, he wins $1 million. They ask him what he's going to do with it. He says, well, I think I'll just continue farming for a few more years till it's all gone. So on the question of soil, there's not a farmer I've ever met that isn't concerned about soil health. There's a different level of understanding about how to achieve soil health. And it's really, really complex. You wrote off tilling immediately there. The US is doing a lot of no-till, a lot of seed drills and stuff, but tilling's coming back in some areas because there's long-term ramifications of doing either methodology. So the thing is how to get the best practices into a local area where you have, like you described, a very localized soil condition, how to get that best practices into that area, how to use it, how to select seed varieties and plants and things that all make it an ecosystem that works. Because in the end, the farmer's livelihood is the earth. And if you mess that up, your livelihood's gone. And it could be forever, and it could be water. One of the issues that we see a lot in India, and by the way, I'm on the San Francisco to Delhi flight tonight, so to go visit a few very small farms, is water quality. That there's so much contamination in water that even if you have access to it, it's a 50-50 chance whether you should put it on your crop or allow it to come in. Those are some of the most fundamental things that you are not going to change overnight. There has to be an education cycle that comes in and says, look, we cannot do this, or we have to change our tilling practices, or we have to change our farming practices. We have to have access to higher quality water. And then when you put pesticides or insecticides or nitrogen on your crops, you got to do it in a very wise way. Otherwise, you contaminate the entire ecosystem around farms. How do you do this to the small landholder that may never, they just don't have access to that world of knowledge. So it's a very big challenge, and I think I sort of go back to, you can't boil the ocean. You start small, you start getting best practices, highly localized. Agronomists are all around the world that will generally be the best guide as a starting point. So I hope that answers that. Over here.
My name is Tasha Beverly. I'm with the Global Fund for Women, and we do a lot of granting in the Global South for women's well-being, and one thing we look at is women's economic security. In my research, I found that most of the farmers are women in these areas, and so I'm wondering if you thought through in terms of looking at this whole issue holistically, and you have women occupying this interesting space of being caring for their elders, caring for their children, and working the farm. If you thought about how to increase, front-loading the harvest outcome, about that piece, and how to sort of enable more better outcomes just by looking at women's lives and how they're positioned. So the gender lens on all of this, since it is really women that we're talking about.
The one thing that comes to mind is going back to technology, and especially with technology, whether it's tillage or producing. So there was a whole grand challenge around women-focused but labor-reducing technologies, and how, as you do look at not only the actual appropriate technology and the equipment, but the use of equipment, that the one constraint is time. For all the things that you said, caring for elders, caring for family, caring for your children, your family, and then still working. And so can you have labor-reducing technologies or labor-reducing strategies around trying to get more efficient with what's actually happening in the farm, to then buy back some time for women to be able to sort of have enough time in 24 hours to do more. And so I know there was the Gates Foundation did a big study on this around technologies and mechanization and things to really reduce the amount of time that women do spend, quote unquote, in the field, so that they can have more time to take on and do the other responsibilities that there aren't choices. They have to do all these things. There's also a big study that Landesa did around, and this goes into sort of crop choices in agriculture. And so there's food crops and there's cash crops, and which one do you, what are you going to plant, what are you going to use? And the realities around land use and cash crops, and as men aren't involved in agriculture until it becomes actually economically viable, and then so as soon as women are making more money from agriculture, then the men sort of jump in after the fact. And so women have made the land, men weren't interested at all. The women were out there working and they were off drinking beer or something. I know that's stereotypical, but it does actually happen in a lot of these places. Then all of a sudden the agriculture becomes more not only cost effective, but earning more incomes, and then the men jump into that value chain. And so there is a challenge around making agriculture, there's a gender issue around making agriculture more productive and more economically viable, because it has direct impact around the lives and livelihoods in the family structure. Because now all of a sudden the woman becomes not only the bread earner and the one who actually is maybe going to trade, so she's not at home and she's doing all these things, and she's actually earning more money, and there are sort of these unintended consequences of making agriculture more economically viable, making it more cost effective, making it more advantageous, and how that actually creates disharmony in some families. And so going in with these interventions where we as external actors go in and say, hey, let's go in and have the women earn more income and let this become, it's a really great thing. Who's against that? The family structure does play a real role. So there's some unintended consequences of rushing in to do things with a economic lens without a gender lens that has real impact. So I didn't answer your question, but I know that what you're talking about is really a real issue around gender, agricultural productivity, and the family structure in a lot of countries.
Okay, we got time for about one or two more questions in the back. Yeah, getting up.
Samuel from New York, a Smart Consulting Group, as well as an entrepreneurial coach at the Harlem Small Business Development Center. I feel like there's a big pushback against vertical farming by big agro, mainly due to the agricultural fund. Like, there's a lot of benefits that come with it, and I don't think people want to accept it. I noticed that there's been like you can use shipping containers. 3 shipping containers can feed a whole community, and the warehouse can feed not only restaurants and businesses, but also like half a town, if anything. I don't think that there's enough investments, and there's not enough push towards that industry, towards the hydroponic and aeroponic designs that are now giving, like, you can save a lot less. This water won't be an issue. We've had this discussion, I know, but so what I'm saying is, why isn't there more focus towards that, especially in areas like Chad and Mali and Niger, especially in regions in Ethiopia. It's just there's places where there's not rain for a whole season. So what do you,
Mike, you wanna?
Yeah, I don't think, from my view of big ag, there's no pushback on the indoor stuff. It's fantastic. They will get into it at some point in time and revolutionize it. And the Dutch, for years and for generations, have run indoor ag operations, probably the best in the world. What I'm missing is, how do you get from these large-scale buildings in a place where there's no buildings? And the thing is I'm not sure that that's a great solution to get things started. it may be a great solution for once things get rolling, because to do indoor ag takes a lot of infrastructure. There's a degree of mechanization, electricity, the building structures, and then it's going robotic too at this point in time. So I don't see the pushback, but I also don't see it as a sort of a starting point for the small landholder.
And that's, I mean, kind of jump in, but that's kind of what we were whispering together. I mean, you have infrastructure challenges, and then you have a large amount of capital. It's capital intensive to start, even with an empty container that Merck gave you to start. And so, and I definitely don't see a pushback. I just see the challenges getting started. And also, you're talking about livelihood conversion in Chad to start in. The infrastructure is one thing, the capital intensification, and then as we were discussing, the knowledge is not in Chad. The knowledge is somewhere else. So we've been getting there and spending time. But there's definitely an interest, and it's going to happen. I mean, I think there's more of a link to urbanization in Africa and how you can start looking at vertical farming, hydroponics, aquaponics, in terms of how cities are going to feed themselves. And the fastest growing cities in the world and the fastest growing urban rates in the world are in Africa. And so that's where I see it's probably going to be something that could be transformational and leapfrog. But I haven't heard anybody who's against it. It's just capital intensive, infrastructure challenges, and then again, I mentioned the stats. Half of 1.2 billion people don't have access to power. And so you need power. You need light.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for coming to our panel. We have a couple of panels that get played. They're part of the hot topic for. People will be around a little bit to talk if you want to ask more questions, but thank you all for coming. It was a lot of fun.
Can I just make one quick announcement? The other session is going for another half hour or so. So as you continue with your conversation and your break, please go.
No, they left the session.
Make